Mayor Du Bois, we are now live.
Great. Welcome to the council meeting of April 5th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filseth,
Here.
Councilmember Koo,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. Okay, so tonight we have 2 study sessions, each scheduled for an hour and a half. The first one is a report and discussion regarding police services, including policy updates, crime statistics, radio encryption, and independent auditing. Would staff like to go ahead and start the presentation?
Yep, let me ask the police chief to proceed.
Yeah, if I can just, Mr. City Manager, just get a verbal cue that you can hear me okay and see the screen.
Yep, both.
Great. So with that, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council and the greater Palo Alto community. You know, when the last time I presented to you and the community department-wide overview of the police department was back in February of 2020. And back then, I don't think any of us had any idea what the rest of the year would bring. Excuse me. So again, I'm just, my PowerPoint's moving around on me. Can you see it okay, Mr. City Manager? You should see the slide
yes,
that
I
says
see a
the
theme of study session.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm not the best with technology, so bear with me. In tonight's presentation, I will address how the department has adapted and pivoted during 2020, with our personnel continuing to serve and protect the community during the pandemic, despite some significant reductions in personnel. We will look at crime statistics for 2020, as you mentioned. We'll revisit many of the police reform measures that the department willingly, and in several cases proactively embraced after listening to the Community Human Relations Commission and the council. I'll discuss also some notable changes that occurred during 2020, some administrative oversight that was put into place, and some accountability measures. And we'll end by looking forward towards the future. I would first like to maybe start by commending all the men and women of the Palo Alto Police Department for their continued commitment to this city. My expectations as a chief have not changed. It is to make sure that we provide excellent service in everything we do. We proactively enforce the law, and we serve Palo Alto community with extreme professionalism. And of equal importance, as we learned, especially over the past 12 months, is how to really listen, engage, and collaborate so we can be an organization that's part of this community and provide the type of services Palo Alto seeks and deserves. But before we dive in tonight, I would like to share some slides, just a few, that were sent to us recently by students of Green Middle School. For the interest of time, we'll only show a couple of the slides out of the many that he sent to us. And these words of appreciation were the outcome of a service project coordinated through the Youth Community Services and the Palo Alto Unified School District Service Days. So with that, I'll begin the brief slideshow. Thank you, Green Middle School. We really do appreciate hearing your kind words. So 2020 was definitely a unique year, as we've always been talking about, especially as the months went on. Whereas in many in our community were directed to shelter in place and avoid actual contact with others for the majority of the year, our personnel routinely came in close contact with others as they continue to respond to emergency calls, investigate crimes, make arrests, and fulfill a variety of other obligations associated with their role as emergency responders. Significant budget reductions in the police department were necessary to help the city navigate through the economic challenges we faced in 2020, resulting in about a 17% decrease in our overall police department staffing. This came at a challenging time, as we learned later. We lost several positions, and you're well aware of all of those, so I don't need to rehash all of those, but they did have an impact. But despite the adjusted staffing levels, our personnel continued to do really outstanding work, and we continue to be the third busiest dispatch center in Santa Clara County, receiving well over 140,000 calls in total. In addition to the calls you see there for police calls for service, you have to remember that we also take in calls not only for police, but for the fire department, public works, EMS, utilities, animal control, and Stanford Public Safety. As you can also see there, nearly all of our 911 emergency calls were answered within 10 seconds. And we had an average response time, or arrival time, so I should say, to the scene of just over 6 minutes for those types of calls. I know many of you have already referred to the staff report for our Part 1 crimes for 2020. And for the community that may be watching, you can find our crime statistics for Palo Alto on our website with actual comparisons for the past 6 years. But again, for the interest of time, we can come back to the specific crime data if you so choose. It's critically important, though, for those listening to remember that Palo Alto remains a very safe city. It's extremely rare to have a violent crime in our city. But when we do, we always are tenacious until we hold the responsible party. We apprehend that individual or individuals associated with that crime. With that said, property-related crimes continue to be a challenge for us, just as they were the year before. We did see increases in auto theft, hate incidents, especially vandalism associated with those incidents, and also arsons. Fortunately, none of those caused significant damage or physical injuries. When it came to police reform, the city of Palo Alto and the Palo Alto Police Department really welcomed the national conversation that began in late May of 2020 about social justice, race and equity, and criminal justice reform. We worked with elected officials such as you, the community leaders, and residents to improve how we serve this community in order for us to challenge ourselves to be the best law enforcement agency we can. There were 3 areas that we really focused on over the past 9 months, and that was community engagement, transparency, and accountability. Here's a short list of the few of the outcomes of those conversations. As you know, we launched a couple of different websites, not only on the city website, but on our police department's website. We were involved in numerous educational videos or informative videos on Zoom that are also available on YouTube. We were very engaged throughout the summer as best we could be. For all these links, we can find these in our staff report if necessary. While I believe that the department's always been transparent, we can always strive to be better. And that's what we continually worked on throughout 2020. There are several ways that occurred, and our efforts are ongoing in this regard. And as you can see, not only did we do a lot of participation, but we also almost completely revised our policy and have very few redactions remaining. The collaboration was outstanding, in my opinion, and we worked with this council, the community, and the unions to proactively review best practices and really implement policy changes where necessary and needed. We expanded our role in the independent auditor's scope of review, and we renewed its contract. But I'd have to say one of our proudest accomplishments in 2020 was how we worked collectively with organizers. And we were able to work around the demonstrations and work so closely with the organizers that we safely facilitated more than 30 demonstrations and marches during the summer and fall of 2020 without having to make a single arrest. And for those that weren't able to take part in it, today was a very special day that we were able to help assist in the parade for our national champions, the Stanford national women's basketball team. So congratulations on that. Some of the notable changes that we put in place to meet the needs of the community was our online reporting system. This is really gaining a lot of momentum within the community, and it's already accounted for nearly 300 reports being taken, which has saved us over 400 hours of staff time. This equates for roughly around 16,000 year to date. So we're really happy that the community is finding value of this and would really recommend that you continue to use it whenever possible. Our transition to fully encrypt our radio system has clearly generated a lot of conversation since January. And we've been working closely with the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority and trying to come up with workarounds that would meet the intent of the Department of Justice mandate while keeping in place and the needs to protect the public and the privacy concerns related to transparency. But what I'd like to do for a moment is just clarify some of the misinformation about the process that is circulated throughout our community. The first being that we did this independently and that we did not have to comply with the DOJ mandate because it offered other options. Let me read exactly what the mandate states, and it is this. Law enforcement and criminal justice agencies authorized by the California Department of Justice to access CLETS must adhere to the requirements detailed through the CLETS policy, practices and procedures, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Criminal Justice Information Security Policy. This is done to ensure the confidentiality and the integrity of the data therein. More specifically, access to certain criminal justice information and personally identifiable information must be limited to authorized personnel, and the transmission of such information must be encrypted. Local media has reported that the mandate listed various options we could use so actually I'd like to read a little bit from what the mandate stated. Compliance with these requirements can be achieved using any of two ways. One is encryption of radio, which we did, and we can talk more about that. And two is to establish a policy that restricts dissemination of specific information that will provide the protection of restricted CJI and PII. There is no mention of the use of personal phones, giving radios to outside entities, or any other option that we've been asked to explore over the past 3 months. As I address you tonight, none of our regional partners have identified a viable option yet. And that brings us to our regional partners. I have read in the papers and on social media that Palo Alto was one of the first cities in Santa Clara County to encrypt all communication. And this is just not the case. More than half the agencies, 7 to be precise, representing over 80% of the population in Santa Clara County, were encrypting law enforcement radio communication before Palo Alto. The others that have recently transitioned are not doing it because we led. They're doing it to comply with the Department of Justice. We have been pressed to implement an alternative option, and let me be clear, we are open to doing just that if a viable option is identified. I've spoken with Eric Nickel, the executive director of the SVRIA, the regional authority, and he suggested that we look at one possible option that's being utilized in Orange County. So we did that. We contacted Orange County on Friday, and we spoke to the senior telecom engineer who oversees their radios for the entire county. And he actually confirmed that the police department radios have been encrypted since 2000 in Orange County, and there is no solution in place for media or anyone else listening to encrypted channels. However, the Orange County Fire and the MetroNet, who does dispatching for the fire department, both broadcast their unencrypted talk groups through Broadcastify, and that's an app through the internet. And then they stream that to PulsePoint for public monitoring. We actually do the exact same thing here for our fire department. You can go online today and take your iPhone and download PulsePoint, and it will just bring up all the calls for service for our fire department. So we spoke to the president of PulsePoint last week on the viability of creating a similar platform for law enforcement. And that conversation will continue. We look to continue to look for viable options, but it's also important to note that it would probably be imprudent and irresponsible to commit to any alternative solution until we can be assured that it protects the privacy information the mandate requires. Any new alternative option will require careful vetting and discussion, and it will also take regional collaboration. To sum this up for now, and I know we will probably come back to it, we are exploring options. We're looking for solutions, but we have to comply with the mandate and protect the privacy information of the people we come in contact with. It's very complicated and it's very complex. It's part of our job. Now, what I'd like to do is move into the part of the presentation that ultimately revolves around accountability. Out of all those calls for service I referenced earlier, we only had a handful of complaints regarding our personnel received from a member of the public, of which 7 resulted in a supervisory inquiry investigation. And out of those, 5 involved sworn personnel, 1 involved a public safety dispatcher, and 1 involved an animal control service officer. While our numbers of force and all those incidents were relatively small, a dozen in all, we extensively review our use of force incidents to ensure the law was followed, policy was complied with, liability concerns are identified, and where possible, improvements are integrated into our workforce. And as you know, we had an ad hoc that looked a lot at how we use our force and how we process these reviews. But let me quickly show the community how this process takes place. As you can see on this chart, the review process for use of force involves many levels of review, and we strive to complete initial reviews within 30 days from an incident. We could come back to this chart later if necessary as well, but I know this is one that the council has seen before. You know, there's been a few incidents that have caused us concern within the community, and we would not disagree if an incident were reviewed through this process and there was a determination that the force was excessive or unreasonable, accountability needs to be adhered to. But we also have to remember when a member of the public is watching a police incident on the news, they sometimes have days, weeks, and months to consider alternatives, and their own life is not usually at stake. Contrast this with the split-second use of force decisions that law enforcement officers make in circumstances that are extremely tense, uncertain, and rapidly unfolding. In 1989, the United States Supreme Court established a law that law enforcement officers should be judged by what's referred to as the objective reasonableness standard. It's a case called Graham versus Connor. When we in the Palo Alto Police Department review a use of force incident, we use the same standard. We review the facts surrounding the officer's use of force as they were presented to the officer at the time force was used, without relying on the benefit of 20/20 hindsight or second guessing the officer's decision. We confront the facts of the case as they were presented to the officer when the decision was made to use force in determining whether the actions were reasonable, given the circumstances and again, what was known to the officer at the time. An incident from 2020 led to us evaluating all aspects pertaining to our K-9 program. This review continues, and this case will ultimately be sent down to the IPA, as will all our force incidents involving serious injury from this day forward. In the meantime, I would like to take a moment to provide you with a brief overview of our K-9 program. For those that may not be aware, the Palo Alto Police Department has had K-9s for the past 30 years. Currently, our department has 2 dogs, both German Shepherds, assigned to patrol and throughout the city with their handlers. Both dogs are trained for basic patrol services, and one is especially trained for explosive detection. Both of the K-9 teams are highly trained. After attending a 4-week course that's state certified, each K-9 team participates in ongoing regional training twice monthly with other K-9 units from various departments. Every shift, each handler also works with their dog to train further. This adds up to usually about 60 hours of training each month for each K-9 team. The state of California also requires that each team qualify annually in certain basic tasks. For those dogs, like our explosive detection dog, selected for specialty assignments, they have an additional multi-week training school and ongoing qualifications that they have to meet. And you know, the dogs, as you can see, can be used in a variety of circumstances. And over the last 3 years, from 2018 to 2020, our 2 canine teams were deployed for a total of 350 times in the field. Of those 350 deployments, only 5 resulted in a police dog actually having to bite a suspect. The vast majority of the time, the canine team is able to assist the teams in finding the wanted person without having a bite. As a result of the changes that we made in 2020 to the scope of work with the independent auditor, the IPA is now reviewing all uses of force incidents by the Palo Alto Police Department's canine teams. Another valuable piece of information is that our 2 canine teams also completed nearly 250 public relation details in Palo Alto during the past 3 years. These could be planned events like National Night Out, block parties, a visit to a classroom, or even a promptu interaction with interested members of the community. These sorts of public relations details are beneficial ways to build trust and understanding between our officers, our canines, and the community members. You know, some members or some residents have actually asked why we are not taking advantage of available technologies such as drones to help mitigate high-risk searches. This is a legitimate question, and we would like the council's guidance on evaluating a drone program for the Palo Alto Police Department, one that would be exclusive to high-risk incidents utilized whenever possible before a canine or a high-risk search begins. There are many benefits, and we could go into that if you wish, both for the community as well as for our personnel. And looking forward, as we move further into 2021 and hopefully continue to experience a gradual return to normalcy, the Palo Alto Police Department plans to continue to adapt to the changing circumstances, the best way to meet the needs of the residents, the businesses, and the visitors. We recognize the city continues to face significant fiscal challenges, and the Palo Alto Police Department remains committed to doing our part to help. We're still hopeful of launching a new psychological emergency response team, better known as PERT, in partnership with the Santa Clara County Behavioral Health Services Department. As you know, this is a project we've been seeking for over 3 years now. We continue to have our monthly meetings with our Chiefs Advisory Group, and we're continuing to make strides on many of the technological initiatives designed to improve service within the community, many of which we talked with this group during the summer about. No matter what the challenges that face the future may bring, I want you to know that our employees will continue to steadfastly serve and protect this community with respect and integrity that everyone deserves. We are part of this community, and we realize there's no one way to serve, and there's really no one way to protect. We're proud to serve Palo Alto, and I'm really extremely proud to wear this badge with pride. We're always doing our best not to tarnish what it stands for. But the reality is public safety is not an easy profession. We push our personnel to their limits for the greater good. And yes, we will fall short of expectations at times, but I want each of you to know that we will be engaged, always engaged in our effort not to fall again. For all the challenging days, there's going to be days that make it worth it. And with that, since we started this evening out with words of appreciation from Green Middle School, I'd like to take another 60 seconds to conclude the presentation by sharing some appreciation sent to us by students of Fletcher Middle School. So thank you, Fletcher Middle School, for these kind words. I see you laughing there, Mr. City Manager.
That was a
Not
good
the only
card.
one.
That was classic.
You know, again, I would like to thank both middle schools because you saw just a handful, but the students were really amazing in sharing their thoughts and kind words, and as you saw, creativity as well. So thank you. That concludes our presentation, our summary of our update for 2020. We are now available for questions, and with me tonight will be Assistant Chief Andrew Bender, as well as Captain Wagner.
Okay, thank you for that, Chief. Let's go to the members of the public. So if you'd like to comment on this police study session, please raise your hand. And then, okay, it looks like we're getting quite a few. So City Clerk, if we could go with 2 minutes a speaker.
Yes, Mayor Du Bois. We will start with Rebecca Eisenberg, then Aram James, and then Hamilton Hitchings. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Responding quickly to different things stated. First of all, 2020 was neither unusual nor unexpected. We have known about the huge problem of police violence against people of color, in particular African-American males, for decades, centuries. Given that no officer of the Palo Alto Police Department involved in any of the PAPD's previous incidents of violence against minorities were fired, obviously more incidents were going to occur and will continue to occur. So, and we should expect them to keep occurring until the police department starts to have some accountability, which it doesn't. As to encryption, going through these so quickly. As to encryption, I take offense that it's either complicated or complex. This radio technology has been around for decades and decades. In fact, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, I grew up to the tune of a police radio scanner. Given that my grandparents, where I spent many days a week, lived in a about half black, half white neighborhood, they all shared having police scanners and being mindful of not being stopped by the police, which can pose great harm to people of color and, at the time in Milwaukee, to Jewish people. I take this very seriously. If you actually listen to what's on police radio, it should never, ever be personally identifiable information. It has not historically been personally identifiable information. You know for a fact it's not personally identifiable information. So you don't need to encrypt it. And that is what the DOJ says. To create trust, stop with the PR stunts, stop telling children they need to write thank you notes, and start with transparency. We know that Palo Alto is at the bottom of the list with transparency. Look at the one grainy video about the dog incident versus Mountain View's 8 very clear videos. Palo Alto Police Department can do better and needs to get under control. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings and Rita Varel. Once Aram James finishes, we will no longer be taking any hands to speak. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
So what transparency looks like is not encrypting first, and then we have to discover that later to have the hearing. It's the reverse. You bring to the attention of the citizens, the press, hey, we're thinking about encrypting. Let's have a hearing. This is the least transparent chief in the history of the Palo Alto Police Department, maybe except for Lynn Johnson. Funny, they have the same names here. But so the other thing, when you look at the expenditures of money, 250 PR displays of these violent canines to the kids in this community to try to soften up our community for their use. It's really not appropriate. I want you to look at both of Dave Price's last 2 op-eds. One says, you all, the city council needs to be making the policy. You need to look hard, underlying what the chief says. He's not a transparent chief. Why don't you ask Mr. Arevalo, Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Alejo, Jorge Hernandez, Albert Hopkins, Jamil Douglas, the Carlson case. This department has an unabated history of racism in police practices. We just don't like to acknowledge that. We have an extraordinarily, what happens with the canine team, you've seen, I've sent you a letter. I've had to hire my own attorney now because I've gotten no response on my Public Records Act from Lisa Schiff, who used to cooperate with me. Even the city clerk who cooperated with me in the past is frightened, has been intimidated. I asked 34 questions so I could give you an alternative narrative tonight back on February 22nd, and I've gotten zero except the canine policy that I've already read, that's already online, and my questions back. This is not a transparent department by any means. Don't accept the chief's word for that. Deeper cut.
Thank you, Aram. Our next speaker will be Hamilton Hitchings, followed by Rita Burrell and Kelsey Baines. Our final speaker for this evening will be Ola Abios. Hamilton, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, just a few quick comments. I think it's really important to get an unencrypted dispatch feed like the pulse point is for the fire department, so you can see where the police are being dispatched and ideally more information. I think there's actually a lot of information that goes from the 911 dispatcher over text already. So there may be a way to integrate with that feed, but I think that's really important. I think drones should be used by the fire department and the police for high risk situations. Atherton already has a drone for their fire department. We've been talking about launching PERT forever, but we need to actually do it. And then this is more of a question, but it was clear that union negotiations were a big opportunity for us in terms of police reform, because basically the unions over the last 20 years or 30 years were able to negotiate significant reductions in transparency and accountability. And I really hope that both the police department and the city council are working to gain some concessions from the union that will help with transparency and accountability. This includes more disciplinary power for the chief, and the fact that arbitration is used a lot of times to significantly reduce the accountability for an officer who acts outside the policy manual and proper behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. Our next speaker is Rita Burrell, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and then Kevin Ma. Rita, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I just wanted to say that the notes from the school children are quite nice, but that's not actually what we're talking about. We're talking about the police chief, either with or without the city manager, completely taking away the transparency that has existed in this town for years. I want to thank Dave Price and Bill Johnson for bringing it to the public's attention. And I just don't understand how this can happen in 2021. There's been so much outrage about police brutality and police activity and, the whole defund the police. And personally, I don't want to defund the police, but I do want to hold them accountable. And when something like this encryption happens overnight without any public knowledge, it really does make ordinary citizens like me wonder who is in charge of Palo Alto. I thought that the org chart started off with residents, and I think residents need to be at the top of the org chart again. Everyone else is hired and paid for with taxes. And I think that the city council needs to do whatever they can to rein in this kind of cowboy activity, which really does not serve us well. And the fact that other cities follow Palo Alto's example means that Palo Alto, as far as I'm concerned, even needs to be held to a higher standard than other cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Kevin Ma and then Salim Demirja. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a resident of Palo Alto, speaking on behalf of myself, despite the logo that is showing. So I wanted to comment on the issue of accountability with policing in Palo Alto. I saw the video of the horrific incident where Mr. Alejo was mauled by a dog. And I was certainly alarmed by that incident. But what was more alarming to me was when I read that the officer that was involved with this has a history of other incidents of excessive force. And I think that when we talk about accountability, we need to be thinking about patterns of behavior. And I am interested to know, what was the accountability action that was taken back in 2018, the last time someone was mauled by a dog that this officer was in control of. In my field, we say once is an event and twice is a pattern. And as far as I have read, there have been 3 different incidents with this officer. And I think it's irresponsible if we see a pattern of misbehavior or misjudgment of the situation that causes harm to people in our community. We should have some more accountability that might involve removal from the position. I don't think everyone has the demeanor to be a police officer, and that's a high level of responsibility when we give people that type of force. So we need to be careful with who has access to it. And if we see a pattern of behavior, I think that's a time where we should take away that access to force. So I think that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Salim Demirji and then Winter Dellenbach. Kevin, go ahead.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Kevin Ma. I'm a renter in the Ventura neighborhood. As with any wrongdoing, the worst thing that can happen is to treat it as a one-off and do absolutely nothing about it to address future situations that might happen. As a result, I would like to ask that the City Council ensure that, given this case of this canine incident, what changes should be made to this city to make such things impossible to happen in the future? This may mean accountability, because we've seen that it took a while for the video to show up despite news access requests for it. That really only came up once the legal ramifications started to boil to the surface with the complaint and potential lawsuit, and which relates to gender transparency in the city. I agree with the news services that the move to radio encryption was done perhaps too hastily, that there should have been time to analyze whether this could be done in a way that would still maintain public accessibility. I mean, there were 2 options. It just happens that people took the easier route rather than figuring out exactly what do we mean by operational difficulties that prevent a 2-channel or some kind of policy-based mechanism to hide personally identifiable information. This should have been coordinated with the rest of the county. I mean, the fact that it was originally us who started it made our systems incompatible with everyone else's until they got their act together too. So regarding the canine team, the policies as the policy manual should be updated. Currently, I can tell it's very cookie cutter. There's a lot of like department/offices, which should have been replaced with either one of them. So there's definitely a lot of this manual has definitely not been analyzed ever, in which case a policy doesn't really make any sense if no one really cares about it and there's no actual accountability to make sure people have punishments when bad things happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Salim Demirji, to be followed by Winter Dellenbach and then Sunita De Terrell. Salim, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Salim. I work in Mountain View. I don't normally come to Palo Alto City Council meetings, but as you know, Palo Alto PD has impacted Mountain View residents lately. And in particular, the case I have on the top of my head is the one involving Mr. Alejo. So amid widespread calls for police reform last year, there was a case of excessive force where Officer Enberg commanded his canine to maul an innocent man. And not only was this man innocent, he didn't even look anything like the guy they were going after. And not only that, but Mr. Alejo was asleep at the time. The officers then proceeded to arrest him while this dog is still being commanded to bite him. The dog bit him for so long that Palo Alto's daily newspaper wrote that fat cells were exposed for Mr. Alejo. And then an officer yells, "Stop resisting." It's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. And it's not just that this one incident on its own is appalling. It's also how we got there. So this officer, Officer Enberg, has been involved in multiple lawsuits before. One of the lawsuits involved a $250,000 settlement. Officer Enberg's dog attacked a young Black teenager in 2016. I asked the police department, was it the same dog? Like, perhaps the dog is the issue here. Nope, different dog. The only constant is Officer Enberg. So I appreciate the police chief's words when it comes to transparency and accountability, but there was no accountability here for Officer Enberg. And there has not been transparency when it came to this case. I suspect that Palo Alto Police Department did not want to be as transparent about what actually occurred in this incident in the middle of calls for police reform last year. And it's clear that police reform is absolutely needed in PAPD. Thank you.
Thank you, Salim. Our next speaker is Winter Dellenbach, to be followed by Sunita De Terrell, and then Emily LaCroix. Winter, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, I certainly hope tonight the City Council will address the 6 months it took for the press. It took the press to reveal that the K9 attack even happened, and that is wrong, that none of us even knew about it for that length of time. Secondly, I certainly support a less onerous answer to the encryption dilemma. I mainly want to talk, and I hope you all saw my memo that I sent Saturday. I think it was on Saturday. I'm sorry I sent it so late. 3 or so pages. There was a lot of detail in that. I hope it was helpful. And finally, I want to say something about a protocol that I briefly mentioned in there, informal inquiry, which at times replaces the traditional citizen complaints. This is at the prerogative of police. It has a truncated investigation and had no IPA oversight. This was unilaterally created by the PAPD without your knowledge or the public's knowledge. In 2019, thankfully, the IPA was then asked to provide oversight, perhaps because of the informal inquiries started to be cases of police misconduct and excessive force. They were supposed to be little trivial things like misunderstandings and matters of discourtesy. They are now reported for the first time in the recently released IPA's report. There are many serious questions about this practice. It's complex and they must be asked and answered in the future. Unfortunately, we're only gaining more transparency if the PAPD is required by City Council or state law to do it. Otherwise, it continues to diminish. This is concerning, wrong, and not in keeping with Palo Alto values.
Thank you, Winter. Our next speaker is Sunita De Terrell, to be followed by Emily LaCroix and Raven Malone. Sunita, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for my time. My understanding is that Palo Alto was one of the first that authorized public reports to be made available, which at the time was done earlier than most cities and was remarkable. However, the scope hasn't changed much. For example, when tasers were authorized, a compromise was made that a report needed to be made each time a taser was used. My understanding also is that each time a gun is fired, a report is generated. The OIR, the Office of Independent Review, oversees PAPD operations through some very small points of view. They oversee the use of deadly force, tasers, as I mentioned, and complaints against officers. And I'm glad to learn this evening that we've added all uses of force by K9 teams as well. I think that this scope needs to be made larger. I think City Council ought to consider starting to do proactive audits. And I believe this has been under discussion with City Manager and City Council. I'm hoping that the scope of the public reporting will increase so that, for example, the IPA, the Independent Police Auditor, can see how the PAPD is interacting with the community, and we can proactively look at those behaviors and outcomes. Finally, I wanted to add that I read recently that the largest police force in the United States the New York Police Department, has voted to end the practice of qualified immunity. The City Council of New York City voted to end qualified immunity following Colorado and Connecticut. A city council member from New York City named Corey Johnson has expressed his hope that other police departments in other cities and states will follow New York City to lead to end qualified immunity. I'm glad we're looking into more transparency and accountability. And my understanding is that qualified immunity is a very old policy that needs to be revisited. And I encourage Palo Alto to be innovative, cutting edge, and also help lead the way following the lead of New York City, Colorado, and Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Our next speaker is Emily LaCroix, to be followed by Raven Malone and then Eva Tang. Emily, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you so much everyone for your time. My name is Emily LaCroix and I'm a renter in the Evergreen Park neighborhood. First, I would just like to echo a lot of the previous sentiments that have already been expressed. I think that there is a need for increased transparency within the Palo Alto Police Department, and I agree that encrypting police radio is a tangible step away from increased transparency. I also agree that there needs to be more accountability with policing in Palo Alto. The incident with Mr. Alejo is simply unacceptable and cannot be tolerated. Furthermore, I agree with Sunita's point about ending qualified immunity in Palo Alto. If we truly are supposed to be at the center of innovation, I think the city can look into new ideas about policing and actually be progressive rather than purport to be. I'd finally like to end with a few comments on PERT and the city looking into alternatives to traditional policing. So the PERT program, as I understand it, still requires police officers attending mental health emergencies. This is not necessary, and in many times it is more harmful than helpful. Instead, the city should continue to look into alternatives to policing and mental health crises. I'm heartened by the city's recent support of Santa Clara County's Community Mobile Response Program. And I encourage the city to continue exploring other avenues like this. Finally, I'd just like to point out that I'm heartened to hear that despite the cut in PAPD personnel, we're still maintaining a low crime rate in our community. And maybe this can just be another point of evidence for City Council to consider when trying to explore more alternatives to policing, because there are other ways to maintain a safe community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emily. Our next speaker is Raven Malone, to be followed by Eva Tang. And our final speaker on this subject will be Ola Abios. Raven, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Raven Malone. I am a renter and I live in the Triple L neighborhood in Palo Alto. There is definitely an issue with our police department. The problem is that there is nothing being done about the issues in our police department historically. During the Black Lives Matter protests, you all made a resolution, you had the mural painted, you had the meeting with the police department, and yet nothing's really been done since. As a matter of fact, the mural was painted over because you valued the opinions of the police officers that you don't hold accountable over educating yourselves on the issues that people had with the mural. Also, when the police talk about the trainings that they do, I don't really care if it's not fixing the problems. You're still not being transparent. They're still not being held accountable. We've seen police officers even be promoted after using the N-word. I don't think that those are Palo Alto values. I don't think that we should settle for that. I would love to see Palo Alto end qualified immunity, like Sunita spoke about before me. Let's finally start making the right steps to make people of color feel safe in Palo Alto. I understand that there are a lot of people here who have never experienced issues with the Palo Alto Police Department, but please speak to your Black and brown friends and we can tell you. But please fix this so that people actually start feeling safe here. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Raven. Our next speaker is Eva Tang, to be followed by our final speaker, Ola Abios. Eva, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for giving me the time to speak tonight. Thank you for putting together this presentation, Chief. I frankly have to question the types of questions you're asking when when incidents like Mr. Alejo's come up. And it seems like the question you were asking was, what are we doing wrong with our police dogs? Whereas the question that you really should have been asking is, why is this guy who's been implicated in 3 lawsuits in violent situations still out in the field? Because frankly, the suits don't look great. He's making you look bad. I mean, there's the suit with the Palo Alto high school student, a high school student, a minor who really, I'm pretty sure he wasn't doing anything bad enough to warrant being mauled by a dog. Given, as a high school teacher, given the way high school students act, regardless. The other lawsuit is him shooting a patient at a mental health facility while responding to a crisis. There's a reason why suicide by cop exists, and it's because they know you act a certain way, you'll get shot by the cops. And that's frankly not a great precedent to set. The last one is the violent arrest of Julio Arvalo. And now with this 4th suit, frankly, like, at least think about the fact that he's making it look bad. And please be more transparent and hold Nick Enberg accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Eva. Our final speaker is Ola Abios. Ola, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm horrified to learn about the staggering force used against Mr. Alejo after he was wrongfully targeted as a domestic violence suspect. And it's really disheartening to know the same officer who was involved in the fatal shooting of a mentally ill person in 2015 was also involved in this case. I want to echo a lot of the comments that have been made already and point out that the case in 2015 was settled for $250,000. And it's a very good chance that the city can pay an even greater amount in this current instance with Mr. Alejo. This is a fundamental example of how costly policing can be to taxpayers, as these settlement amounts come from taxpayer dollars. Those of us who are constituents and taxpayers in this meeting should question how much we want to be involved in subsidizing the brutality and profiling inherent to policing. I'm also disgusted but not surprised that as the community is discussing the incident with Mr. Alejo, that the police department has moved to encrypt radio transmissions and further limit transparency and accountability. For context, the Palo Alto Police Department has a score of 48% on the police scorecard website created by Campaign Zero, a leading organization in this space. Scores range from 0 to 100%, and they're based on how much a city spends on policing, uses force, and are likely to hold officers accountable and make few arrests for low-level offenses. Palo Alto feels woefully in this regard and includes 77% of its arrests are for low-level offenses. Lastly, I'm extremely concerned by the mentions of drone surveillance to be incorporated in the K-9 program, as I believe I heard during the presentation. This is absolutely a regression, not an improvement. Drone surveillance is a costly, abusive practice that also gives rise to further racial profiling, privacy issues, and settlements paid from taxpayer funds. We are nearing the anniversary of George Floyd's killings, and much of what we've gotten from the police department and the city council, due to the lack of accountability, have been empty statements about Black lives without showing up for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to all the public speakers. We have a little bit over 30 minutes left on this session, so I'd suggest we try to do kind of one round. If you need to go over a few minutes, we can do that. Who'd like to start on council? see. Thank you, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief Johnson, for being here tonight and for that presentation and just the work that you and all the women and men of our police department do to keep us safe. I mean, it's an incredibly difficult profession, and and I think all in Palo Alto are appreciative of their efforts, and especially in this challenging year. That being said, it's also a profession that I think when police officers enter, they understand that they're under a level of scrutiny that you don't see in other professions, and there is a level of transparency that is really required for law enforcement. And so I kind of in that vein, I really wanted to focus my comments first on radio encryption and just kind of get a better understanding of our options here. So does the department have any objection to operating its dispatch radio channel without encryption and implementing a policy to protect personal identifying information through use of an encrypted secondary channel?
Yeah, great question. And as you know, when we, and I mentioned it, I think in a council meeting recently, when we transitioned to digital radios years ago, which initially gave us the opportunity to fully encrypt, we purposely kept our primary channel unencrypted because of transparency and the importance it has in this community. If it weren't for the Department of Justice mandate that came out in October, we'd still be working under that model. Under that mandate, though, the requirements to meet that protection standard is extremely challenging and difficult. And that's why I mentioned not one agency in the region, and I would challenge the local media to find one, not one agency in our region is utilizing a viable option right now because of whether it's cost, personnel, or challenges that are imposed by it. It's just very, very difficult. And we have been nonstop, and Captain Wagner can speak to it more, nonstop in looking at all the options that have been presented to us on what it would take to do something like that. Our most realistic, in my opinion, is technology. And I do have faith that PulsePoint or some other company will develop a program that allows us to do it like we're doing with the fire department. But as I sit here today, we just don't have that viable option with us.
So just kind of be clear, you said it early on in your statement, there is a secondary channel that, so that exists, but you're saying under the DOJ memo that would not be allowed?
Yes, so we still have an unencrypted channel. I think every agency has them, but because of the mandate, we can't translate or dispatch information over that unencrypted channel without ensuring the protection of personal privacy information is there. So that's where we're at right now. And that's why we transitioned to the encrypted channel.
So what I'm trying to understand is why can't your kind of the normal day-to-day business go about on the unencrypted channel, and then when there is going to be personal identifiable information being released, switch to that? Because I understand the requirements for PII is actually fairly limited. I would imagine the vast majority of communications over the radio do not contain PII. So why can't you just have that?
It's actually the opposite. And I'll have Captain Wagner speak to that, but almost on every call for the police, again, fire is differently, and that's why we have that ability to do it through PulsePoint. But police frequencies, there's almost always information being shared back and forth. So Captain Wagner, do you want to answer that question for the council member?
Yes. Stone? Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Stone, can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. So for the first thing, which I think you're asking, is about dispatch services. So why is it not possible to have another channel added to our dispatch center to be able to monitor this? So let me speak to that for just a moment. So as you know, our dispatch center, we have a lot of calls coming in and out of that center for a bunch of different disciplines. The stations that we currently have, and we only have 14 full-time employees, we are looking to have 16 full-time employees, but unfortunately the last fiscal year, they cut 4 positions from the center. So right now we have a minimum staffing of 3 persons. We staff the police main channel, which is the primary law enforcement communication channel. We staff the fire department EMS channel. We also staff a public works, utilities, animal control, which also backs up as call taking when possible. Now, with only 3 persons in the center, that is 3 people doing a very busy job with, again, more than 400 calls in and out every single day for 3 people to handle. So we would have to have additional dispatchers to staff an additional station. So when we have 4 people during our peak call for service times, it is our goal to have at least 4 people in the center to help answer emergency calls for service. Once again, that's another person dedicated just to answer anybody who calls up and dials 911. So really what it would take in a center, and this is why large agencies have a better ability to have their own channels that only serve personal identifying information, or let's just say criminal justice information checks, is because they have more people and more dispatchers dedicated. Like, for example, let's say, Chicago PD or Orange County is who I was speaking with recently. They have dedicated people to answer just those calls for officers. There's another complexity to that, however. Even if we had another dispatcher just dedicated to answer those calls for service, understand that in the field, an officer with a mobile radio can only listen to one radio channel at a time. So what occurs is that there may be other emergency traffic, very important traffic going on in the city, but that officer would be on a different channel and would not hear that information. So it's a complex thing that would work well in large cities that have lots of dispatchers, perhaps with 2-man unit cars, where one officer could monitor one channel, another officer could monitor the other. But with the constraints of how we operate in Palo Alto, that's just not a viable solution for us at this time.
And are we only operating on the DOJ memo that came out in the fall of last year is a very short memo. It's 1-2 pages long. Is that all we're going off of, or is there a more substantive anything coming out of the DOJ since then that's giving us better direction?
I appreciate that question. So I have been in communications with DOJ. They were very clear that there is currently no legal exception for members of the public or the press to listen to this personal identifying information. It was their intent to allow agencies to come into compliance with notification. These policies have been in place for some period of time, but the technology was not present to be able to comply with it until digital radio came out, which allowed a much easier way to actually have encrypted communications.
Okay, thank you. And I know I'm definitely over my time, so I have several more questions. I'm hopeful we can have another round, but just to wrap up then my kind of thoughts on this, since I know I'm so over time. I think this is an issue that's really impeding the First Amendment of the right of the press to do their job in being a check on our government. And I understand it's difficult to develop and implement a new policy, but the First Amendment sets a floor that we can't constitutionally fall below. And we're not meeting that standard here. It doesn't matter if it's hard. Most things worth doing are, but we really need to identify alternatives to this blanket encryption, and at a minimum, allow for the press to monitor police radio. I really think this item needs to be agendized as an action item as soon as possible for either the full council, the policy and services to really develop a more transparent policy that meets the spirit of the DOJ memo, while also protecting the constitutional right of the press and the public to have access to this information. So I appreciate you being here and answering my questions, but I think we're still falling short. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Councilmember Stone, for your questions. So first, my understanding is, Chief, that you've written a letter asking for permission to rescind the encryption temporarily while we pursue other potential fixes. We're getting, I think, some background noise from somewhere. And 2 questions. Where does that stand? And can you explain how much of whether that is just directed at state requirements or federal as well, and what the legislative fixes might need to be then if it also applies at federal level?
Yes, sir, absolutely. And great. For those that aren't aware, and I think many in this forum are, I wrote a letter to the Department of Justice asking and requesting that they allow us, the Palo Alto Police Department, to revert back to our unencrypted channel for our primary dispatch while we evaluate some of these options that are being proposed. We have not heard back as of this moment, 6:06 p.m. on a Monday evening. I have not heard back from the Department of Justice. In speaking with Executive Director Eric Nickel, as I spoke to earlier, regionally, it would be very, very problematic if we become the only agency that reverts back. And Eric Nickel was not able to make it with us tonight, but hopefully maybe in the future we can have him here to speak to the complexity of our agency, because of the interoperability within the other agencies in the region. If we do get permission to go back, and it was asked to do that until the end of the year while we evaluate these options, he said it would be very complicated because every time we go to unencrypted, and if we have a regional situation, it would automatically prompt them, the other agencies, to do it as well. And it requires a lot of personnel to do it and a lot of coordination. So again, I hope maybe he can come at a future date and speak to this matter, but it's not so simple as if DOJ were to say, well, you can do whatever you want. If we were to do it, it would become an issue within the region.
So this is all state DOJ?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That's who my letter was directed to.
Okay. You just mentioned that we'd have a county interoperability issue when we had those occasions where we went into countywide transmission. So what if would we be able to toggle between an encrypted and a non-encrypted channel if we were able to go back and forth?
No, and maybe Captain Wagner can address that, but that's my understanding is it becomes very problematic. And I know, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but I know Councilmember Koo has just recently joined that board. So at least we have a voice on the regional authority board to speak to these matters in the future as we move forward.
Okay, and then I think the council, a number of us have already shown some interest in legislative reform. And I don't think that would be accomplished unilaterally by Palo Alto, but we certainly could pursue a sub-regional or regional collaboration. So have you identified what legislative reform would be effective at providing the transparency that we're looking for while providing the privacy protections that are intended?
Well, I don't have any specific legislation. There's not one currently being proposed regarding encrypted radio communication. But again, this came out of the Department of Justice under, our former Attorney General. There has been a change in the State Department, so maybe with the new Attorney General, conversations can be had. We haven't been invited to those conversations yet, but again, that's something that I could see happening in the future.
Well,
if I could add also, Vice Mayor Burt, just to add to the Chief's response, we are aware that in the prior legislative session, there was a bill that focused on providing some form of license or other means through which members of certified news organization would be able to receive a radio. And so again, not presuming that that's a viable option, we do know that bill died before getting very far through the legislative process. So that's one angle that, again, should it be possible to make it through the legislative process, could be an approach. But again, to the Chief's point, it's not to suggest that that's either the best or the only legislative solution.
Correct. And what I want to do is hear from our chief and hopefully based upon a discussion that's occurred amongst chiefs in the county or a smaller group, what would be fixes that could occur legislatively? Have we engaged with our lobbyists to find out why that bill failed last year? And is it an insurmountable barrier, or was it just a political barrier? Was it a legal problem or a political one in its passage?
So Deputy City Manager Chantal Cotton Gaines may have additional information, but I think a key, well, not having specifics as to why that bill died, is that the author is no longer in the seat that was previously held. And as such, there's not currently a sponsor for the bill. That said, in our casual conversations with our local media, we have offered this as an area of interest and willingness to work with them. And certainly, to your point, it's not something we could take on alone, but certainly with partnerships would be worth exploring.
And if I can jump in, thank you, City Manager Shikata. The only thing I'll add is in conversations with our state advocates, they mentioned that this would be something that if there was interest from the council, we can work with potentially a few legislators to look at something for next session. So it's a ripe opportunity right now if there were interest to define a little bit what that looks like and then continue that process looking at next legislative session.
Well, thank you. Although it might be possible to even do it this legislative session, even though there was not a bill introduced at the outset with gut and amend processes. If there's an urgency, there's often an ability to get something done in a quicker time frame than would be customary. Thank you for now.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Welcome back, Chief Johnson. It's nice to see you. And Assistant Captain Wagner, hello. Thank you for the comprehensive report. I know last year we were, I think all of us more in reactive mode, and there was certainly a lot for some of us to learn about how the organization operates. So I appreciate the detail that was provided. And I'm reminded of the comments I certainly received from multiple members of the community about how well our police department handled the many protests last year that did all remain peaceful. So I just want to start by saying that is not insignificant. We all watch the news and see what's happening elsewhere. And so I want to express my appreciation for that. And then a few questions. Well, I guess one more statement. Very supportive of having the media get access to this, to the police channel. And I think my colleagues have started some helpful discussions, and it sounds like Chief is well on his way, and I'm 100% supportive of that and ready to help convince legislators to gut and amend one of their favorite bills or whatever needs to be done. I think one of the things that might be a little confusing to people is the staff reductions. So if I look on page 2 of the report, it talks about a 13% decrease in the number of sworn positions. How many people actually, I just want people to understand how many people left the department last year and whether or not some of those positions were vacant. It's a little difficult for people who aren't versed in it to follow that. So I just don't want people to, I want people to understand exactly how many people we have working now versus last year, if that's makes sense.
Yeah, that's a great point. And, you know, we did have a lot of vacancies, if you remember, and especially those that were on the council when I came in, we had 13 police officer vacancies. We were able to fill quite a bit of those, but we still had vacancies that we were able to give up in staffing, both on professional and sworn side. And out of the total, if you were to break it down, if you remember, we ended up ultimately giving up 11 police officer positions. Those were all vacant at the time, so that worked out through attrition. We gave up 2 lieutenant positions in management. We gave up, as Captain Wagner mentioned, 4 dispatcher positions, which were vacant at the time. Those are a position that's always been challenging for us to fill. And as you remember, and we've spoken to, some of the key positions, timing-wise, looking back, are unfortunate that we gave up, was the technical services director, who oversees all the radio communication and the technology in the organization, as well as the communications manager. Those were positions that were filled. And so ultimately we had 4 bodies that were in the department that were actually laid off. And the PIO, again, looking back with everything that's gone on in the past 9 months, it would have been great to have retained that position. But that was the primary positions that were let go. And then obviously we reduced our parking enforcement staff, our community service officers by 2, and that's the totality of the reductions for 2020.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I was also interested in your collaboration with Stanford's social psychological answers to real world questions. We had a lot of discussion about that data. What does that collaboration look like? What kind of data are we providing and what might we learn?
Yeah, let me turn that over to Assistant Chief Andrew Bender. He's been working very closely on that project. And Andrew, if you're there.
I am. Thanks, Chief. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Vice Mayor. We have had ongoing conversations with Sanford Spark. We've met with them on a number of occasions. We've sat down with some members of the department, and essentially we're in the process right now working with specifically Dr. Rebecca Hetty, putting together a survey for the department that should be coming hopefully very soon.
Great, I'm really happy to hear that. Now back to technical services. One of the other things we discussed a lot last year was collecting data and getting ready to implement the Racial and Identity Profiling Act sooner rather than later. It looks like in the staff report that's still a little bit later than we were hoping. Do we have an update on the timing for when that data will be collected and available?
Absolutely. Captain Wagner?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Cormack, for that question. So we do have information. Actually, I've already reached out to the Department of Justice, but as you know, we are going to plan to do the RIPA data collection electronically through our new records management system. That project is in progress, but as a measure, as a backup measure, as well as a measure to make sure that we are compliant with that regulation, I've actually already contacted the Department of Justice to test input data sooner rather than later. I already have an account set up and we are identifying officers to do test submissions. And this is really an effort to make sure, A, we have a solid way to make sure that we're compliant, and B, to understand the intricacies of the data and the operational needs of putting in the data to find out how are we going to make this work the best for everyone and make sure we get our submissions in. So we are very soon going to be doing test data submissions, and we will definitely have our information in time.
Okay, thanks. So we're beta testing. And can you remind me if that data is to be input immediately after an incident or if it's at the end of an officer's shift?
There's no requirement specifically of when you need to enter it. I would say best practice from all the agencies I've collaborated with is sooner rather than later, but clearly before the end of the workday is really the best practice.
Okay, thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, I have a few more things. Would you like me to continue or it looks like we might be doing, yes, continue, okay. I know there's a lot of discussion about the IPA and it's important to all of us, I think, that we continue to provide information and get information, but I feel like that's late in the process and shouldn't be our only emphasis. One of the things we talked about last year was hearts and minds and providing a way to encourage the behavior we hope to see in all of our employees rather than just figure out when things go wrong. So I just encourage all of us to think about that. And in the context of that, I think there are a few things that I'll still be interested in. And I believe they're going through policy and services, but perhaps staff can help me with this. One is the welfare checks. Again, I was so surprised last year to see that it's such a large portion of what our staff does. And so I just want to be sure that the right people are doing that. Mental health calls we've certainly talked about before, and I think that area is one where we need to spend some real time. It's probably worth a study session on its own at some point to understand. And I think also we might contemplate that being an area where instead of looking to best practices, we look to be the leader. So I know we spent a lot of time last year trying to figure out who else was doing it, but we might have an opportunity with such a low crime rate to be able to be a leader in coming up with something new there. And then finally, I remain concerned about the traffic stops for minor issues. I don't know that that's really necessarily, expired registrations and things like that. I'll be interested to see the data when we get that with the RIPA data. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe fairly brief because Greer asked a lot of what I wanted to ask. You know, I mean, I think it's kind of obvious, but you know, the encryption thing, you know, this is a state mandate, and you know, we seem to be in the era of state mandates, and this is one that doesn't seem to solve any particular problem we have in our community. And so I'm encouraged that we're collaborating with other cities to see if we can find a way around this and so forth, because you know, this isn't something we need here, right? So thank you to the state for that. Briefly on the IPA, couple things. Policy and Services was going to take a look at the scope of the IPA and audit plans and stuff like that. Are we still on track to do some of that kind of stuff?
Maybe I should be best to respond to that one. We've got a couple of referrals to staff. One is coming back to the Policy and Services Committee, actually I believe it was next week, that relates to review of personnel related items. The other is
one
for the IPA's contract overall, and I believe with staff and coming directly back to the full council within the next 60 days or so. City Attorney, kick me under the camera if that's incorrect.
Correct on both of those.
Okay, thanks very much. Looking forward to that, and you know, I think we understand it takes some time to get through these things, but we're still looking forward to seeing that. Second, and briefly, and then Councilman McCormick touched on this just briefly, on the Alejo incident. You know, I'm glad the IPA is reviewing it. I think that's the right thing to do. It's unfortunate that in a case like this, there seems to be such a long time frame between the event and the time that review happens. And so I think if we had some kind of way of, you know, of maybe fast tracking some of these kinds of things where it's warranted, I think that would be a useful enhancement to the way that we do business here. Okay, thanks very much.
Councilmember Q.
Thank you. So thanks for the report, Chief Johnson. And I just wanted to mention in terms of the encryption, the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Authority, which is where I now am sitting as a alternate director. I was wondering if maybe the city might be able to submit a letter to see if the other directors from the other cities would want to encourage legislation for changes to this matter. Would that be something that as a region, as a county, we might be able to look for legislation?
Well, Chief Johnson may either agree or disagree. I certainly think that's fair for discussion with SVRIA, and I also suspect that it's a bit of a chicken and the egg issue in that, as was noted earlier with Vice Mayor's question, we're aware of one prior avenue on trying to tackle that issue. You know, quite frankly, I'm not sure we know the best or the only, certainly not the only ways to approach it. So certainly involving other stakeholders is a good way to try to get our arms around what might be possible legislatively. So no harm in expanding the circle of discussion.
Okay. Did you have something to add, Chief?
No, I mean, I just think this is an issue that's going to be interesting because every agency, every city has their own opinion of it or their perspective of it. And I'm really just hopeful that we'll be able to find technology that will allow us to meet the needs of both the community and the DOJ mandate. I mean, we are in the Silicon Valley, so I'm overly optimistic on that possibility, but in our conversation with Pulse Point, I have to say that it's possible. So that's where my hope lies right now, is getting that technology in place so we can meet everybody's expectations.
Yeah, when Chief well, former Chief Nichols was here in Palo Alto. He introduced us to Pulse Point. A lot of the emergency preparedness volunteers have it on their accounts. And I know I track what's going on with fire and sometimes police as well, because police respond to those fire incidents if they're needed. Now so I'm learning a lot more as I've only been to one meeting. I just got onto the seat at SVRIA. So there's a lot more to learn on that. And certainly, maybe informal question to the executive director might be something that we could do also. I also wanted to say that, I read in the staff report that the department is continuing to leverage technology to improve service to the public and increase staff efficiency. I just want to mention that, yes, I think technology will work very well on some matters, but I think there still needs to be a strong face-to-face presence within the community. The interactions between police and the community on a human level is important, so that they know you, they see that you are, in terms of interactions, relations, building that. So I hope that continues. I know our staff is not at the optimal levels, but I hope that still continues. And and just thank you to the public safety officers for keeping the city safe. And well, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to also join in the chorus of thanking you for your work. I know it's a difficult job. I know that staffing is limited and budgets are what they are, but I appreciate that you guys are trying to do as much as you can. If you go into Nextdoor, just a continuous stream of people who've talked about getting their catalytic converter stolen, or their garage getting broken into, or their bikes stolen, or it's like just about every day. And I realize that you guys are, there's only so much you could do given the staffing levels and given the current situation. But I do think it's important that people feel safe, especially with kind of the rise in hate crimes, especially against Asian Americans. So definitely appreciate with what you guys are trying to do. I was just curious, are you guys actually trying to track some of the hate crimes? I think last time we talked, you had no reported hate crimes against Asians, but I've attended about 7 or 8 of these rallies, and I've talked to so many people who've experienced incidents, and I was just curious to know what I've been doing in this area.
Yeah, I mean, Chief Bender, or actually it was Captain Reifschneider, and I attended the Human Relations Commission, about 2-3 weeks ago, spoke to the incidents both in 2020 and 2021 that have occurred. And as I mentioned, primarily a vast majority of them have to do with property-related incidents associated with the crimes. But we are taking reports on any calls that somebody calls. We're taking an incident report. So that's available, and we highly encourage members of the public to call us because that's how it has to start. We can't report something that we're unaware of. So please call if at any time you feel at danger or at risk.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think for me, the priorities in the community is making sure that people feel safe and that we try to stop crime as much as possible. And I know that's what you're trying to do. So I appreciate that. And I realize that, there might be a kind of rise in these kind of property crimes. So, I've heard about, like I said, bike stolen, catalytic converters. You've probably seen the same or get the same kind of reports. And so you mentioned trying to leverage technology to perhaps become a bit of a force multiplier, so you could cover perhaps more area with limited number of people. And I'm supportive of that. So I've talked to fellow council members from other cities who've implemented drone programs, and they've done it with a lot of success. So I would encourage you guys to look at that closely. And I could connect you with some of these cities I've talked to who've implemented these programs, but they've been very successful. So I think that's something that might be useful and might be able to also perhaps apprehend people quicker and or give you more leverage as you try to reduce the crime in our city. The other, and I know you guys are starting to do kind of LPR for license plate readers, and the other thing that I've seen cities do, like Atherton or other nearby cities, is fixed license plate readers, especially for property crimes where it's very difficult to catch people if there's only a grainy video of people, where this can ID cars that perhaps are the possible culprits for some of these crimes. So I would also encourage perhaps looking at some of that as well. Because I've talked to the chief at Danville, also the chief at I think it was San Mateo, and a few others, and they've had some success in this area. So maybe something worth looking at. But anyways, I know we have certain constraints in our budget, and so I think trying to leverage technology to for you to be able to kind of amplify the amount of work that you guys could do, I think is really important, because I know there's a lot of frustration in the community about all these crimes that are happening. Some places, like I know this townhouse complex on San Antonio, they've been hit every single week for like 4 weeks in a row. It's crazy. So, I mean, people don't feel safe when that happens, right? Or I know of another single family resident owner where he's also been hit like 3 times. And when that happens, people just don't feel right. So I think it's important that we try to do something to kind of stem the tide here. With that said, though, I do also believe that transparency is really important to make sure that people can believe in the work that we're doing. So I think transparency, making sure that body cam videos are readily available, making sure the reports are timely available, that people that we honor the public request, public request for information in a timely fashion, I think is important. And I also understand the press's interest in trying to understand, listen to the police radios, and I also understand the PI, so I kind of understand both sides. And it's a tricky situation, but I think from the press point of view, is like who's policing the police, and so this is a way to check. So hopefully we can figure out a solution, because I do think it's important as well. But I think first and foremost is really making sure that people and property are safe in our city. So I want to support you in that, and would love to hear more if you have other ideas as to what else can we do on council to help support you guys in trying to do your job. So did you have any suggestions beyond the ones you mentioned already?
No, I mean, clearly we've seen an impact on some of the reductions, and I'm not going to dwell too much on that, but we did have a lot of those teams available at one point, such as the downtown street team that was able to really focus on a lot of these types of crimes, catalytic converters. They were a specialized team that we could utilize to focus on trends and address them. We don't have that team anymore, so we're a little more reactive than I'd prefer. I appreciate your suggestions and your support. We will look more into the drone program, because I do think it will have some value, especially in the high risk incidents. And the LPRs I'm very familiar with, so we can take a look at those as well, and bring that back to the council for conversation. The LPRs have mixed reception depending on the community. I've been part of communities that really appreciated them, and I've been part of communities that really did not care for them. But we will look into that, see what we can find, and bring it back to you. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your work.
Yeah, so thank you for the report and the update, and I really appreciate the work that you do and how safe our city is overall. And I too am concerned about the rise in property thefts. So given the time in our agenda tonight, I'm just going to run through some thoughts on maybe areas we could see some further work. In terms of the IPA, I'd really like to see those reports get to us more quickly. We just got the 2019 report. I'm really hopeful we could get the 2020 report before the summer break, at least part of it. And if we need to, let's prepare and bring up in labor negotiations ways to speed this up. I think Councilmember Philsett talked about fast tracking certain items. Again, I just think that the timeline and the lag is just too long. On encryption, personally, I think we should reverse the decision immediately and wait until year end, and hopefully come up with an alternative before then. I don't think we should ask permission as long as we meet the DOJ's deadline. And I am concerned about a messaging kind of pulse point solution that if it doesn't provide enough data to really tell when an event is newsworthy, just having a flood of kind of generic text messages may not be that useful. And I do wonder if we should consider that solution in reverse maybe and use the computer and text messages to send PII to police officers instead of using voice. But anyways, I support the idea that maybe we should have an action item on this topic. I think it's too much for a study session. I'd also really like to see us release all our body cam footage on a daily basis. And I'd like to understand like, what it would take to implement that. On the transparency side, I'm glad that we're redacting, fewer policies. I'm still concerned that we aren't as transparent as other cities and really like us to look at the items we're still redacting to see if we really need to redact those. And again, I think some of these issues have to do with our labor agreements. I think, I don't know if this is an issue, but if we could even report in an aggregated way incidents that lead to investigations and what the outcomes are, whether it's discipline or other things, just to provide a kind of an aggregated level of transparency. Personally, I'm not in favor of drones, given our level of crime. I think the noise and privacy issues will be an issue. I actually think in our community it would be more of an issue than license plate readers. I could be wrong about that, but I'd be concerned. And then finally, we do have this advisory group, or the police chief have this advisory group. I don't think those meetings are public. I know other cities are establishing more public police oversight bodies. So I wonder if that was something you would consider actually making that a public meeting. I think that would also help increase transparency. So I know I rattled through a bunch of stuff, but trying to keep us on schedule. Unless somebody really has something critical to add, I would suggest we add this item rather than do like a whole nother second round. But I mean, if somebody really has something they want to add in, go ahead and raise your hands. And I still see Councilmember Stone and Vice Mayor Burt with your hands up. Did you guys, either of you want to speak?
I have several. I mean, I have many more questions. I can email them to the chief and and communicate with him in that way.
Okay. How about you, Vice Mayor Burt?
So I also have a whole series of other questions. We clearly don't have opportunity tonight to go into the depth on a lot of this that a number of us really want to do. So we have a tight schedule coming forward, but I think we're going to need to look at being able to have an action session. And one of the things I'm going to be most interested in is on a more immediate response to this encryption issue, is whether at least we can take our current system, which is a daily log that is, my understanding, is provided of incidents, and do this more frequently, every shift, every half shift, something that gives more real-time information. And then we also, in large part as a result of the staffing reductions, we lost or rescinded practices of having senior staff available to the press, as opposed to written questions and then a delayed response and a written response and then an opportunity to ask a follow-up question. And all this can be days on something that's a major public safety interest in real time. And so that's going to be one area that I'd like to see as immediate of action as we can. We don't have the opportunity tonight to, in a study session, to give council direction, but I think that out of all the complexity that we have, improving that transparency before we totally solve it is maybe the most we can do in the near term. So I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you. So thank you again to our police staff. Hopefully you got some good, useful feedback tonight. And I would suggest we're going to end this item. Before we start item number 2 on unhoused in Palo Alto, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. So we will come back at 6:50. Okay, thank you all for being timely. Let's go ahead and continue with item number 2, which is a discussion of services for the unhoused.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me ask Deputy City Manager Chantel Cotton Gaines to lead off for staff.
Absolutely. I am working on the screen share. Just 1 second. Everyone see my screen?
Your volume's a little low, Chantel.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just was whispering. Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager for the City of Palo Alto. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and the Palo Alto community for having opportunity to discuss this topic today. I have with me many of our great community partners and staff that are working on the issue of the unhoused in Palo Alto. And so just very quickly, I wanted to give an overview of the presentation. We have many partners that are participating in our presentation today. And so we'll have the staff from Santa Clara County providing information about the efforts going on with the county related to the unhoused, as well as doing an overview of existing programs in Palo Alto. We have partners from the Opportunity Center here to discuss the Opportunity Center and shelter options in Palo Alto, staff and community partners to talk about the safe parking programs, and lastly, just a high overview of some of the other partners and services. And we'll also have just a quick piece of information as well about some of the coordination efforts that we have going on with Stanford. And we'll end it with council areas for discussion and next steps. So one thing I wanted to mention of why the item is coming before the council today is there's been considerable community interest in this topic from many different perspectives, as well as the City Council and at the end of January in your discussion of the community and economic recovery strategy, that this was one of the items that council directed staff to come back to the City Council with information about the unhoused in Palo Alto, and what some of the efforts are, and thinking about allocating additional resources towards this effort. So the report to you today is responsive to that directive from the City Council at the end of January. So jumping right into the presentation, we wanted to start the presentation today with efforts for the unhoused by Santa Clara County. We're starting with the county as a partner there for the presentation because the county is looking at this from a regional perspective, working with many different communities, as well as doing a lot of direct services themselves related to the unhoused in the county. They have a framework and a community plan to end homelessness as a way for us to really frame just the situation that we see countywide related to any services offered to the unhoused. And so we wanted the county to start the conversation to just provide that framing and scoping for us, and then we can get into more information specific to Palo Alto. So from the county today, we have the Director of the Office of Supportive Housing, Consuelo Hernandez, as well as Deputy Director Catherine Kaminsky. And from Destination Home, who works directly with the county very closely on this topic of the unhoused, we have Ray Bramson. So I will turn it over now to Consuelo.
Thank you, Chantal. Good evening, members of the City Council. It's nice to be back in Palo Alto. Some of you might not know this, but I actually moved up here first to work for the City of Palo Alto. And I was there for a little over 4 years working as the community engagement person for the comp plan. And so what I will do this evening is hand it over to Catherine, who will kick off the presentation, and then to Ray Bramson. Thank you.
Thank you, Consuelo, and thank you, Chantal, and thank you, council members, for having us here this evening. I wanted to start by talking a little bit about our community plan to end homelessness. So in 2019, we spent many months gathering input from stakeholders and community members across the county, as well as evaluating the success and challenges that we had seen since the 2015 community plan to end homelessness was adopted and endorsed by many communities, including Palo Alto. And we came up with a set of many strategies. The link is on the slide. Hopefully you have a chance to take a look at the full community plan to end homelessness. But we started with a couple of guiding values, and those values that are reflected throughout the entire plan are, one, that we're going to raise the voices of people with lived experience and share power with our unhoused neighbors as we implement the strategies of the plan. We did a lot of outreach with people with lived experience of homelessness as we developed the plan, and actually took the plan itself to the Lived Experience Advisory Board for our first endorsement. The second guiding value is that we will focus on policies and programs that will reduce racial inequity and reverse the disproportionately high rates of people of color in our unhoused community. So those two guiding values should be seen throughout the plan, not as standalone strategies, but really as the lenses that we are using to implement these strategies. The 2020 plan is really a roadmap that outlines how we're going to address homelessness over the next 5 years. And it's built on the 3 core strategies or focus areas that you see on the slide there. The first is the broadest in scope and includes addressing the systemic factors that influence the root causes and the inflow into homelessness. So this includes things like increasing access to living wage jobs and providing the conditions necessary to develop affordable housing. The second area of focus, we know that it will take time to really address and correct those root causes. So while we are doing that work, we also need to expand homelessness prevention and housing programs to better meet the need. This includes permanent supportive housing programs that provide long-term subsidies and supportive services, rapid rehousing programs that provide a time-limited subsidy and also supportive services, as well as our homelessness prevention programs to help people who are at risk of losing their housing stay housed. And lastly, we know that we don't have enough resources to meet the need today. And so we have a set of strategies in the third area that are focused on improving the quality of life for unsheltered individuals and creating healthy neighborhoods for all. So this includes things like increasing the number of shelter beds, increasing our outreach and mobile hygiene, and access to things like behavioral health services and healthcare services for those that are living outside today. Next slide, please. So as we were developing the plan, we felt it was really important to reflect on the progress made since 2015. So in the period of 2015 to 2019, across our county, our system, all of our partners, many of which I think are here today, helped over 8,800 households resolve their homelessness, and this represented over 14,000 people. In that same period of time, we doubled the number of supportive housing units available, as well as doubled our temporary and emergency shelter capacity. We launched a new homelessness prevention system that at the end of 2019 was serving over 1,000 households annually. Today, it's serving over 1,500 households annually. And that doesn't even include the tremendous efforts of Destination Home and our partners across the county to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic by providing rental and financial assistance to thousands more households. We also led a community-wide campaign that resulted in over 1,600 veterans being housed, and also engaged over 800 private landlords in that effort. And lastly, voters approved and we passed a $950 million affordable housing bond that you are all probably familiar with, Measure A, and Ray's going to talk a little bit about that in a couple of slides. Next slide, please. Despite all that progress, we also know that homelessness continued to grow in that time. And this reflects those systemic challenges that we're facing, that we're trying to address in the strategy 1 area of the plan, including an increasing economic inequality and income gap, the extreme lack of affordable housing, and those racial inequity that's demonstrated by those large racial disparities that we see in our homeless population today. So we know we have challenges ahead. but we set out to develop strong strategies and aggressive targets to be able to reduce the number of homelessness people in our community. And with that, I will pass it off to Ray.
Thank you very much, KJ. Next slide, please. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present this evening. My name is Ray Bramson. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with Destination Home. And Destination Home is a public-private partnership that's focused on ending homelessness in Santa Clara County. One of the things we hope to talk to this council about is we have cities across the county endorsing the plan that we have going forward. As Catherine mentioned, despite the great work, and we housed as a community more people than we ever have before over the past 5 years, we still have a lot of work to go. The new plan calls for a reduction of that inflow. For every one person being housed, 3 people are ending up on the streets. We can't have that anymore if we're going to actually make headway. We want to reduce the inflow by looking at the safety net systems, which might not be helping people get and stay housed over time. We're also going to need to house 20,000 people through this supportive housing system and exceed that 14,000 that we achieved in the last 5 years. But beyond that, we also can't let people who are in homes, families that are working hard to stay housed, fall out. So we need to be preventing up to 2,500 people from ending up on the streets and losing their homes. And we also know that there's people outside, so we need to double the shelter and temporary housing capacity that we have right now in our community. Underneath all of this, we know there's a great disproportionality of people of color who are getting pushed out onto the streets, and to really have long-term impacts for our community, we know we need to do better and think more about what is driving those numbers the way they are. Next slide, please. The good news is, despite there being a lot of work ahead, no, we're not in this alone. The city of Palo Alto, the county of Santa Clara, Destination Home, no one in this entire region has the ability to end homelessness on their own, and no one jurisdiction or entity has the resources to do it. But together we can accomplish a lot more. What you see before you on the slide now are examples of existing partnerships that we've worked on over the past several years to bring forward where we match and pair resources to get more for each community. In the city of Milpitas, Milpitas is funding case managers that are getting matched up with county slots in the county supportive housing system to give permanent homes to Milpitians. In the city of Mountain View, they're using pass-through federal dollars, home money, to provide rapid rehousing subsidies that can be placed into new units that are being built by Measure A. And in the city of San Jose, Destination Home is partnering to fund a planner for the city who is approving entitled projects that are aligned with Measure A guidelines. And over the last 3 years, we saw a 25% reduction in the time it took to approve those projects. So working together, we can get a lot more done. I think the biggest evidence of this is Measure A, the affordable housing bond that Catherine mentioned, approved by voters in 2016. Since its passage, over $600 million going out to 7 cities, funding 34 new housing developments and over 3,300 units of deeply affordable and supportive housing for our most vulnerable residents. But even that's not enough. In 2020, Destination Home with Facebook and LISC launched a community housing fund, which was a $150 million fund of private money, specifically on trying to help developers acquire and have pre-development funds to get more projects in the pipeline. So making more resources available at very low interest to get more projects going so we could see Measure A fully realized.
Uh-oh, looks like we have lost Ray.
KJ, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I can go ahead and wrap. This is the end of the presentation here. The last one here, that partnership that we wanted to highlight was Project Home Key, which, you know, we think there may be potential future funding, and we have several projects that were approved in the first rounds of funding through the state to, you know, in some cases acquire hotels, to convert to permanent housing, and also to increase our temporary housing capacity. So there are lots of opportunities, and we look forward to questions after the presentation is over. Thank you so much for your time.
Minka? Yes, thank you, everyone. Minka Vanderswag, Manager of the Office of Human Services for the City of Palo Alto, and I will be starting a conversation on existing programs in Palo Alto. Next slide, please. First off, I'd like to introduce and have him speak for a few minutes. Philip Daw is the Center Director at the Opportunity Services Center. That's the center that's at 33 Encina. And Philip will be telling you a little bit about the services at the Opportunity Center, shelter options, and about financial assistance programs. So Philip, can you take it away from here?
Yes, Minka, thank you very much. My name is Philip Dye, and I'm the Director of the Opportunity Services Center in Palo Alto, a Life Moves program. And I don't think I have very much time, so I'll go quickly about the services that we have. We provide services to the unhoused and also preventative services for people from becoming homeless. And it is really critical what we do at the center, especially in the last year, as far as providing assistance to folks in Palo Alto to maintain their homes. And we were very fortunate when the pandemic hit to receive funding through the county, United Way, and also through the CDBG CARES Act grant from the City of Palo Alto to provide emergency rental and utility assistance to its citizens. Out of the $254,000 that we got, we have spent about $60,000 of that money in the last, since October. And the applications keep going up. And these are folks that we have never seen in this program before. It's a safety net program. It's a one-time emergency assistance program to prevent people from becoming homeless. And this is the first time that we've seen people who have never come to us before asking for mortgage assistance. You name it, we're doing it all. As far as emergency shelters go, the only 2 emergency shelters we have in Palo Alto are the Heart and Home Collaborative and also Hotel de Zinc, which is the rotating shelter program in partnership with most of the churches and faith-based organizations in Palo Alto. This program has been around for so many years, over 30 years, but it is not enough. What we currently have is a 20-bed shelter, but because of COVID and social distances, we have reduced the capacity to about 10. Sometimes it depends on the location of our shelter. We go as many as 15. But what we would like to recommend to the city is the project Home Key that Ray had mentioned and Catherine had mentioned earlier. Life Moves is a partner with the county and the city of Palo Alto and also Mountain View. And we are operating one of the project Home Key locations in Mountain View with 124 beds, 12 for families, and the rest are for single adults. And it is prefabricated shipping container, and you should see what they have done with them. They are incredible. Rooms, bathrooms that can really house folks. And so even though the vehicle dwelling and all these other emergency shelters we have are useful right now, we think that if we move to a more permanent location or something with a longer term stay, it will address some of the systemic homeless issues that we see in Palo Alto. And we also, as far as the financial assistance goes, we are recommending that the city look into making that service permanent to support folks in Palo Alto who need that assistance. Otherwise, they would be homeless.
Next slide, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rachel Tanner. I'm the Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services here for the City of Palo Alto. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I think we've had some technical difficulties tonight, so please do wave or flag me if you're having trouble. I'm here to speak a little bit about our safe parking programs that we have in the city. So we have two approaches that are here in Palo Alto. We have a congregation-based program, which is authorized via temporary ordinance. It's a pilot program, and we are currently learning a lot about how safe parking can serve the needs of our community here. And perhaps I should first say, for those who are listening who are not familiar with safe parking, what is safe parking? Safe parking provides a place for those individuals or households who are living in their vehicles. It provides them a place to park at least overnight, sometimes longer, where they don't have to move. They should have access to at least a restroom, perhaps even shower facilities or other amenities that can help them both have stability and also connect them to social services so they can hopefully get back on their feet. So all of the great things that the county talked about in the opening slides about the network of services and wraparound care that they're trying to provide to get people out of homelessness, that's what safe parking can help connect those folks to. And this is particularly focused on folks who are dwelling in their vehicles, which could be a car, could be an RV, could be a truck, could be any number of vehicles that folks may be living in. So we have the pilot program, and we're learning a lot about how that could inform a permanent program. We're hearing concerns from neighbors about how to make sure the safe parking program at congregations doesn't impact any one neighborhood or any area of town more than other areas. Perhaps thinking about concentration, ensuring safety, ensuring compliance with those who are participants with our rules. We've also heard from some community members who may want to see an expansion of the safe parking program, either in the number of vehicles or the areas and places that safe parking can take place. Right now, with the congregation-based program, it's eligible for religious organizations, and they can have up to 4 vehicles parking in the overnight hours at those congregations. We have one permit that has been issued for a congregation, and that was just a few weeks ago. And so we hope that they will be having participants very soon. And we have 2 applications that are currently pending. We also have the public land program, which is at 2000 Gang Road. That is the site of city land owned by the city of Palo Alto that is leased to Santa Clara County for 3 years. The county, in turn, has worked with a safe parking program operator, which is Move Mountain View, to operate the safe parking program at that site. And that site can accommodate up to 12 vehicles there. And some other great features of that site are that it has restrooms and showers, which Move Mountain View is taking some work to invest in. It also has some office and other kind of rooms and space. And so particularly as COVID-19, the pandemic is hopefully ending, or at least on its way to being more controlled, there can be more programming, activities, space to meet with caseworkers, some real amenities that aren't available if it was just truly a parking lot only, that hopefully can provide some sense of security for those families. And I'm sure Amber will tell you about the kids that are there who are enjoying the fenced-in area so that they have privacy and also security in terms of kids being able to kind of roam freely, which is quite a joy for them as opposed to being just inside of their vehicles. So I want to turn it over in just a minute to Amber Stein, who is with Move Mountain View. Move Mountain View is the operator of the sites in Palo Alto. They're working at the congregations and they're working at the Gang Road site, and they've been selected again and funded by the county. We're really happy to work with Supervisor Joe Simidian on opening the Gang Road site and helping to secure the funding for that site for its operations. We also have been working with Megan Sweezy Fogarty and others at Stanford University, and really a collection of folks to have a real roundtable that is, I think, pretty organic in its genesis, but really is developing in a place where folks are sharing resources, sharing what they're doing, working together on a survey to reach out to those who are living in their vehicles. Things as simple as sharing, hey, we have leftover toys from a Christmas gathering, and we'd love to give them to the kids that are at the Gang Road site. Those types of connections that are really happening, even though it's all remote for the most part due to the pandemic. So with that, I want to turn it over first to Amber, and she also is joined by Michael Love from Move Mountain View, and then to Megan to share with us about the contributions of Stanford University. So Amber, if you're ready.
Yes. Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I think Rachel has done a good summary of the safe parking lot and how we are serving the clients in Palo Alto. And as Rachel stated, the Palo Alto lot is unusual in that it has several buildings in the lot. And then the other part of it is nicely fenced in with a gate that you need the code to be able to enter. So the kids have gone from the streets of El Camino, where it was hazardous for them to play. And I don't even know if their parents allowed them to even get out of the RVs into this safe, well fenced area. And they are enjoying it immensely. I think one evening I was there and I was freezing, but the kids didn't have their shoes on and they were running around, and parents are trying to get them in so they can get at least shoes and warm clothes on them, but the kids were not ready to go in. So I think that is one of the benefits of the Ginge Road parking lot, as well as the other safe parking lots that we have. They don't have the same amenities as the Ginge Road. Currently, we have a library that is almost up and running as a children's library. People in the community in Palo Alto have taken it on as a project. We've gotten books donated, bookshelves donated. We're in the process of cleaning it actually to get it ready for spring break so that children have access to books and resources during break. For me, at least in terms of doing this work for the last 2.5, almost 3 years, what I can tell you is that the safe parking lot, it seems like a very simple concept, but when you are the one living in your vehicle and have to decide where you're going to park night after night, or even if you're parked in an area wondering if you're safe for the night, if somebody's going to knock on your door and tell you to move, or you don't even know who may be around you, the safe parking lot does exactly what the name entails. It gives safety, and it allows people to be able to sleep well, to feel like that they have a place to come to where they can park their RVs and leave it there, and then they can come home at the end of the day. Most of our safe park clients have vehicles that are their second vehicle to go to work, to go to doctor's appointments, etc. And then the other component for safe parking, I think, is that it enables people to go to the next level, which is permanent housing. And I call it an in-between. I think if people are not able to stay in their vehicles and their vehicle breaks and there is no resource to help them, then the next thing is going to be on the street or on the hill somewhere with a tent. So being in their vehicle is really a resourceful way of making things happen or staying safe. But as a program and as a community, our effort is to keep people safe and then to get them to a permanent housing, permanent placement.
Thank you, Amber. Megan, do you want to share a little bit about Stanford and the work that we've been doing together there and that you've particularly been spearheading with Karat School?
Sure. So for those who don't know me, my name is Megan Sweezy Fogarty, and I'm a nearly lifelong Palo Alto resident. I'm currently serving as the Associate Vice President for Community Engagement at Stanford, but my home is in the Midtown neighborhood. And I say that because over the decades, I've been active in a number of strategies to support our marginalized neighbors, from being a volunteer with Hotel de Zinc to being an advocate for systemic efforts such as the establishment of the Opportunity Center. And my current role is really bridging that community and campus work. It's focused on building strategies to enable Stanford's research and teaching resources to more effectively lean into our regional issues through co-created efforts. We also have a community.stanford.edu website, which is a portal to connect with me. But one of our mutual challenges is certainly the equity and affordability challenge, and more specifically, the challenges of our unhoused and poorly housed neighbors, an issue that we know has all been further laid bare by the impacts of the pandemic. And so last fall, along with city colleagues, the Palo Alto Community Fund, Stanford's Office of Government Affairs, and our nonprofit service providers, we launched a monthly meeting of the many stakeholders that were concerned with our RV and vehicle dwellers. Particularly, we were, as Rachel and Amber have referenced, very concerned about the dangers of young children living on the El Camino Real roadway. So our monthly meetings have included representatives from nonprofit service providers such as Life Moves and Move Mountain View, government, both the city and Supervisor Simidian's office, the school district, Stanford, including some faculty members, and philanthropy. And we're all working together to share resources and to think about how our collaborative work can make a long-term difference. Stanford also is provided some consultation, as Rachel referenced, and in-kind support for a survey and community day led by Karat School Project that happened on El Camino Real on February 27th. And we hope also collaborated in that effort. And that was really centered on the lived experience and the needs of those families living on El Camino Real. So I just want to express that community engagement and the larger Stanford community looks forward to that continued collaboration with the city and the county and our many community partners, including Life Moves, as we work to build a better future.
Great. Thank you all for sharing. And I'll just add that our hope is to come back to council this year, hopefully maybe even the summer or the fall in August, by certainly with a permanent ordinance to consider, hoping that we can have the congregation-based sites up and running. We can learn from them and we can make some recommendations about how we want those sites to go. And I do just want to give a shout out to the neighbors of the first site who worked really closely with that congregation to get some parameters around that and come to agreement. So they were really great. And that's the type of community engagement we love to see. And I hope we'll have that same type of working together, compromising and figuring out how to make sure the program will work for the surrounding neighborhoods and that it will ultimately be very successful. So I have high hopes for that. So I will pass it off to the next speaker.
Thank you, Rachel. So as noted in the staff report, the city is working with a variety of organizations supporting a mix of vital services to the unhoused through HISRAP and CDBG funding. You can see these organizations listed here via their logos, and I'd like to give a quick overview of these services. I'll start with critical basic needs such as food, hygiene, shelter, and healthcare. Our grant funding supports groceries for the unhoused and low-income members of the community, including grocery delivery for vulnerable individuals impacted by COVID, grocery gift cards, breakfast and lunch services at the Opportunity Center, shower and laundry services, a rotating shelter program, one seasonal and one year-round, support in purchasing the equipment needed to continue healthcare services remotely during COVID, and PPEs for the unhoused on the street and in vehicles. Next comes workforce development. That includes job outreach to employers, job search and interview skills for applicants, and continued support for workers while employed, such as help with addressing any on-the-job challenges that come up. Lastly, in regards to support for other types of services, grant funding supports rental assistance, case management, connection to local and county services, school-related supplies for children living in RVs, shelter-related services for victims of domestic violence, among other services. So that is just a quick overview of their services, and I will turn it next to Chantal.
Thank you, Minka, and everyone that have presented so far. So just to wrap up the presentation, we really first want to summarize some of the information we provided in the staff report, which are, we call them areas for discussion related to the 4 buckets of information that you've heard today. So in the interest of time, I won't go into all the sub points of them, so I'll stick to the higher level. But one area for discussion is thinking about vehicle dwelling as a policy and availability. As Ms. Tanner mentioned, one of the things that will be coming back for sure related to that is bringing permanent safe parking ordinance to the city council for discussion based off the learnings that we're having. But there are many other areas to consider related to vehicle dwelling as mentioned in the staff report. The next bucket is supporting the county plan, the community plan to end homelessness. All of the staff from the Office of Supportive Housing really emphasized that that's the North Star for the work that's happening right now at a county level. And the different communities throughout Santa Clara County have been expressly doing formal support for that plan. And we have an interest in bringing that to the city council so that the city council can also support that plan. The next bucket is thinking about housing and shelter development options in Palo Alto. So in this regard, I know there's been a lot of interest in the Home Key program as well as the Measure A funding. Both of those programs rely upon locations in Palo Alto that can be used either for some level of housing or shelter development. And so there's lots of opportunity for discussion there, but that is another avenue for the city council to think about and consider. The next is outreach or street outreach workers, case workers. There are lots of opportunities for us to link this to many things, but the base description that we have in the report for this is it takes sometimes multiple efforts in engaging with our neighbors that are unhoused in terms of getting them to take some of the services that are available to them. Not everyone can just walk up and say, hey, would you like this service? And everyone says, sure, great, let's do it now. So this is really a street outreach worker is one that can really connect on a person-to-person level with our unhoused residents that is able to provide just more information and that consistency needed for encouraging our neighbors to really consider taking up some of the services that are offered that Minka and our other community partners shared today. Lastly is thinking about the resources required for follow-up on all of these. We have a lot of different initiatives going on at the city, so we just also want to acknowledge that there are limitations right now on staff availability to work on all the different issues. So that's a part of the discussion that we would like the city council to keep in mind as well, which is bandwidth in order to be able to do this in the most successful way that's fair to the folks that we're trying to serve. So through the discussion today, our hope is staff will be able to have some specifics that we can come back to City Council on with the narrowed scope based off of the discussion today. And I will sum it up with the last slide, just emphasizing that what you heard from our community partners today and our staff is that we're speaking of services for our fellow neighbors here in Palo Alto, those that may not have the same housing opportunities available as many others in the community. So the discussion today is really trying to focus on how we can best serve our neighbors. And this last slide just sums up for anyone that's listening to the presentation today and would really like to further engage with any of the organizations that we discussed. We just have links here. So when you see the presentation online, you can click through these if you would like to further engage with any of the community partners providing services on this topic. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Let's go to members of the public. And again, we see quite a few hands up already. So let's go with 2 minutes a speaker.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Angie Evans and then Grace Ma. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank the two representatives from the Santa Clara County who spoke about the great progress that Santa Clara County has made in alleviating homelessness. Yes, it is true that Santa Clara County has made progress. Unfortunately, Palo Alto has made zero progress. All those nice statistics given by Santa Clara County talk only about Santa Clara County. The public and the city council need to know that Palo Alto still alone in the region offers zero shelter beds. Palo Alto provides zero shelter beds, as contrasted with, say, Mountain View, which has half our budget, which now, thanks to its relationship with Life Moves and the grant it successfully applied to from the Home Key program, as the Santa Clara County members representatives mentioned, now Mountain View houses every single one of its Home Key, of its unhoused population. You all know I've been mentioning Home Key at every single meeting for the past year. And as recently as 2 weeks ago, both Minka and Rachel Tanner, and sorry to mention them by name, but I have to, both denied the existence of Home Key and gave the perception that I was lying about it, that appeared even to convince the chair of the HRC that it doesn't exist. And that's a problem. It exists. It gave away $850 million last year, and $1.5 billion is going to be given away this year. Real quick, there are some mistakes regarding Home Key, both stated and in the report. One is that it takes significant expense. That is not true. Home Key provides all the expense, including expense of buying land. Home Key provides money to buy land, although we of course have some like that parking lot. please apply. The deadline will come and we will again fall behind. And it's embarrassing and shameful. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Our next speaker is Angie Evans, to be followed by phone caller with the last 3 digits of 704, and then Wendy Yu. Angie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, first I want to thank all of the organizations and individuals who have worked with the unhoused community members to help end the cycle of poverty and help each of them find permanent, safe, affordable housing. I also want to thank the city for exploring improved policies and programs, like having the new outreach caseworker. I want to just share a personal story. In December, I served as the medical proxy while my father had one of his legs amputated. He had not been in an accident. For as long as I can remember, he has been unstably housed, living in backyards, RVs, and most recently in the back porch of a friend. His leg was amputated because he had a minor injury, and without access to running water, his leg festered and it became black. The surgeon quite literally told me this would not have happened had he had stable housing. He almost died because of the infection. That's my daughter. And it could have been prevented with safe, stable housing. We have a duty as a wealthy, well-resourced community to serve and bring up the most vulnerable among us. Littering 30+ vehicle dwellers with 450 tow notices in just a couple of months is unacceptable. It amounts to harassment. Building stable, affordable housing for those who need it, making space for those new neighbors is imperative. We can do better in Palo Alto, but it requires us to shift from punitive responses to poverty to one of shared responsibility and compassion. There is nothing complex about meeting people's basic needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angie. Our next speaker is phone caller 704, to be followed by David Grossman and then Grace Ma. Telephone caller, go ahead. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. I'm calling about the Safe Parking Program, and I represent a South Palo Alto neighborhood. We fully support the SPP and its goals, but we have concerns about how the proposed program will be executed. First of all, we had concerns about the monitoring proposed. The lot monitors right now will only visit the parking lots for 2 times an evening, and cars will not be monitored overnight. If there's an issue, it is the vehicle dwellers or the neighborhood's responsibility to call the police. The program is basically waiting for an adverse incident to occur before they will take action. You potentially have single female vehicle dwellers or parents with young kids parking next to strangers, but they are not providing adequate security to keep these people safe. By the time an adverse event happens, it will be too late. This is a reactive, not a proactive model, and not the best way to keep the vehicle dwellers and nearby residents safe. It is inconsistent with the best practices of other SPP programs. For example, they've hired outside security services in other jurisdictions for all hours of their programs, or they have volunteers for blocks of time to keep the vehicle dwellers safe. The second thing is enforcement. Move Mountain View has required that vehicles park a half mile away from the lot during non-operating hours. This is a requirement set up by Move Mountain View itself, but they refuse to enforce it. City planning has said that there is no way to track where the vehicles will go during the daytime, and a car could simply drive past the half-mile radius and return to park by the SPP site in nearby residential streets. This is setting up guidelines, but failing to ensure that they will be followed. For example, there are 7 churches along Middlefield and nearby East Meadow. That's potentially 28 cars if each church has 4 cars each. The unintended consequence of setting up this rule and not enforcing it may be that 28 cars will park in one neighborhood during the daytime. I think we can all agree that the goals of the SPP are great ones. However, we would like to see the best program with the highest chance of success, one that will be modeled after other successful programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Grossman, to be followed by Grace Ma, and then Aram James. We will no longer be taking speaker hands after David Grossman ends. David, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Unmute. Now it says unmuted.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
I'd like to say, as a former engineer, I'm well aware that when you want to control something, you have to measure it. And so I just wanted to say something on behalf of our neighborhood association on that subject of measurement, that we believe it's necessary to have quantitative measures of the successes and failures in this program. And we're concerned that with the very limited monitoring that's going to occur, that some of the problems will be glossed over or will not be reported. So we'd like to see a comprehensive public reports that are complete and accurate and transparent, describing what is successful and what are the problems that have emerged. That will be necessary when the time comes for subsequent renewal of the program. And the second thing is I want to reiterate what an earlier speaker said, which is that we ought to be imitating best practices that we know of throughout California. And looking to our closest neighbor being Mountain View, they have 78 spots in city lots, whereas at Gang we have in Palo Alto 12. So that's quite a ratio of 12 to 78. And furthermore, the 78 is going to be going up to 103 if some newspaper reports are accurate. By comparison, Mountain View has only 4 spots in church locations, and we are seeing in the immediate future that it's likely in Palo Alto to go up to 12 or even more than 12. So the ratio of city lots to church lots is entirely different from what it is in Mountain View. And Mountain View has a successful program. We think we ought to be imitating Mountain View's program more than trying to wing it and just invent a completely new program and hope that somehow it's going to work.
Thank you, David. Our next speaker is Grace Mott, to be followed by Aaron James and Valerie Sarma. And just to say again, we will no longer be taking any other speakers. Grace, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Dubois and City Council members. My name is Grace Ma, and I live on Christine Drive in South Palo Alto. Our neighborhood association has been working with the planning department staff on the SPP process, and I have feedback on 2 items on the pilot program's procedures. So since it's a pilot, I figure this is still kind of the right time to make some suggestions. The first item is a notification by the city to residents within 600 feet of the applicant's location. Although that is a distance for notification, as I understand, for residential home construction permits, SPP involves residents who are moving around. So a lot of us believe that the notification should be sent to residents within half a mile of the applicant's location, because the vehicle dwellers are asked to move half a mile from the church in the mornings. Since the vehicle dwellers are allowed to drive out half a mile and possibly drive back, neighbors within that radius should be notified if a church is applying for an SPP program. The neighborhood's quality of life may be greatly impacted by vehicle dwellers who park all day in their nearby neighborhood, and the residents within that half mile should be notified. This is a community program that impacts the whole community. My second item is regarding the appeal process. If anyone wants to appeal an approved SPP application, the fee is $600, which seems prohibitively high for any resident to pay. I'm unaware of the appeal fee for residential permits for construction again, but since the SPP impacts a wide community, the neighborhood should not really be discouraged from communicating with city council or staff with a high appeal fee. And then my last comment is I just wanted to know, I heard earlier that the possible timeframe might be the fall to move from pilot to permanent program. So I'd like to understand what the metrics will be, how many applications will be in the pilot, and how will we know that we're successful? Thanks.
Thank you, Grace. Our next speaker is Aaron James, to be followed by Valerie Sarma and then Roberta Alquist. Aaron, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, the chief mentioned that there was some higher authority in the city that ordered the ticketing. I'm making a public records request tonight. It's legal to do it orally, to know who that person or person was. By the way, the Santa Barbara program is the national model, and I agree that the responsibility shouldn't be foisted on the church. We have the Jing Street project, but now we need more of those projects so they can be 24/7. It's just barbaric to ask people to leave a church program and park them half a mile away. You hear the reactionary neighbors' responses to that, and I think they might be correct on this. The way to solve that is for the city of Palo Alto not to be the stingiest program for the richest city of 60,000 in the country. We've got to put out appropriate money for safe parking programs. They really do work. I know that Pastor Smith at the HRC has the manual. Minka has access to it of the program in Santa Barbara. And yeah, it's okay to have a few churches, but churches are not really set up to do these programs, to hire caseworkers, et cetera, et cetera. The city needs to put some money in it. And by the way, I mean, this is the first program. We work for a church-based program since 2012. When I say we, Stop the Band and community cooperation team working with Stanford students and a group of folks. So we are so woefully behind in doing what we should. I don't see the timer on mine, so I don't want to overspeak my 2 minutes. Can somebody give me a clue as to where I am?
You have 14 seconds.
Thank you, Beth, very much. Let's explore more 24/7 parking lot programs to do this, and I hope you'll answer my public records request. Who ordered the ticketing? Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Valerie Sarma, to be followed by Roberta Alquist and then Kelsey Baines. Valerie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Valerie Sarma, and for over 10 years, I've been living on Wellesley Street in Palo Alto. I wanted to share my thoughts on the Wellesley Street apartment complex proposed by Cato. I support low-income housing, below-market housing, affordable housing, and especially housing for teachers. I'm not in support of this project proposed by Cato because after learning more about the design of the project, the density, the sizing of the apartments as studio and one bedroom, and proposed exemptions to setbacks and lighting planes, I find that this project does not serve future residents of the apartment complex and really the community of College Terrace. There's no doubt in my mind that the community needs more affordable housing, but this project as proposed is really structured and designed to serve investors of Cato versus offering an innovative and truly affordable design that benefits communities and individuals in Palo Alto and who could be coming to Palo Alto. So let's challenge ourselves to create models of truly affordable housing that's community and resident centered versus investor centered. And lastly, I'd like to thank the council for your work on behalf of the community. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts this evening, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Valerie. Our next speaker is Roberta Alquist, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and then Kevin Ma. Roberta, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm with the Women's International League for Peace and Freedom Low Income Housing Committee. First, we would like the council to tell the Planning Commission to halt the development and approval of condos replacing older downtown housing as these tiny pieces of property are disappearing, and that's where low moderate income housing could be built. Second, we need rent control. As this pandemic winds down, the rents continue to go up. There's no control on rents. How are we going to be able to house people when that's the case? We need shelters. We have no shelters in Palo Alto. The county shouldn't be doing it all for us. Palo Alto has to do its fair share. We could put people in motels. We could put people converting office space. We need people to be able to use the city parking lots 24 hours, 24/7. We need low-income housing. I appreciate the story by Ms. Evans regarding her own family and the outcomes. There are many people like this in Palo Alto who are beneath the radar because if they show themselves to the public, they will be ousted or fined or whatever. Where do people go such as this in the downtown area? And we know 3 or 4 older women who are in this case right now. Where do they go to the bathroom? They have no place to go to the bathroom. We need a place for them to shower. Where do they get a drink of water? Even a drink of water right now is hard for these folks to get. We need incentives for developers to build extremely low-income housing in Palo Alto. Please do the right thing.
Thank you, Roberta. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Kevin Ma and then Rohan Ghosh. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm also a member of the county's Unhoused Task Force, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself and as a representative of Peninsula for Everyone. I also want to mention that Gail Price, who is the president of Palo Alto Forward, has been trying to get into the Zoom and is having difficulties. So if someone could help her, that would be great. I want to start by thanking the county and city staff and Move Mountain View, everyone who has been working so diligently on this issue for many years, and want to enthusiastically support the community plan to end homelessness and encourage Palo Alto to support the plan both as a resolution and with timely and substantive policy changes, many of which at this point are years overdue. So I would like to see us address our dire housing shortage by creating homes for people of all incomes in every neighborhood, including projects like the Wellesley Project, which would provide opportunities for people who, let's say, have a HUD-VASH voucher and are looking for something under the county's payment standard. They could use that at a project like that. But we also need to be preventing homelessness by protecting people from displacement. And we also want to improve the quality of life for people who are already unhoused by helping people get the services that are needed, most importantly, housing. But we certainly don't want to be inflicting trauma on people or creating barriers to care or making people's lives harder than they already are. So just request that we approach this with care and compassion and not by punishing people for not being able to afford housing in this very expensive community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Kevin Ma, to be followed by Rohan Ghosh and then Sunita De Terrell. And just a reminder to the public that we are no longer taking speaker hands. Kevin, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello again, Council. My name is Kevin Ma, renter in the Ventura neighborhood. It is unfortunate that this memo points out that for all the work that the city does, there is not a single city-funded case outreach worker for our unhoused community. Yet we have the audacity to just send cops instead to, give friendly reminders that they should move every 3 days when there's enough complaints from the neighborhood to cause them to move. I still feel like this is very inhumane, especially in a time of a pandemic where the point is to kind of stay in place so that caseworkers from other places can come out and identify people instead of, throwing them into the mass of the city and hope you find out where they are, or if they just move to a different city because our cities are relatively small comparatively. As the county report also shows, we do not have enough housing production for those entering homelessness. So that's why we have greater sets of homelessness despite our efforts to do it. As such, the city needs to be proactive in making things better for those currently homeless and to prevent people from falling to homeless. This means creating the rent policies that unfortunately have been on the backlog or just completely stuck in the staff side for years on end, which I do hope that PTC will get to on the 14th meeting. Inherently, renter protections are homelessness preventions because they're keeping people at home. And we do need to put more emphasis on creating more safe parking lots, making them bigger, making them more attractive, and identifying sites on city property to encourage affordable housing, because at the end of the day, this is a question of finding more housing. And if we keep demonstrating constant opposition to any housing by saying, we like housing in the abstract, we just don't like it here, the addition that some of that is we're just going to have this crisis worsen day by day. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Rohan Ghosh, to be followed by Sunita De Terrell and then Wendy Yu. Rohan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Council. My name is Rohan Ghosh. I am a Palo Alto High School student and a resident of South Palo Alto. I'd like to echo my previous speakers in saying that the city has a responsibility to serve all residents, including those who currently do not have stable housing. And that means reducing barriers as much as possible to accessing services such as safe parking. That means the city must invest in drastically expanding 24-hour lots on city property. That also means that we don't put needlessly excessive parameters on smaller lots, such as those at the churches, that dehumanize people. Having 24-hour monitoring at a safe lot, I don't think any of us would ask that upon any other of our neighbors. So the fact that people are suggesting that people should do that to our, poorer neighbors to me, strikes me as, dehumanizing of poor people. And I think that's wrong. And I'm quite ashamed that people from my neighborhood think that way. I'd like to add also that, the way we prevent homelessness and actually put a handle on this crisis instead of continuing to do damage control, which, we need to do right now, is actually getting extremely low income housing built and just getting more housing built in general. And that includes just not being hostile to housing, which means approving projects like the Wellesley project, which I think would bring a lot of great new neighbors into the city. Thank you. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. Our next speaker is Sunita De Terrell, to be followed by Wendy Yu and then Alan Miller. Sunita, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Sunita and I live in downtown Palo Alto. I'm also commissioner on the Human Relations Commission, and I forgot to mention that when I spoke earlier. My apologies. I speak tonight as a community member. I want to commend all the panelists and all the organizations who've been doing excellent work to help our vulnerable and marginalized individuals and families in Palo Alto. Given the economic disparities, as one panelist mentioned, and the incredibly high cost of living and the trend for this to continue and grow, the gap between the resource poor and the resource rich communities, it seems clear that Palo Alto needs to step it up. I believe we need to do better, if I understand correctly, and as many speakers have referenced, the Gang Road Safe Parking Program is land leased to Santa Clara County and cared for and resources provided by Move Mountain View. I want to share just real quickly, I went to as my Human Relations Commission position, I went to a cleanup that was happening for the RV dwellers along El Camino. And I was meeting some of the families, and one of the ladies, as we were cleaning up, she was helping carry a table to the park for Carrot School Project, to the car that was parked to put the table away. Sorry. And she showed me that she had planted a few things near the rose bushes along that gate that keeps Stanford gated from the El Camino Real. And she had planted some potatoes, some mint, green beans, just a variety of things. And I feel that it's important that we learn the human stories behind the RV dwellers, the vehicle dwellers. It really moved me to see, that someone would use just this earth that we walk by, that we don't even think of on the sidewalk, to try to grow a few things and to feel connected to the place that she was living with her family. I would love to see our local and middle high schoolers get more involved, in addition to thanking the police department, where we might get our school kids tutoring. I'm running out of time. Tutoring kids at Gang Road, for example. My daughter is excited to do that. That might help us soften our hearts and bring more humanity to this. Thank you for letting me go over time.
Thank you, Sunita. Our next speaker is Wendy Yu, to be followed by Alan Miller and then Valerie Stinger. Wendy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. The topic that I would like to bring up is about ensuring the program help those with ties to Palo Alto. So currently, I see that our safe parking program doesn't have any mandatory requirement or preferences helping those that who has tied to our community. Unlike other cities in Mountain View, Monterey, Fullerton, St. Louis Obispo, or San Diego, that they have a very clear residency preferences or requirements. So because the current ordinance doesn't have any of such preferences, is there going to be a risk that we are not really solving the existing in-house population issue? Instead, may have more coming into our city? And would our current SPP program that are being operated under the same operator in Move Mountain View in Mountain View City, where Mountain View has a very clear guidelines, which we don't. So is it going to be able to balance it, that we're not going to take just a spillover from another city? And the very last point is that given that Middlefield has a very high density of churches around, and currently there's no cap on how many permits will be issued. So my concern is that there will be a high concentration of on this program in a particular area, in a particular neighborhood. And I would like to kind of hoping that could be a consideration, raising awareness as well, so that we can all balance it for the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Our next speaker is Alan Miller, to be followed by Valerie Stinger, and our final speaker, CW. Alan, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
I am Alan Miller. My lived experience is that I have never heard so many buzzwords used in a single meeting, nor so much shaming of the housed population. Not once have I heard the most important word that needs to be in this discussion: meth, as in methamphetamine. Talk to any cop and ask the truth. That is, any cop who isn't afraid to talk. If you want the real truth, I recommend that you watch a documentary by Como News, KOMO, called Fight for the Soul of Seattle. 90 minutes long, brilliant. I also recommend that you Google the term homeless industrial complex. Someone brought up rent control as a solution. I recommend that you take Economics 1A and then return. Also, the term our unhoused neighbors has been used repeatedly. Is it required in these discussions to use the term our unhoused neighbors? Will we be canceled if we do not use the term and refer to them as our neighbors? One term that was also used by a speaker earlier was reactionary neighbors. It is, of course, always okay to shame and use a pejorative against roofed people. I am Alan Miller, a graduate of Coverly High School, and God bless America.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker is Valerie Stinger, to be followed by our final speaker, CW. Valerie, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. It's Valerie Stinger. I am speaking tonight as a community member, even though I am finishing my second term on the Human Relations Commission. I want to first acknowledge the staff work in putting together the first and most comprehensive report on city support for the homeless population that I have seen. And I also want to acknowledge the people who lead the organizations that respond to the multitude of needs. What struck me as I read this report is that 55 to 60% of our social services funding is spent on the homeless services in a year. And that's based on the year just past, 2019-2020, and excluding emerging needs and care funds. These respond to the extreme needs presented by COVID and are not sustainable sources of funding. Using 313 as the population of homeless, that would be about $2,200 per homeless person per year. I am not against this outlay, quite the opposite. I personally donated significant dollars to the Family Giving Tree to support local families this year. Based on this agency's calculations, our expenditure or outlay may be woefully inadequate. So what we have is a crucial need, which is woefully underfunded, and at the same time, commanding over half of our human service and community service funds. What these numbers beg is a more strategic approach from council to homelessness. We're talking real needs and real money and real trade-offs. At this funding level, we may be compromising the funding needs of preschoolers in low-income housing, at-risk teens, senior meals, domestic violence victims, housing repair, and more. Until now, these programs have been reactionary, springing up to address an identifiable need, and that has served us reasonably well. It is, however, opportunistic, and we're at a point where we may need more rationality. We need more certainty about the outcomes of these spends, and we need to know which segments are served and where there are gaps in services. That is not to say there is no room for trials of new delivery systems, but it is to say that we need to look at outcomes to know which programs serve what needs the best. We also may need to look at a more systematic approach to delivery. My sense is that a person or a family enters anywhere where they think someone can help them. And maybe it's time to establish some protocols or just decision trees as in hospitals. If we had one entry point with compassionate staff and a command of the services available in the city, we might tailor the response to the need of the presenting individual or family.
Our last speaker is CW. CW, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. CW, go ahead. You've got 2 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Carolyn, and I am part of the South Palo Alto neighborhood. I want to reiterate that we want to see the safe parking program succeed, both from the perspective of the vehicle dwellers who are participating, as well as the neighborhood in which it resides. So as such, we have done significant research as to best practices in the safe parking programs, both locally as well as throughout California, and we have the following suggestion. The current SPP does not require any background checks, and specifically I'm talking about checks for Megan's Law and violent felons. This lack of background checks is inconsistent with the best practices set in other cities. If we look locally, in Redwood City and San Jose, Life Moves is the program who operates them, excludes violent felons as well as sex offenders. If we look at Cupertino, Campbell, Saratoga, and San Jose, whose program is managed through Winter Faith, they also have guidelines that suggest screening by experienced service providers, including a Megan's Law check. If we look around the Bay Area in Walnut Creek, Morgan Hill, and Monterey, they also provide similar checks to ensure that the applicants are free of any violations as well as any open warrants. In other areas in California, in Fullerton, San Luis Obispo, and San Diego, they all provide checks for Megan's Law as well as for violent felons. If we look at Assembly Bill 891, which was passed statewide, in regards to safe parking programs, they also note that the application process may, quote, include a background check requirement. So similar to how tenants are background checks by their landlords, we can view the vehicle dwellers as renting a space, and thus it makes sense to have a background check. Given its proximity to parks, to schools, the YMCA, and to neighborhoods, it makes sense for background checks to happen. As Amber mentioned from Move Mountain View, we want to ensure that the guests also feel safe. Given that the church lots house single guests, often elderly and women, we also want to make sure that the vehicle dwellers feel safe as possible, and thus background checks just seems to make sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CW. Mayor Du Bois, that ends our speakers.
Okay, great. Let's bring it back to council. Again, we're already over what we allocated for this item, but I want to thank all the public speakers and also all the nonprofits who also joined the presentation. So again, let's try to do one round of comments, and if you need to go a little bit over, go ahead and finish your comments. I'll go ahead and jump in. So first of all, thanks for the great report. And again, thank you to all the partners that came to speak and update us tonight. So I think the funding for Project Homekey is currently closed. So can anyone tell us what's the expectation for additional funds?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our partners at the county can also weigh in, but right now it's in the governor's proposed budget. And so it's not yet approved, but the timing last year for Homekey was that it opened around late spring, summertime, and then it was a pretty fast turnaround time. KJ or Consuelo, did you want to add anything else?
Sure, thank you, Chantal. I will just say that one of the lessons learned is to have a project ready so that when the application comes in, that there's enough time to submit an application. Just to give you a sense of timeline, last year, the notice of funding availability was made available July 14th, and the deadline was less than 3 weeks. By August 25th, the county had received its award for the first Homekey site. So it moves very quickly. It doesn't allow for a lot of public comment. So the earlier you identify a potential project with some engagement, the better.
Okay, and
Consuelo, also the proposed allocation is $750 million for 2021-22.
Great. Yeah, it's great to see you again, Consuelo. Maybe you can help us in your current role. So I think on a lot of things, the county has been a lead agency for homeless issues as well as public health issues. I really would like to see us engage more with them, with you. And given the scale of the problem, I think it's also up to us as a city to see what we can do. I'd like to see if we could use some of our COVID relief federal funds to really expand our human services funding this year. I think if there was ever a year to do it, this is the year. And, we basically have our HISRAP nonprofits, and we want to add additional ones. So we have this very limited pool, and it's just not a good situation right now. I believe Mountain View's RV ban is going into effect soon, if not this month, next month. I think, it's likely going to impact the surrounding cities with more oversized vehicles. There are some other projects I've seen. Some of them are not necessarily affordable, but I think they could help. There's an assisted living project that would target our senior population, and our population is graying. I think we should continue to look at city housing over parking lots, particularly some of the lots downtown, perhaps. We also get funding for an on-demand shuttle. And one of the issues I've heard is that, in the gang road lot, for example, if you have a job, there's no transportation out there. So we may want to consider enabling the on-demand shuttle to go by the safe lots. I do think we should also try to improve our communication. So we had this issue on El Camino where the street cleaning notices also overlapped with the 72-hour notices, and people got a lot of the notices all at once. And my understanding is that the people there actually appreciate the street cleaning, but we should look at kind of multilingual communication. And also, I think coordinating with some of our nonprofit partners who are working with those populations I know I'm going to mispronounce it, but the Correct School Project, I think, has been working with a lot of families there. And if we let some of our partners know, I think they could help communicate what's going on. And again, I also appreciate some of the survey work that's being done. I think it's really important that we understand who we're serving, what are the different populations, and what are the different needs of some of these populations. I did have a discussion with the county on some of the Measure A funds. I think there's an opportunity for a special needs housing project in Palo Alto. It sounds like Gang Road is still not full, and we did develop some guidelines there. I think it's nearly full, but obviously we have enough people parking on the streets. We should try to get it full. And I'm glad that we finally have one approved safe parking lot. I do have to say it's moved incredibly slowly. I was looking, I think Lydia and that colleague's memo came to council almost 2 years ago in June of 2019. And if I understand, we have one place approved, but it's not up yet, not up and running yet. So, I know we're being careful, but I really hope we can streamline some of that process. I'd really like to get to the other phases of the safe parking and enable the use of large commercial lots that are outside of the neighborhoods. I just think we really need to get this streamlined and working a lot more efficiently. These are people that are already parking on our streets, and we're trying to get them into a managed program with social services, and really trying to help people get back on their feet. There's also county money for hotel conversions, is my understanding, and we should see if any of our more rundown hotels would be interested in becoming, basically being sold, and working with the county to purchase them. It could become an emergency shelter, and then it could over time be converted to affordable housing. And Consuelo, I don't know, can you share, was it Cupertino that did that already?
Thank you, Mayor. We are working with the city of Mountain View on a potential conversion with the use of Measure A. And then in Milpitas, we converted a 146 unit extended stay America into 132 permanent housing units.
Great. And was that mostly Measure A funding as well?
Partially, it was 21 million in Measure A, and then a 29.2 million home key grant.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you. I know I used up all my time, but again, thank you to everybody that came tonight. I'm going to go in the order I see you guys now. So Councilmember Filseth.
Yeah, thank you very much for all this. This is a lot in a short time, and that's good. Question for the county on, did I understand right that the county program to end homelessness? So, a long-term strategy to deal with the whole problem is the Holy Grail. And if that can really be done, I think we should get behind it. But I had a question. You said that, did I understand right? You said that your goal was a 30% reduction in the pipeline, but it sounds like the pipeline is increasing 100% a year. Did I map those right?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. Yeah, what we've seen over the last several years is that for every one person that we've housed, another 2 or 3 become homeless. Okay. So we do have goals to both reduce that inflow and also house more people over the next 5 years.
Okay, so you think you can? How are you going to bring those into alignment?
How are we going to bring?
How are you going to balance the inflow and the outflow?
Yeah, so a good example would be our efforts around veterans. So okay. We, with more resources devoted towards veterans and a campaign that was intended to, engage landlords and really focus on that population. It's one population where we actually saw and continue to see on a monthly basis more people getting housed than people coming into the system for the first time. So that total number is decreasing over time. So that is what we want to see across the entire community.
Okay, and then a question for city staff. So Valerie, your surveys here, and Valerie mentioned that the current estimate of the unhoused population in Palo Alto is 313 right now. How has that changed over time, over the last decade? How fast has that changed?
Minka?
So I would just say that was an increase. The pit count, the point in time count is every 2 years. So that was an increase over the last year. I think the last time was 279 and now it's 313. So it was an increase. I do recall like 6 to 8 years ago, there was a dip, and there was a time in which the city had access to some very specific vouchers, Section 8 vouchers, that it was able to implement and work in collaboration with the county as the best practices strategy. They're going to more of a coordinated assessment. So folks are being assessed and going to a county assessment, and they are being looked at for housing options through that queue, through those that are most vulnerable. So Palo Altans have the opportunity to be part of that survey and to be considered for housing options. So I think it ebbs and flows with the economy. It ebbs and flows with housing options that are available. But I know that over the years, we have continued to work in close collaboration with the county. And I'm not sure if KJ or Ray wanted to add anything to that as far as the coordinated assessment piece and the VI SPDAT, which is the assessment tool.
Just to add that, that's one of the data points that we use to understand both the number of people, because all of our homeless service providers are using it to assess people for housing, but also the level of need across the community. So it's been useful in our strategic planning and the development of the community plan, as well as the programs that we're funding.
Okay, all right, thanks very much.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Good evening and welcome to so many people. In addition to your day jobs, helping people who don't have homes to live in, you're here tonight, and we thank you for that. I found the 3 strategies helpful. One of the things that it's always been challenging on this topic is I think, whether it's the members of the council or members of the public, many people have sort of their favorite idea or program or pet thing that will solve something, and it will solve one problem. And so one thing that I would like to see when we come back to this, whenever that is, for an action, is seeing these strategies 1, 2, and 3, mapping what we're doing with dollars and time. I'm not asking for like a big deal, but just sort of like, and understanding what the gaps are, because I'm not convinced that we are, I think one of the speakers spoke about being reactionary. I'm not convinced that we are being thoughtful about how much time to spend on strategy 1, strategy 2, and strategy 3. I think we're playing a little bit of whack-a-mole. So to that end, I wonder if either Ms. Kaminsky or Ms. Hernandez, if you have any thoughts to share on how we should be allocating our time and money across these 3 strategies.
I will thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I will say that, the plan doesn't direct cities to do any one thing, but is a roadmap for potential opportunities. And I think there's opportunities for Palo Alto as well as other cities in all 3 of the areas. But in terms of how much in each area, I think that's, a question for the city council to determine. And we're happy to help, figure out what those potential strategies in Palo Alto might be.
Does the county track how much money you spend in each strategy?
We track spending by our affordable housing development versus our services in the housing strategies, like more in the strategy 2, as well as the funding for crisis response, emergency shelter outreach, those types of things as well.
Okay.
I would add, Councilmember, that there are also non-monetary or in-kind opportunities for the city. For instance, if there is an interest in developing housing, and if the city doesn't have sufficient resources, we have Measure A, and the entitlement process goes through the city. So although it might not seem like like it's critical, but it's really important to have a clear path for the entitlements. So I think in thinking about staff dedication, what Destination Home offered in terms of planner or services, I think there are other opportunities besides monetary contributions that we can work on together and help you develop a local plan and how you respond to the community plan to end homelessness and how you prioritize between the 3 tiers.
Thank you. That's helpful. So I want to be sure I understand the 313 doesn't include people living, this is for our staff, sorry, doesn't include people living in their vehicles. Is that right? Perhaps Ms. van der Swag?
So during the pit count, there is an effort to count people that are in their vehicles. I'm not sure if KJ can specifically say for the last pit count in Palo Alto, but I know when the pit count happens, they designate certain folks to find out how many are in shelters, try to reach people who are unsheltered, and then do a specific outreach to folks in vehicle dwellers. I know one of our former HISRAP grantees, their caseworker would always take on the job of going out to count the vehicle dwellers. But KJ, do you have something to add to that?
No, you're correct. It would, the pit count does include vehicle dwellers. And we did see an increase, countywide, and I believe in North County as well during the last pit count. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but would be happy to provide that after.
Okay, that's helpful. It just helps us get our arms around how big the problem is. I recall last year during COVID when we were there, the state was still beginning to talk about hotels and suggesting at the time, I know that we were not on the list of communities that stepped forward, but I am supportive of us looking for if there's a hotel that is, interested in selling, converting that. I think that makes all the sense in the world. I see my time is running out. Mr. Mayor, may I have another minute?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much. Sorry, this isn't in great order. It's just in the order that I wrote my notes down here. I do want to touch on the safe parking programs at the religious institutions that are starting. And I've had the opportunity to listen to many of the community meetings that have happened. And I think the questions about background checks are reasonable, and we should address that because it does seem like there's a difference between how our operator is currently working and how neighbors are. So we should just have a good answer to that. And I know Ms. Tanner is aware of that concern. And then I know one thing that I certainly hadn't contemplated when we made this decision was we never looked at a map, like where are all of the churches and synagogues and mosques in the city, and making sure we understand whether or not we should consider, I hesitate to say restrictions, but making sure that there's that things are well dispersed. So I'll just throw that out. As I've said before, providing public land for housing is something that I am supportive of, and we're already doing it with the county here. And sorry, 2 more quick things. I'm sure I have them in here somewhere. I think the survey is really important. It sounds like it's being done in a culturally appropriate way. I know that this would also fall in the category of things where I think each of us has our own experiences, assumptions, or stories. So I look forward to that, and I hope that it is shared with us promptly. I was struck by the fact that perhaps Ms. van der Swag, you can help us, that some of the people without homes also don't have access to a phone or a phone that's working. Is that something that we have ever funded before or had available? Is that a need that we see frequently and we should be considering?
I have heard that most frequently from one of our service providers, that with so many, just in normal times, but especially during COVID, with most of the places that unhoused people gather. So if, for instance, an unhoused person gets to the top of the list and a caseworker is trying to reach them, they have their phone, they have in their notes places that they frequent. And that's a lot harder now during COVID. So having a phone has become even more crucial to be able to to find the person and for the unhoused person. I will say that it is not something that we have funded. We have talked about it when in some conversations, and in the times that we have opened up, the HISREP grants or the Emerging Needs Fund grants, we haven't not had a provider that is specifically asked for that. I know some have told me in meetings they sometimes get rehabbed phones from community members that they do their best to get up and working again so they could hand out to their participants. So that's an opportunity for community members to help. But definitely COVID across the nonprofit sector, but especially with nonprofits, has shown that the need to be in contact with people and not having a regular place to be able to do that is definitely an identified need.
Well, I think the other thing probably is having an extra battery, right? I can imagine during the day if you're not able to, be at the library or, Pete's or Starbucks.
Definitely.
Okay.
They have talked about different types of solar charging packs, and I actually researched costs for that, and that's quite, what I was able to see, cost prohibitive. But if folks have ideas about that I can pass on to the providers, but that's definitely a need with a lot of our community centers and libraries closed.
It also sounds like something that people would be able to, it's tangible, that people would be interested in donating. So I'm sure somebody listening is going to figure out how to solve that problem. And I'll just end with this. On page 15 of the staff report, I know we've heard a lot about Mountain View tonight, and we are behind. The city of Mountain View has invested over $5.7 million and has been working on their strategies and actions for over 5 years. So I'll close by saying that I'm grateful to this staff of all of these organizations for bringing this all together and putting it into a structure that will help us think about the gaps we have and how we need to fix them.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all the presenters. This is an issue so close to my heart. I've served on the Palo Alto Human Relations Commission and the County Human Rights Commission, so I recognize a lot of your faces, and I've always enjoyed working with you. So thanks for being here and putting this together. This is very helpful information. Want to kind of start on just some questions regarding housing and shelter. So my understanding is Palo Alto still doesn't have any shelter options for families, correct?
That is correct.
And what's the closest shelter that hosts families, whether it be Santa Clara County or San Mateo County? What's the closest?
Sure, I will let Philip Daw, if he's still on the line, from Life Moves, because I know they have several family shelter options. Philip, are you still here?
Yes, I am. The closest shelters, excuse me, one is in the Haven Family House in Menlo Park, and then the rest of our family shelters are in San Mateo and San Jose. There's none in Palo Alto.
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I missed you said San Jose and?
San Jose, San Mateo, and Menlo Park.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry to interrupt, I just add that there's a shelter in Sunnyvale that also takes families and single adults. And there's also a cold weather program in Mountain View. It's typically at a Mountain View church, and this year it's at a hotel that's actually in Palo Alto, but that's for just the cold weather season.
Correct. But those are seasonal shelters and they are not operational year round.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's an area where I think for a long time that has broken my heart that we don't have shelter options for anyone, but especially permanent shelters, and especially for families. And I've talked to many unhoused families over the years and in Palo Alto, and it's just it's something I think would be a great thing to be able to partner with the county to see what we can do up here in North County. The staff report says that city doesn't have any organization under contract to perform outreach to our unhoused and mental health communities. Minka, did we used to have a nonprofit that fulfilled that role through HISREP?
Yeah, so there are different, so for instance, obviously, Philip staff provides great case management to the unhoused that come to the Opportunity Center. Downtown Streets Teams has outreach workers that are trying to bring people into the Streets Team program. We did at one point have a contract with Momentum for Mental Health, and they would send an outreach worker one time a week. He is like sliding it. We no longer provide his rep grant because the agency did not request one. And he's like sliding into retirement. So he comes like once a week, and then I don't see him for a couple months, and then we see him again. So we do not, under his rep or CDBG, have anybody contract to do street outreach. And I wanted to make that specification. So there are folks that are doing outreach at their sites or to get folks in their program, but there's no one, there's not an agency, for instance, that I can call and say, hey, can you, under contract with the city, that can do outreach. Streets Team will do that when they have the opportunity, but it's not, but they're not always able to do so.
And are you aware of an organization that can perform that role that is not contracted with the city that we could proactively reach out to and engage in those discussions?
There, I can definitely look into that, and we've had some conversations with the county of what that might look like if there are agencies that they are working with to look at some kind of economies of scale as far as working with an outreach worker. But I think one of the first places that I would start is, with our providers that, don't specifically get funding for us to do that at this time. And if that's an expansion of services with additional support, that they would be able to do for us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, follow up on that would be great. I think that's something that is really desperately needed. So I know the last point in time count done in 2019 showed 313 total unhoused in Palo Alto, with 299 unsheltered and only 14 sheltered, and most of those seem to be in shelters in Sunnyvale. Is that, and I don't know if staff has this answer, maybe survey data needs to be done, but is that small amount of unhoused Palo Altans who are sheltered, is that due to lack of shelter options in Palo Alto? Is it due to a lack of understanding of available resources? Because maybe we don't have that outreach specialist, or is there a lack of kind of like maybe interest or trust in these type of services? Do we have the answer to the why for that?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So the ones that are mentioned in the point in time count are the individuals at that point who were in the Hotel de Zinc program that Philip and the Opportunity Center manage. That doesn't mean, if you look in some of the supporting documentation for the report, KJ provided some really interesting information for Palo Altans that are in shelters in other places. So she provided data as far as those that are in the North County Cold Weather Shelter Program, which is in Sunnyvale. And there's information on those that are in the Mountain View-based shelter, which is now in a Palo Alto hotel, and so forth. So there are Palo Altans that are in other shelter programs in other parts of the county, but since they're, Sunnyvale, San Jose, or longer positions, if Palo Alto is their home, where they spend their days, and then to get to Sunnyvale transportation wise, or get to some of the other shelters that are in San Jose, that's quite the feat to get down there. So I think there are several barriers that if anyone else, Philip or KJ, want to reply back. So it is more Palo Altans are in shelter programs, but the ones in Palo Alto are only in the Hotel de Zinc program or the Heart and Home Collaborative program, which is for women. Anything else to add? No.
Fortunate that there are those other shelters in the region for people to be able to access, but you're right. I mean, the lack of transportation to be able to get there. The issue that we don't have, my understanding is the only locker storage that we have in the community is at the Opportunity Center, and those appear to be too small for many individuals to be able to house all their property within those locker units if they were to go to one of those overnight shelters or to do a hospital visit or whatnot. I know I'm out of time. Can I have one more minute, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry. I'll only ask one question then on vehicle parking. I have vehicle dwelling along El Camino. I have several, but one I was just curious on, and I've heard this come up a few times. The staff report on page 27 regarding vehicle parking says that the Palo Alto Police Department had increased their frequency in which they address abandoned property and vehicles parked for more than 72 hours, and that this strategy is aimed to, quote, ensure vehicles are operable and not abandoned as required by state and local laws. And I'm wondering if staff can cite which state and local laws are they referring to, and if it's more just a local ordinance, what council can do to be able to maybe relax some of those requirements, so we're not having this kind of I guess this confusion regarding the requirements there.
Assistant Chief Bender.
Yeah, hi, Council Member Stone. I appreciate the question. I'm going to have to look into that and get back to you. We work, I think you're aware, Captain Perone and Captain Reifschneider head our traffic and patrol unit. So let me research that and I'll get back to council on that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, so I'll just kind of quickly wrap up with just a few thoughts. I really agree with what the mayor said about expanding. Well, really, I associate with almost all remarks that you made. I especially liked that you were talking about expanding our human services funding. I think that's incredibly important. For a long time, I found it to be very disappointing the amount of money that we do spend on unhoused services in Palo Alto. Our greatest amount of funding comes from his rep, from the general fund, which is only a little more than $500,000. And I think frequently our consent items get close to that number, or the cost of installing one bathroom in Palo Alto makes up about half of the amount of money that we pay into his rep. So I feel like it wouldn't take much for us to significantly increase our commitment and our spending on his rep to be able to support our unhoused population. We're so fortunate to have so many incredible nonprofit organizations in this community where we are getting pennies on the dollar for our little investment to the amount that our community gets back from them. So I really commend the work that they're doing, but I think we need to increase our commitment to those organizations by increasing our funding. And I also think it's just clear that we need a strategic plan to address our unhoused population. I'm thrilled to see the county working on that. I think we should move quickly to support the county in any way that we can with that. But I think we also need to make sure that we have a true strategic vision in the city of Palo Alto on how we can address this instead of going about it the way that we have for so long. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Stone. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. I also want to thank really the great partners that we have here of the county, our great group of nonprofits who are underappreciated much of the time, and the really important critical role that they play. Really appreciative of Stanford stepping up and Megan's leadership in driving that, and of our own staff who is a thin staff in this arena and who really is dedicated to it. I also want to concur with the comments of my colleagues, Councilmember Cormack's point in particular on the need for a strategic plan, and in particular the mayor's comments on how to increase our HISREP funding. We've received $12 million, or we are receiving $12 million over a 2-year period from this next federal stimulus program. We're going to have budget shortfalls, but purposes of those dollars are to help make up for revenue shortfalls so that we can retain our essential services, and to address the social needs that have come about or become even greater as a result of the emergency. And so I think it's entirely appropriate for us to look at taking some fraction of that spread over a 2-year period, so it's not just a bubble funding, toward our social services funding, both HSRIP and our other social services endeavors. And those funds can be leveraged with other community partners. And those needs are not only homeless, they are a whole series of really impacted community members that we need to step up and be a full partner for. I'd also, I want to have a quick question for the county. Has there been any consideration to kind of micro grants for like our churches to help them support their efforts at the RV lots? Any discussion on kind of smaller scale, more nimble approaches in addition to the more strategic ones?
Thank you for the question. Not at this time. Really what we've been, our coordination and our effort has been in leveraging our nonprofit partners and really helping. We have Hillary Baroga on our team who's been providing a lot of technical support that would have been the equivalent of a small grant, council member, but we're happy to engage in that conversation with staff.
Great, thank you. And to Minka, have we surveyed our smaller, older hotels to find out which out of them, who are all suffering in this downturn, probably more than any other business almost, whether there are any that are interested in having conversations about the destination home or some other utilization of their facilities or even acquisition of them?
I would pass that on to Rachel in the planning department. The human services staff has not done that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll actually jump in on that one too, Mr. Vice Mayor. Through our efforts where we've been doing a lot of business support related to the COVID efforts, we actually have someone in the city manager's office who's been in contact with all of the hotels. And so we're having conversations with her to just understand some of the hotels and where they are in terms of their viability, et cetera. And we may be able to glean some more information from that. So we are doing the research on it.
Well, let's make sure that we're not just asking where they are, but whether they're even aware of this possibility. I mean, there are potentially businesses hanging on by their nails who might find this attractive.
Will do. Thank you.
And then with both our safe parking locations and longer term affordable housing and the availability to access Measure A funds, and even in our own incentive programs for affordable housing through our zoning, the availability of land is crucial. And in particular, if the city has land that it owns and can make available, my understanding is that then we are on a fast track to be able to access Measure A funds and other county funds. And so there's been discussion for some time about looking at whether we have underutilized surface parking lots that the city owns or even a single lot. And I think we should be looking at that. We took advantage of the Ging Road site. We've had a lot of discussion about the former Los Altos Hills wastewater treatment site, which my understanding is 2 acres of kind of developable land and 2 acres that is perhaps not developable. But it's occurred to me that we have another site of 10 acres of underutilized land that we haven't been talking about. And that is right across the street from the Ging Road site. When we redid the golf course, I worked hard with others to diminish the size of the golf course, not only for the flood control, but to set aside 10 acres for future fields, future playing fields. And at the time, we thought that there would be a clamoring to use those fields. We haven't had really the funding set aside, but we also apparently haven't had as great of a need as we had anticipated. I don't know whether that is something that we would want to use on a temporary basis or not, whether how the dollars would be there, but that's 10 acres right across the street. It's basically a pile of dirt. And it's right across from Ging, has a similar access, could be utilize the same resources we're having there. And I would encourage us to begin to look at that site as one possibility. And then lastly, so much of our ability to provide affordable housing and our local share is depending on funding. And we have two main sources of potential revenue from that. We have our impact fees and what has been discussed as a business tax that the mayor and others have talked about resuscitating that movement in short order. And the impact fees, those of us who are on the council in 2016 had worked with staff and on increasing the commercial impact fees to the amount that was allowable by a nexus study. The incoming council reversed that action. Ironically, the reversal came from council members who purported to be pro-housing, but they thought that anything to restrain commercial office development was detrimental. I would argue that the rapid growth of office development is in fact a primary, if not the primary driver of our jobs housing imbalance. And so in any event, I hope that we're going to have that come back to us soon, because that fee structure is what the county had used. We didn't even realize that at the time. That's and the county impact fees on Stanford were largely how our share of Buena Vista was afforded. And so those are two big funding sources. Same thing on the business tax. We've had Palo Alto Forward and others in the community who have purported to be affordable housing and housing advocates who opposed or did not support that, as well as not supporting our renter protections at the time. And I'm hoping that the approach of both those groups and some of our resident groups who are strongly embracing affordable housing today can come together around funding and a strategic plan to really address these problems in a deliberate way that is commensurate with the challenge. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
So I'm not gonna, a lot of what the mayor said and the vice mayor has said is, I agree with a lot of it. I do wanna say that in terms of the safe parking, first I just wanna say thank you to all the guests that are here today who have reported, including Mr. Love, Ms. Stein, and Mr. Dahl. And of course, Ms. Kosminski, Ms. Hernandez, and Mr. Branson. So thank you for the report. This is very interesting and really gives us an eye on what's going on. And I want to thank staff as well. I did want to say that with the safe parking, you know, we have some really helpful citizens and residents who have brought forward a lot of information in order to help make this program successful. And I, for one, would really like to see it succeed, especially when they're in the neighborhoods and in the church parking lots. So I would really urge that we work closely with the best practices that they have provided and see where we can go. It's mostly reassurance that they're looking for. And I think that, you know, if we're going to have more of this, that some of their comments should be visited and should be worked on. Then I also wanted to make sure that we do address residents who are already living here in Palo Alto now. And I think Mr. Dahl had broached the subject about how the funding that was produced by CDBG actually helped a lot of residents who are living here to continue to be living here and have remained housed. And if I remember what he said in April and March of 2020, when we went into the shelter at home, that he had, I think, $28,000, and he was able to maintain 29 households, and that equated to 58 people that could have been unhoused, but was actually saved from being evicted. I also know that in our community, there is also those who are in below market rate housing that is purchased. And some of them are having a hard time, especially with renovations and with repairs. And I don't know, where would they go to get help for that? So that's another thing, is I'm wondering who is doing the outreach to those who are in the BMR housing that is purchased. I know there is, for the rentals, there is communication. So I just want to make sure that we also make sure that we look at those that are in the community now and housed, that they don't become unhoused. And I won't go on much, but I see here for developing, I think the vice mayor basically mentioned, as well as the mayor, to start looking into our city lots that are underutilized and seeing if there's a way to provide a shelter or housing on it. One of the places that come to mind right away would be where we were going to build a parking garage in downtown on Hamilton and Waverly. That could be a site that could be visited for perhaps housing, especially for the below market rate housing for, and let me see here. I also wanted to find out for the folks that are unhoused or in vehicle dwelling, are they being, is there efforts to have them be vaccinated? If perhaps Ms. Stein or Mr. Love can comment, or Mr. Dahl.
Yes.
How are they, please?
Yes, we've been working with Valley Health Hospital, which has come to the lots twice. And we reach out to all of the clients that are on the lots that we manage, including the Palo Alto, and notify them. And they have been able to receive the Johnson & Johnson. And I think Valley Health will go not only just on our lots, but they will come throughout the community and they notify us. Then we in turn notify the clients that may have missed, not had the opportunity to catch it one day. They might be able to go another.
That's reassuring.
I
And
know
also,
that Philip probably has something to add about the Opportunity Center.
Yes, so the Opportunity Center has been hosting pop-up vaccination clinics the last 3 weeks. And so we've had three Fridays of 100 doses each time, vaccinating not just homeless people, but anybody throughout the city of Palo Alto. So we have done 300 vaccinations. Our first 2 Fridays were the Moderna vaccines, and last Friday we had the Johnson & Johnson vaccine for the one-shot vaccine for the first time, because we think that will help the homeless folks who might not be able to go and come back or remember to come for their second shot. And we're able to utilize all 100 doses the 3 occasions that we've had them. And this is in conjunction with the on-site clinic, Peninsula Healthcare Connection, and also our boat services. So it's a collaborative effort between the county and these 3 organizations at the Opportunity Center. And we believe that we will continue to do vaccinations on Fridays for the foreseeable future.
Oh, that's super. Thank you so much. Very reassuring. Then also for the children, they are all registered with the Palo Alto schools. Are they? So we're ensuring that they're getting the schooling.
Yes, we are.
Okay. And they're registered here in Palo Alto.
Yes, those are the families that we gave priority to again throughout, is where with their children registered in the Palo Alto school system.
Okay, and Hotel de Zinc, do they take children, or is that just, I know Heart and Home is only women and no children, but is Hotel de Zinc, do they have families
Hotel,
there?
no, we do not have families. It's only single adults.
Single adults. Co-ed?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, well, so again, thank you for all your work on this. I remember going out during doing the homeless count, and I was assigned a lady who did live in a vehicle so that she can show me around and tell me where to go in order to count the vehicles, as well as counting people who are unsheltered. And obviously, you know, she was able to identify many cars that if I drove by, I would not have known that somebody was living in it. I am happy to say that I know that she has been housed and no longer living in her car. But I think that's a great plan to have someone who can do outreach and who has had the experience and know where to go and identify people. I would love to support the county plan to end homelessness. However, I think identifying the root cause of the problem is going to be really a big matter to do. You know, a lot of the state laws that up zones does not help. It really increases the cost of land, and from there the cost continues to climb. So there are things that we really have to examine and have to see, you know, the root causes. Again, thank you.
Right, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just want to thank staff and all the organizations that are working to solve this problem. It's a really hard problem, and it's a problem that does need to be addressed. So appreciate that. Just want to let folks know that I got texted by several people who tried to raise their hand on Zoom, but I think we're having trouble tonight with Zoom. So that's something that we should be aware of, maybe for other items as well. And Philip, is Philip Dahl still there? Mr. Dahl, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, thank you for your work at the Opportunity Center. We chatted a while back, I forgot how long, and you mentioned that there were some challenges with repeat offenders on the Encina area. Has that been solved? I just wanted to check with you on that.
Yes, for the most part, that problem has been solved, and it was an issue where a lot of people would hang out in front of opposite the building, and it created a small community of its own. But we work with the police department and some of our neighbors to address the issue. So those folks are gone now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just want to make sure. And then I thought a lot of the comments that Councilmember Crew made were right. So let me just kind of tell you ones I agree with, which, well, one of them is, I think one of the public speakers talked about appeal fee for the safe parking program. It does strike me as a bit high, especially for a pilot program. So I don't know whether we have to charge such a high fee for the appeal. I don't know what my other colleagues think, but it does strike me as a high fee, especially it's not permanent yet. See, so it should be, we want to be able to encourage feedback on this program to make sure it's successful. And I don't think we want that to be a barrier. I do agree with the point about minimizing the impact on any single neighborhood. You know, there's a lot of concentration of churches, especially around Christine Drive. And it seems like a lot of the safe parking programs are clustered around Christine, which I've had a couple of officers on this with their neighbors. And I think they have a really good point. So I think we need to make sure, I don't think the intent was to actually focus it all on one area. So I think we should figure that part out. I thought the point about requiring background checks and screening, especially for violent felonies or sex offenders, I think we want people to feel safe, both people in the program as well as the neighbors. So I think that should be done. And I think my fellow council members have also supported that as well. Yeah, I think we want to be consistent about, especially with best practices, making sure that we have safe and secure monitoring and enforcement. I think that's really important. And I also know that we have limited amount of budget, so I also agree with trying to help those in our city that those have some sort of ties to a community first. I think that's important. And then the last point here is around metrics. And I think this goes beyond just the safe parking program. I think it goes metrics for any program that we're trying to do to solve this problem, or for that matter, any program that we're trying to do in the city, which is, what is the metric? How do we know if we're winning or losing here? And so I think for like, especially the safe parking program, I think neighborhood happiness is really important. So I think with the neighborhoods that get this program, I think it's really important to understand their satisfaction, their concerns, and making sure that it's success. Because I don't think we should scale this up until we really make sure that we know the right formula. Then it probably makes sense to scale that up. And then I think the other part is the results of the program. So how many people have actually been helped? How many people are no longer homeless? All that kind of stuff, I think, are really, really good metrics. Because I think what we want to do is, we have a certain amount of budget and we want to put it in programs that have the maximum return. And so, it seems like right now we're placing a lot of bets in lots of different programs, which I think is okay. But I think before we scale up anything else, we should really look at the programs, see what's working, what's not working, invest in ones that are working, and the ones that are not working, probably divest those. So yeah, so I think that's important. And then another metric I think that's important is number of homeless people in our city. So if that's going down through these programs, I think a lot of people are going to be supporting what we're doing here. So I think looking at that and trying to understand. One thing I'll just think about, because there seems to be a plethora of programs right now, is I think it's important for us to do a few things really well. And so I think it's important to know what is working, what's not working, and to be kind of judicious about that. Finally, and I'm trying to finish in the last few seconds here, is I think several council members talked about this, but I think to really solve the homeless problem, what we have to do is we have to understand the root cause. We have to understand, like, why is it happening? And I think the reasons are not monolithic. I think the reasons differ for different groups of people. And so I think understanding each of those groups well, the drivers, and trying to address each of them, I think is important, right? It may be drug use, it may be unemployment, it might be cost of housing, it might be, who knows what. But I think we need to know, we have to have a deep understanding of that, because otherwise I feel like we're gonna be chasing our tails on this. But hard work, and really appreciate everyone's efforts on these programs.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to conclude this study item. We are about an hour behind schedule. I'm going to suggest we go through oral communications, and then we take a break, and then we'll come back and get through the rest of the meeting. So I don't believe we have any agenda changes or deletions.
Correct. No changes from staff, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on to oral communications.
Any members of the public that wish to speak on oral communications, please raise your hand at this time. At this time, we have 8 speakers, and one Fred Ballin is speaking for a group of 4. Our first speaker is Fred Ballin, to be followed by William Heaton and then Aram James. Fred, you have 8 minutes.
I won't need nearly that much. William Heaton is on my list, so you could take him off.
Thank you.
And Annette Ross, you can take off as well.
Thank you.
Who are listed as speakers 2 and 5.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for all those who donated time to me. Good evening. During discussion of your recent resolution combating racism, Councilmember Tanaka shared his family's hardship during the U.S. internment of the Japanese. Later, community leader Winter Dellenbach recommended a new book that, quote, humbled her, The Eagles of Heart Mountain. Yes, continuing education is part of the solution. Councilmember Koo cited 19th century federal legislation targeting the Chinese, San Francisco's newest immigrant group, who after building most of the Central Pacific Railroad were perceived, she stated, as an economic, disease-ridden, and heathen threat. And so in turn, I will add 2 titles. First, for an excellent overview of the topic, go to pbs.org and watch the 2-hour documentary, The Chinese Exclusion Act, if you have not done so already. But less well known is the work of Bay Area investigative historian Julia Flynn Seiler and the archives of San Francisco Chinatown's Presbyterian Mission House, founded in 1874. Chinese girls and young women risked their lives to come through its door for refuge, and from within, courageous women traversed the alleyways, staircases, and rooftops to enter premises and rescue others who were lured, kidnapped, or sold into servitude or prostitution as part of a corrupt enterprise that included white officials and lawyers. 2 women are especially highlighted. Tien Fu Wu, at 10, brought in during the Exclusion Act as a, quote, paper daughter, i.e. with a false identity, and as a household slave was tortured before her rescue. She would become educated, bilingual, and tenacious. And Donaldina Cameron from Scottish gentry, but fallen on hard times, who at 25 came to the mission house as a sewing teacher, not fully aware of what she is stepping into. But she had a mentor and would soon propel the issue of human trafficking well beyond the clergy in San Francisco when she refused to let go of a young mission home resident, and the 2 were jailed in Palo Alto, galvanizing the community here and in San Jose. Over 4 decades, Cameron, with Wu, her primary aide, and others at the mission house, would shelter thousands of mostly Chinese women and expand to a second facility in Oakland. As trafficking decreased, they took in women with difficult domestic situations, immigration problems, deportation threats, and children in need of care. It was hard and often quite dangerous work. Cameron was continually threatened and vilified by her enemies, who referred to her and portrayed her as a white devil. She also became the legal guardian to hundreds of the residents, hence the book's title, The White Devil's Daughters, The Women Who Fought Slavery in San Francisco's Chinatown. After her retirement, Donaldina Cameron settled in Palo Alto, and later, after Tien Fu Wu's retirement, arranged for her to live in a cottage next door, which she bequeathed to her. Following Cameron's death in 1968 at age 98, the city dedicated a park in her name, a few blocks from her home in College Terrace. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Rob Levitsky, then Hank Edson. We will continue taking speaker hands until the end of Aram James' speech. Aram, you have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I want to commend the City Council for considering the possibility that the police study session will actually be turned into an action item. I think it's critical to follow through on that. I'm also hopeful, Mr. Mayor, that you will give more time for the citizens actually to do a little bit of questioning of the police chief, the assistant city police chief, et cetera. I happened to sit on the HRC meeting a couple of weeks back where Reif Schneider and the chief Johnson spoke about hate crimes, but conveniently left out the hate crimes involving members of the Palo Alto Police Department. They just are in such major denial there. We've got to get them to, start talking. Also, I noticed in your questioning of the police chief and the assistant police chief and Captain Wagner tonight, there was a more aggressive tone by the council members, more questioning, more moving in the direction that Dave Price's last week's op-ed suggested, is that you all get to make the policy over the police. They don't get to dictate stuff to you. And I thought, Greer Stone was dogged in his questioning of Captain Wagner. He wasn't going to give up. Great job, council. In suggesting that there's options to the so-called no options for encryption. Did you know this, that we only have one active Black member, black police officer now? And Reif Schneider had the gall to get up and talk about his extraordinary recruiting at the HRC meeting a couple of weeks back, and what a wonderful job. And I suggested, how about going out to the historically Black colleges and trying to do some recruiting? It's ridiculous that we now have one active African-American police officer on our force. We can do better than that. But again, I want to commend the direction that you all are going. You're not listening to Shikata, not being intimidated by him or the police chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Rob Levitsky, to be followed by Hank Edson, and then Bill Ross, and we will no longer be taking any speaker hands. Rob, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Do you have a slide for me you can put up?
We can try.
Yay. I want to thank the City Council for dedicating 3 meetings to studying the issues with the Castellea proposal, though it should have happened 5 years ago when the proposal came to the Planning Department. That said, I want to thank the City Council for directing Palo Alto's arborists to work with Castellea to preserve as many protected trees, to reduce the loss of protected trees as can reasonably be accommodated. Preserving redwoods 115 to 120 and oak 122 should be easily accomplished by moving the garage away from the trees. More complicated will be saving tree 89, shown on the screen, in which the current design has its roots sliced and diced, cut and compressed by electrical conduit trenches, water pipe trenches, 2,000 amp electrical panel and transformer on a heavy concrete pad, garage exit ramp on the north side of 89's roots, and a swimming pool chopping off roots on the south side, and dewatering what's left of the roots. Oak number 87 would also be maimed by the pool. Oak number 155 is proposed to be removed to provide a site for an underground trash dumpster. Oak 140 is proposed to be removed for part of the massive building. The 4,400 square feet that needs to be cut from the project square footage could save these trees. In any case, arborist Walter Passmore needs to be involved in these decisions and not just asked to look over someone else's design. I spoke to Walter Passmore about all of this today, and he's ready to offer his expertise to ensure a design that meets the council's desire to preserve these protected trees. Take a good look at this tree. This is tree 89. If the council and staff have done their job, it'll still be thriving when the construction is done. Our neighborhood will judge the integrity of Castellea on how it treats this tree, number 89. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Our next speaker is Hank Edson, to be followed by Bill Ross and then Keith Bennett. Hank, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. As a College Terrace resident, I want to urge you to reject the Wellesley Street project proposed by Cato Investments and to further consider that we'll never address the housing crisis if we don't understand the way our inequitable economy enables entities backed by billions of dollars to use this leverage to control markets to further enrich themselves. There are in fact 2 kinds of affordable housing needing protection: below market rate and market rate. Both types beg the question, why do we create residential neighborhoods in the first place? The answer is to create a city in which residents can own homes and neighborhoods can develop an ecology anticipated in a citywide zoning map developed with the goal of equitably distributing socioeconomically diverse housing throughout the city. Within Palo Alto, College Terrace's existing mixture of apartments, undersized lots with small cottages, and standard-sized lots ought to be a model of homeownership by neighborhood residents of diverse economic means. But in the last 5 years, 2 entities have bought up 43 lots in this small neighborhood by outbidding people actually wanting to live here. These 2 entities are Cato Investments and Stanford University, both backed by billions of dollars. Although Stanford ostensibly sells the homes it develops to faculty, it continues to own the land and rights to all gains in property value, which makes overbidding prospective homeowners profitable. To protect both kinds of affordable housing, City Council should only permit construction on R1 lots that are owned by people committed to live there for 2 years post-construction, or else be taxed 100% of all gains upon premature sale. Also, purchase of R1 lots should be limited to 1 per title holder in any given neighborhood. Last, we need below market rate projects proposed by the city and bid out to established nonprofit developers like the ones involved in the terrific Grant Avenue project. Once a residential neighborhood is built out, however, there's no legitimate role for non-resident purchasers, and zoning restrictions should be enacted to take away the profit motive from all such activity by opportunistic developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hank. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Keith Bennett, and our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Bill, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'd like to compliment the city utility staff for their work in repairing city utility facilities on March 27th. I would request of the city manager, rather than having to obtain the information by Public Records Act requests, whether there were redundant water pumps and redundant sewer pumps for both the water and sewer systems to back them up to address problems experienced by other urban metropolitan water and sewer systems during several of the public safety power shutoffs. More specifically, with respect to fire, the issue should be, are there appropriate pumps that immediately back up the system to maintain, as your fire chief will tell you, the adequate fire flow and water pressure? The same is true with respect to the sewer system. Without these redundant pumps, the city would not be in a position to address critical issues of fire and life safety. Please recall the communication that Nelson Eng sent about 3 weeks ago that involved the existence of PG&E natural gas lines in the rear of residential neighborhoods in the city. Can you imagine San Bruno happening again in the middle of a power safety or public safety power shutoff without redundant water systems? I suggest that this is a matter that should be disclosed to the public, whether they exist or not. It should not be something the public has to solicit by Public Records Act requests of the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Keith Bennett, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Keith, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Keith Bennett with Save Palo Alto's Groundwater. Let me start by thanking the council members for their hard work on many big and difficult issues, including housing and development issues about we've just heard. I'd like to bring up a different topic, climate change, of which I'm sure you're aware. This year is yet another drought year locally and in California. Precipitation in this season in California is the 3rd driest on record, about 50% of average. Local rainfall is even less, about 40%. Therefore, our groundwater is not being recharged much at all, affecting our groundwater budget for this year. Yes, there is a sustainable groundwater budget for Palo Alto. Groundwater flows are important for many purposes, including environmental functions such as pushing out saltwater intrusion, but we also use quite a bit of groundwater for urban use, including drinking. East Palo Alto is actively planning to install 2 new water wells accessing groundwater for use as potable water. In 2012, Hot Engineering made a groundwater study for this project and concluded the groundwater budget for our aquifer is about 2,500 acre feet per year, or 700 million gallons. But when there's a drought, about 250 million gallons less is available, leaving about 550 million gallons. Last year, construction of one single family residence in Palo Alto with a basement pumped and dumped over 20 million gallons of groundwater, which is over 4% of the entire groundwater budget this year. And this construction was in compliance with our current dewatering regulations. We cannot afford such waste. In light of climate change, our dewatering regulations need to be modified now to quantitatively limit the amount of groundwater discharged. We hope city staff will propose and council will approve effective regulations this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Rebecca, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to thank and agree with the points that Aram James made about the continuing obligations and the noticeable improvements with regard to Palo Alto City Council's approach to this current discussion of the police. I really appreciate it, and it's really good to see. Second, I want to amplify and agree with the points made by Rob Levitsky and just now Keith Bennett about Palo Alto's urgent need to protect our environment, and in particular, the trees, like Rob was talking about. I mentioned this because, as I understand, Castilea's proposed amended CUP is something you all are still considering. And I'm so grateful that you sent it back down, and especially that you did so with regard to the garage. But I want to go a little further and again remind you all that the city has absolutely no legal right to grant this amended CUP if Castilea does not show a public benefit to its amended CUP. And to clarify, creating less harm than before is not a public benefit because it's still harm. In order to have a public benefit and do any of what Castilea is wanting to do, it needs to actually provide benefits. And every other school in its situation provides some of the following. 1, financial payments to public schools. 2, shuttle buses that are open to the public alongside no parking on site. 3, full scholarships to local children from needy backgrounds. 4, opening its facilities to the public, at least sometimes. For reference, the San Francisco Friends School does all 4, as does Stanford. Let's get it right this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Great. Okay, well, let's take a 10-minute break and then we'll come back and get through the rest of the meeting. Thank you, guys.
I'd share a chocolate Easter egg with you guys, but you're not in real life in front of me.
Yeah, thanks. So if you're back, please turn on your camera. Okay, that's there we go, 7. Okay, so let's resume the meeting. We're on minutes approval. Looking for a motion to approve the minutes of March 15th and 22nd.
I'll move approval of the minutes of March 15th and March 22nd.
Okay, I will second those. Let's vote in reverse order tonight. Start with Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Cormack
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
All right, so we're done with the minutes. We're on to the consent calendar. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak to the consent calendar?
Mayor Du Bois, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay, so we'll come back to council. Entertain any motions.
I'll move the consent calendar.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Pull number 4.
So you're making a motion to pull number 4. Is there a second? All right, I'm not seeing a second. Do you want to vote no on 4?
I'll still vote yes.
What's that?
I'll still vote yes.
You'll vote yes. Okay. So can we have a motion on the consent calendar?
I think I moved the consent
Oh, you
calendar.
did. Did anybody second you? No. Waiting for a second.
I'll second.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. I heard Councilmember Koo. So voting on the consent calendar, Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So 7-0 on consent. We're now up to city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Let me ask, I believe Jessica will drive a few slides for me. Recognizing time, I'll walk through this quickly. Okay, thank you, Jessica. All right, great. Just a quick update. Again, I believe members of the public are generally aware of where we stand in terms of the pandemic tier, currently in orange. Do want to acknowledge the county of Santa Clara has noted a growing number and proportion of COVID-19 variants that have been detected within the county. Certainly emphasizes the importance of continuing our progress that has been made in maintaining our safety practices as a community, including mask wearing, avoiding gathering, and continuing with the testing in addition to ongoing vaccination, while also minimizing non-essential travel to the extent possible. Next slide, please. On the note of vaccinations and testing, recognizing that while supply remains limited, eligibility is increasing with this past week, expanding to residents over age 50, and within the next 10 days, opening to all residents over age 16. So the website sacfreevax.org remains a primary source within Santa Clara County, as well as additional resources through healthcare providers. And then finally noting the ongoing testing that continues throughout town every week through Curative at the Mitchell Park Library parking lot, as well as every Wednesday here now downtown near City Hall. And also that the next testing with the county provided services will be next Friday at Mitchell Park Community Center. Next slide, please. Also want to note upcoming big news with the reopening of Children's Library by appointment only, noting social distancing requirements. Children's Library will be the first library opening for indoor browsing and pickups beginning on April 13th. So information on that available from the city's website. Also noting that Mitchell Park and Rinconada libraries will reopen also next month in May, with details and specific dates yet to come, recognizing that we're balancing the indoor services and indoor access availability with the sidewalk services which are currently being provided. Really important to note that visitors will be required to wear face coverings, and notwithstanding vaccinations also remains a very important safety measure for all patrons. So we will continue to emphasize this and ask all members of the public to note face coverings being required at our libraries as they begin indoor services. Next slide, please. All right. Also noting upcoming community engagement opportunities with our Uplift Local program. Want to note a new online new online survey that we're pushing out to get feedback on the potential extension of parklet and street closures, both downtown as well as Cal Ave area. This will inform the discussion and staff report coming to the City Council on April 19th. So for the survey, we've got a bit.ly site here, http://bit.ly/uplift extension. Boy, that'd be easier to find on the webpage. Also, that we have upcoming community check-in meeting on the 20th. That's our monthly meeting, 5:30 p.m. Also, information available on our upliftlocal.org webpage. Next slide, please. Also, great upcoming events here. Not only openings, but lest we forget, it is almost May, and Mayfet is back. Back in style with a week-long celebration planned. Thank you, Mayor, for really spearheading this event. So this will extend from May 1st through May 8th with the theme of What a Wonderful World. And really going to be innovative this year with this reverse parade with display stationery and spectators invited to pass by and view them throughout town. So to register to participate in this event, our webpage is paloaltomayfetparade.com. Boy, that's a long webpage. So paloaltomayfetparade.com. Hope we don't have any typos in that address. Next slide. Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor.
I think we're having antique cars as well.
Yes, antique cars as well. So really, the event is rolling up, no pun intended. Okay, and then a quick update on bike bridge construction and installation. As the council knows, we had to reschedule this date due to a prior permitting issue. Do want to note that within the next few weeks, we have that installation coming back. Current target date, jump down here a little out of order, is April 22nd to 25th, or potentially 29th through May 2nd. Pending final Caltrans approvals and coordination. I do want to note, just as a sense of how significant an undertaking this is, the trusses are being brought from Arizona, which is their fabrication location, and 3 trusses, each about 100 feet long. Actually, I'm not sure that's correct, but in any case, the rigs themselves are overall quite lengthy, and I believe a 16-foot by 16-foot box, so bigger than a travel lane. So given that, it's quite an undertaking to transport these 3 sections of bridge to Palo Alto from Arizona, including staging locations and the like along the way. So all that said, we have been working with our contractor to ensure the end date has not changed, and it remains summer of this year. And so we will provide additional information to the council as we get a final date. Although, as had been previously announced, this will be overnight and involve closures of Freeway 101 during particular dates as well. So in any case, more information to come. Next slide, please. Then also want to really thank and apologize to our utility customers for the outages that we have experienced. A couple of recent significant outages over the last 2 weeks, including on March 27th. Now this involved a failed project. This was actually a planned project, but was not intended to involve an outage at one of our substations that caused an outage impacting 7,000 customers for approximately 2 hours. And then this past weekend on April 4th was due to, unfortunately, a more common blown transformer that does occur from time to time, in this case impacting 570 customers, most of which were back on in about 4 hours, but a few of those customers were actually out overnight. So once again, really want to apologize and thank our customers for their patience through these outages. Would note that several issues have been identified as a result of review and follow-up involved with these outages, including improvements to operational procedures, certainly as it related to the planned project, but also notably timeliness of public communication and customer call handling, which we know was frustrating for many people, especially given the very large outage. Our system was really not designed to be able to accommodate the number of calls that were received, given the significance and the size of this outage. Also note, and worth noting, that staff resources is an issue. Staffing resources are an issue, and one that we'll be both reviewing as well as reporting both to the council and to the public as it relates both to follow-up here as well as resource allocation in the upcoming budget. Also want to note that as part of our review of the existing outage management system, that part of this system does rely on customer phone numbers that are recorded as part of their MyCPIU account. And as a result, we'll be asking customers to review the phone numbers that are attached to their accounts to ensure that as they call in, the accounts are accurately recording caller ID. So it's just one of the features within this overall system. But again, not to suggest that that should be the end all of the issue. Given the significance of these issues, we are conducting both internal as well as bringing in third-party reviews to provide comprehensive review of options as well as best practices. So again, further information on that will be provided as it becomes available. Next slide, please. And then just want to end with, as always, with a note on our upcoming council items next week. A number of items already out in our public agenda, but then looking further out on the 19th, we have our Sustainability Earth Day report and action item, as well as follow-up, as noted earlier, on the city's uplift local and parklet and street closures, and then upcoming rail grade separation continued discussion. Next slide, please. And then a number of items coming up in the month of May and beyond. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I think just last slide is contacts for ways for members of the public to stay up to date on ongoing issues. And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll move on to our one action item tonight, which is a discussion and selection of members for our housing element working group. We were scheduled from 8:30 to 10, so again, we're about an hour behind. But we'll see if we can get through this. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Just two primary actions that we're asking the City Council to take advantage of this evening. One is to appoint up to 15 members and 2 alternates to the Housing Element Working Group. And the second item is to direct staff to prepare or to schedule a joint session between the City Council and the PTC for May 10th. Just by way of recap, the City Council may recall that, sorry, I just need to, okay. May recall that staff was before the council about 2 months ago, getting the council's endorsement to prepare to set up a working group, and that follows a similar model that was used when we last updated our housing element. The City Council reviewed a number of categories that were intended to reach and fulfill a diversity in our group that addressed not only folks who are typically involved in the process, but folks who are often underrepresented in housing policy development, and also individuals that reflect a diversity of income, economic levels as well. And so the council endorsed in concept reaching out to those stakeholders, and as shown on the slide here, identified some other specific stakeholder interests, which we reached out to as well. The city received 80 applications, and what we've done is we've attempted to objectively arrange the applicant list into 4 tables. And the first table represents individuals who have specific expertise or were specifically identified by the City Council as representation that you wanted to see on the working group. And also these are individuals where there aren't likely to be a lot of applicants requesting to participate. It's a pretty discrete group. And so these individuals are reflected in Table 1 that was included in the attachment to your report. Table 2, again, is the staff and council's effort to reach into the community and find a diverse set of participants to join us as we tackle many of these housing issues that we're going to have to address in the housing element. We've added some subheadings, if you will, to this table, just to sort of break down the information a little more clearly for the council. And then tables 3 and 4 are individuals who have self-identified in various categories of representation, whether it's demographic information or different stakeholder categories that were included in that in the council's list from earlier. There's no intended prioritization with the tables. It is, again, just meant to be an objective sorting of applicants to help get through the significant number that we received. Staff would anticipate that there would be representation from the different tables, but again, the council has some broad discretion, of course, in setting up the working group. I will note that there's an App Places memo, a 1-page memo that we transmitted today. There were 4 applicants, some that wanted to update some information that they had provided, and there was at least 1 candidate where staff had inadvertently left off some information. And so I'd like to call your attention to that. 2 candidates would move up to table 2 when we've adjusted for those corrections. Okay, in addition to the categories, the staff report includes some information about the different group responsibilities and sort of the expectations that is required of individuals, as well as individual responsibilities that we would expect from participants in the working group. As the council, I think, can anticipate, we're going to be dealing with some potentially contentious topics, dealing with some housing policies or solutions that may be very challenging for us to navigate through. And so what we're hoping for is a collaborative group that is really focused on issues and not challenging or questioning the necessarily the motives of individuals, but really trying to understand and seek a solution to these issues that we have as part of this housing element process. The working group itself is an advisory board, and staff and our consultant will be working very closely with the working group. They will be identifying housing sites in the city for possible housing redevelopment, as well as coming up with some policies and programs for review by the City Council ad hoc and Planning and Transportation Commission. So we would imagine it's a bit of an iterative process where PTC and the ad hoc will have a chance to review some initial work. We get some feedback, we refine it, and then we come back to the different boards and commissions or to the council. Okay, so all of that is really the heavy lift for this item is selecting the members, and we'll provide more detail on the process and the different roles with this at this joint meeting that we would like to schedule for May 10th. It'll be a Housing Element 101 and really our first outreach opportunity, not only to appointed and elected officials, but also for the community as we embark on this process. And so while there will be a study session, we would also expect that the City Council will take action on May 10th to endorse our program, work program, and our schedule, just so that we understand sort of the guardrails of the work that we would be proceeding with. This just identifies a couple of key dates. I'll just note that if we do have a list of applicants that can form this evening, that we would anticipate the first working group meeting to occur on May 6th. I want to also highlight another meeting after the joint meeting on May 15th, scheduled from 10 to 12. Okay, so I'll end there and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's go to the members of the public first. So if you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand in Zoom. And let's go ahead and do 2 minutes again. Thank you, Beth.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. At this time, we have Roland LeBrun, Aram James, and Anya Bitta to speak. Roland, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Roland LeBrun, San Jose. Do you take public comment on the general manager's report?
No, we do not.
Okay, I've just sent you an email. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Anya Bitta and then John Hickey. Aram, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so first thing I would like to ask is, will it this committee, Advisory Housing Element Working Group, be subject to the Brown Act so that there can be public participation? Secondly, Mr. Late, is it, Jonathan? It's okay to have people that challenge each other. That's a good way to open up the conversation and to learn. Just because somebody wants to challenge the status quo, wants to dissent on something, doesn't make them an outlier in the democratic process. It's okay. It really is. Don't be so afraid of that. Our founders dealt in challenging each other. The Black Lives Matter group has people within it that dissent and change ideas. That's how you really get innovation. It's okay, Jonathan, really. And I say that to the City Council. Also, I'm really heartened by the fact that you want to have unhoused or formerly unhoused members, but I think it should be more than one. I think they've been unrepresented for so long in the conversation that we need to have 3 or 4. And when we start to pick Planning and Transportation Commission members, we need ones that have an open mind, that aren't authoritarian in their approach to the issues. It's really all about openness. And I think, I mean, I was happy to hear the mayor suggest that the police chief's advisory commission be open to the public, because it's a sham when it's not. So the same applies here. But Jonathan, really think about that. Don't you want to have people that are willing to challenge you, to test the validity of your ideas and your theories? It's okay. You'll still have your job. You'll still be a guy that people respect, but they want to challenge you. They want to challenge the city manager, the police chief, the mayor. That's part of what makes a democracy flourish. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Our next speaker is Anya Bitta, to be followed by John Hickey and Arthur Keller. We'll continue to take speaker hands until the end of Anya's speaking in 2 minutes. Anya, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Anya Bitta, candidate number 17 for the working group. It's great to see so much interest by so many candidates. To introduce myself, I'm a Palo Alto renter. I'm employed in software development here in town. I have a child progressing through our schools. While I don't have experience in city planning, I do want to become active and participate. I have a stake in this community. It's become my home. I'd like to stay here for the long term and maybe even become a homeowner. Now, as I've talked to people about the housing element, I understand in some ways it's a required state process and one the city will complete to stay in compliance. What I'd hope for as a member of the advisory group is that our work will be meaningful in 2 ways. First, that the group's suggested policies and sites will be acceptable to the community and to the council. Second, that the group will be effective in supporting the creation of new housing. So that's me. I'm very curious. I'm committed to my city. I'm the problem-solving type. So I look forward to learning and working together on this balancing act. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Anya. Our next speaker is John Hickey, to be followed by Arthur Keller and then Jean Snyder. And just to let the public know, we will no longer be taking any speaker hands. John, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening, Mayor, council members. Really appreciate the opportunity to request to be part of this working group. We all know it's a very important part of the city's planning and the vision for the city moving forward. I will keep my comments very brief because I know you've got a long evening still ahead of you. Well, I suppose I should also mention that as one of the applicants, I am also a director of development for Summerhill Homes, who, as you might know, has an office in Palo Alto, has been here for a number of years. And in addition to that, I am a resident of Palo Alto and a renter here. So I believe that I can bring some good perspectives and some experience to bear on the process. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is Arthur Keller, to be followed by Jean Snyder and then Jessica, and Anna Toledano will be our final speaker. Arthur, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Arthur Keller, and I think I know all of you. And I just want to say that that we have to make sure that the committee is a valid committee, and it should be Brown acted. And in addition, it should own its own agendas. It should own its own agendas because it has to make committee by if the staff owns the agendas, then it doesn't work for the committee. So I think that it should own its own agendas, and that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Arthur. Our next speaker is Jean Snyder, to be followed by Jessica and then Kelsey Baines. Jean, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Good evening. I am Jean Snyder, and I am the Associate Vice President for Real Estate at Stanford University. I have submitted an application to be on the Housing Element Working Group. And I wanted to just explain and express a few things. One, that I would be very eager to participate in the working group and collaborate with community members in the city on this very important effort. Other than that, I wanted to just explain briefly my role at Stanford. You know, a lot of people I think on my team, but may not have worked with me or know me. So as the Associate Vice President of the real estate group, I do have access to resources and a broader team of individuals with expertise in housing development and land management that I can tap into. I lead a team that manages Stanford's lands in Palo Alto. This includes the Stanford Research Park, the Stanford Shopping Center, the train depot property, and lands along Sand Hill Road. My team includes a number of seasoned professionals, including Tiffany Griego, who I think many of you know, who is the managing director of the Research Park, who can also, provide critical resources to this effort. And then another responsibility of my team is to build housing for faculty and staff. University Terrace on California Avenue and Middle Plaza, an apartment community now under construction in Menlo Park, are examples of such faculty and staff housing projects. In summary, I supported by my team's knowledge and experience will bring a practical voice to building housing, including a solution-oriented mindset and an understanding of where many of the current feasibility challenges exist in building housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean. Our next speaker is Jessica, to be followed by Kelsey Baines and then Chris Labont. Jessica, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Jessica, you need to unmute from your end.
Thank
There
you,
you
Beth.
go.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Jessica Von Bork. I'm the Director of Land Use with Stanford University. I have submitted an application to be a part of the Housing Element Working Group, and I'm pleased to share a bit more about the value I would bring to this effort and available to answer any questions that you might have. My colleague Jean Snyder and myself are hopeful that we will effectively contribute to the housing conversation and development of solutions that address the housing crisis in a thoughtful way. In my current role as the Director of Land Use, I lead a team that supports university leadership with recommendations for land use planning, including housing and the protection of land use resources. My team tracks proposed housing legislation and policies at the local, regional, and state level, including the RENA process, CEQA streamlining efforts, changes to zoning ordinances, and other policy documents. Currently, we are in discussions with Santa Clara County planners on addressing housing needs as they relate to the Stanford Community Plan and are engaged in conversations around housing opportunity sites for their housing element. I bring 30 years of experience in the field of urban planning, design, and public policy, and having worked extensively throughout the Bay Area, I've held various public sector positions in planning, economic development, and city management prior to my role at Stanford. Housing elements, general plan updates, specific plans, and zoning ordinance amendments are all a part of my community planning portfolio and will enable me to contribute in the working group from a place of experience. Through this, I hope to bring a balanced land use planning perspective that supports the community's goals of creating opportunities for more housing while ensuring that land use decisions are not in conflict with limiting opportunities for diversity. I look forward to collaborating with other community members on this very important effort, and thank you very much again for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Jessica. Our next speaker is Kelsey Baines, to be followed by Chris Labont, and then phone caller with the final 3 digits of 072. Kelsey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kelsey Baines. I'm a resident of Palo Alto with Peninsula for Everyone and YIMBY Action. I did not apply to be on this working group, but wanted to talk about affirmatively furthering fair housing and having a fair and inclusive process as we develop our housing element. affirmatively furthering fair housing. It's a mouthful, and it means a lot of things, but it's something that is new in our upcoming housing element cycle that Palo Alto is going to be required to affirmatively further fair housing, which might mean not segregating low income housing onto high traffic corridors or onto Superfund sites, but it also means inclusivity in the process and making sure that the groups, especially groups of people who are the most impacted by the housing crisis, get their voices heard, because we know that so often in public planning processes, the people who tend to be heard the most often tend to be more white, older, and wealthier than the communities as a whole. So we really want to make sure that the Housing Element Working Group is representative of Palo Alto and includes young people, includes renters, includes people of color. It's really exciting that there was such a diverse pool of applicants, including people who are significantly impacted by the housing crisis. And I hope that we see in the distribution of people selected a similar diversity. And I think that a diversity of perspectives will help us develop a great housing element that will have really excellent outcomes by 2030. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelsey. Our next speaker is Chris Labont, to be followed by phone caller with the last 3 digits of 072, and then Jeffrey Hook. Chris, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Chris. Chris, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. I want to thank the council for all of their work, and I've sat in on the meeting today, and so I want to doubly thank the council. It does seem like a lot of work. I am a Palo Alto resident. I am a single parent, renter, teacher, and most importantly, a father of a 4th grader in the Palo Alto School District. And you know, in truth, spring is coming, COVID is ending, and I kind of looked up and thought, well, maybe I should be a little bit more civic minded. And that is the reason that I'm an applicant for this. I think that my perspective is somewhat unique, but I'm sure there are lots of great people. And I just, I applaud the work that you're doing and the fact that you're reaching out to the community to try to hear these different perspectives. And that's it.
Thank you, Chris. Our next speaker is phone caller 072, and then Jeffrey Hook, and our final speaker tonight will be Anna Toledano. Phone caller 072, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I'm a postdoc at Stanford University, and I'm a renter. I actually live in Mountain View, but housing issues are a regional issue and impact all of us. I wanted to call in and give a few comments. Given that Palo Alto is almost half renters, I think that this housing board should have good representation from renters. I want to echo from some of the voices that came up earlier. I'll also speak as a member of the Stanford community. I find it a little bit baffling to hear people with titles like assistant vice president of the university saying that they will utilize their teams to do civic work in Palo Alto. That sounds like a labor issue to me. And honestly, Stanford has plenty of housing issues absent of Palo Alto. In fact, I was a graduate student at Stanford, and the cost of housing was really difficult at Stanford and pushes a lot of graduate students, postdoctoral scholars that come to the university into the surrounding area. So I'm a little bit skeptical about their inclusion, but I just want to speak up in favor of including renters and speak more about building more housing. Like there is transit-oriented housing that can help with the climate. I noticed that there was a parking garage that was 3 or 4 stories that was just built on Cal Ave, I think it would have been great to have apartments built there. It would have kept the same similar character of the neighborhood in terms of building sizes and things, but would have been transit-oriented housing that could solve some of our transit problems in the region and some of the housing problems. So in conclusion, I just want to once again echo, include renters on the board. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Tim. Our next speaker is Jeffrey Hook, to be followed by our final speaker, Anna Toledano. Jeffrey, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Your volume's a little low, but go ahead and try.
Oh, okay.
Better.
Okay. So I am an applicant for the Advisory Housing Element Working Group. I retired from Tesla 2 years ago. While I was there, I learned a bit about how Elon Musk goes about solving problems. He always goes to fundamentals first. He's not afraid to set aside conventional practice in order to set an approach based on first principles. Ecology is a first principle. I'm sure everyone in this call is an educated person who understands that humans are a part of nature and economics is a subsidiary of ecology. A part of ecological analysis that has been developed decades ago and continues to gain traction, respect, and validity is eco-footprint analysis. This is where a new unit of measurement is used instead of money. This is the global hectare, or GHA, and it is both a measure of ecological productivity as well as consumption. Worldwide, humans are an overshoot. All but a handful of countries draw more from nature than it can deliver. This is not sustainable. I think most people agree that the current population of nearly 8 billion is not sustainable. We are in a collision course with nature. Very likely world population will reduce, perhaps by the end of the century, to a billion less. What will Palo Alto's population be then? What should it be? What do we want it to be? Will we consider converting commercial space to residential? This addresses the housing problem by reducing demand and increasing supply, and doing so without compromising the city's commitment to providing open space, where we are currently 90 acres in arrears. Following with what Aaron James says about a challenging convention, will the council want a futurist, someone who represents future generations, someone with an ecological background to help the city with its long-term planning, which includes housing? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. And our final speaker is Anna Toledano. Anna, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Anna Toledano, and I've been a resident of the downtown area for 6 years. I am not an applicant to the working group, but as a renter and a member of the Palo Alto Renters Association Steering Committee, I'm speaking to ask for renters to be included in the Housing Element Working Group. 46% of Palo Alto rents, yet in the last cycle, Palo Alto only included one renter on the working group. So we as renters are consistently left out of the decision-making, but this is an opportunity to correct that. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Mayor Du Bois, that's our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. So we're getting started here about 10:15, but I wanted to suggest a bit of a process. So I'm going to suggest that we do one round of council comments and questions. I'd like to suggest maybe that when you talk about how many people you think we should appoint. Staff has suggested a maximum of 15 and 2 alternates. Do we want to go less than that max? Do we want to go to the max? And then maybe talk about how you evaluated the applicants, what criteria you used, categories that we discussed in February, and ask any questions. And once everybody gets a chance to speak, then we'll go to a second round and entertain motions. So does anybody want to start off with any comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Just a few quick questions for staff. The first is what I understand the alternates wouldn't vote. So what's the role of alternates as you envision them? Is this just if people have to drop out, then we have somebody ready to step in?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thanks. I
I know I asked this question last time and we had a speaker talk about it today, but do we have any more ideas about what affirmatively furthering fair housing looks like? I know we have a fellow working on that.
Yeah.
That might help us as we think about who to choose.
Yeah. So, and you'll get, the council will get a full presentation on this on May 10th, should you decide to have that joint session. But let's see, looking at just an excerpt from state law here, I can just read that for you. It's taking meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to opportunity based on protected characteristics. That's one aspect from state law. There are other aspects that really speak to what are we doing in terms of our outreach and engagement. And this is one facet, how we're trying to address the affirmatively furthering fair housing by trying to find opportunities for including those who have not typically been represented in these processes before. Others outreach efforts will be through our working group meetings, which are Brown Act meetings, through our community meetings. We'll be seeking to engage all members of our community. And then when it comes to housing policy itself, really, we're going to need a chapter or a section in our housing element that really tackles the issue of affirmatively further. We have to proactively, affirmatively further fair housing. And so we will identify constraints, barriers, policies that need to be changed or modified so that we can create opportunities in our community and create more equitable housing for all.
Okay, I heard take meaningful action. That's what I heard. Okay, thanks for that. I want to compliment staff on the broad reach of communication channels that was utilized. Thank you for doing this application in Spanish and Chinese. I see that we received one application in each of those languages. I don't think I've seen this level of diversity in terms of how people heard about things. So very well done on that. I wonder if, Mr. Late, if you could just put up that slide that had the things that the group is supposed to do and the ways that they're supposed to do their work. And for me, this will address the mayor's question about what I was looking for and what I am looking for in these candidates this evening. And while that's coming up, I do just want to say that because we have such a wide variety of people who have applied tonight, and I think one thing we should contemplate is there are a lot of people who are strong advocates for one position or another who have applied, but we have many more people who have not yet been heard or been able to participate in the process. And I think it's worth considering them. Thank you so much, Mr. Late. So one thing I definitely looked for in these applications was evidence of being able to grapple with the data that's going to be presented and understand what the rules are and where things will be. So that was an important thing as I went through this. I don't know that our application process really got at how people do their work. So that was much harder to do. But certainly for those of us who know some of these people, and in a few instances, I made some phone calls to just get a little bit more information about how people do their work. I don't quite understand, Mr. Mayor, how we're going to go through the different tables, if we're going to do them one by one. But maybe when we get to you, you can chat about that. And mostly, I'm just grateful that there are so many people in this community who are interested in this. And I hope anyone who isn't selected participates in the meetings and is able to provide their perspective in that way. Thank you.
Okay, anybody want to go next? Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt, and then Councilmember Filsa.
Thank you. So just responding to of a couple of the questions about how I would go about this. First, I would say this is the strongest group of applicants I've ever seen for any board, commission, advisory body that we've had in Palo Alto. So I'll start by apologizing to a whole bunch of great applicants who won't be able to get selected because we're not going to have enough positions to match the number of outstanding applicants, including some people that I know and have very high regard for, and I'm not going to be able to vote for every one of those people. But that's a good problem to have. I also want to mention to the applicants who may not get on that we actually have a slew of board and commissions open right now, and we haven't had very many applicants for them, for our Human Relations Commission, Public Arts Commission, Stormwater Management, and UAC commissions. So just to toss that out there. Then as far as what I will be looking for, I want to see the breadth of perspectives and points of views and backgrounds that represent our community. I'll be looking for people who actually kind of check multiple boxes in some circumstances. And that's fortunately the way Director Late has set up the questionnaire, and we get to see a lot of that. I also want to see a mixture of people that we know their backgrounds, that they have a certain expertise, that they have a certain skill set, and that they have an orientation toward problem solving. But I also want to bring in people who are new to the process, who really aren't political insiders or having been previously engaged with civic advisory panels, and take advantage of people who have been willing to step forward. We have so many capable, skilled people in our community who are very often committed and involved with their jobs, with their kids' schools, with other faith institutions that they're involved with, and not always stepping forward and say, well, I think I actually want to have my voice in important civic affairs. And so I want to get more of those people in. I want to have this balance of social and economic backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds to the extent that we can have a representative balance there. And then on this issue of kind of the approach to the process, I think it's entirely appropriate that we have healthy discourse amongst the group on competing ideas. But what I think Director Late was aiming for there is to then have people who will translate that discourse into, in the end, collaborative problem solving. That is people who are comfortable with real discourse and debate, but to do so in a civil way and without personalizing negative attacks that we sometimes see in the community. And that's a balance, but it's really what is kind of a prerequisite for these sorts of multi-stakeholder groups to come out of this with successful results. And over a lot of years, I've been involved with multiple environmental stakeholder groups and civic ones like that. And there's often a notion of how are you going to get that group of people to ever agree on what to order for lunch, what's more really impactful decisions. And through hammering through problems, sharing facts, healthy discourse, and an intention to come up with something approaching a consensus, people struggle through this and they enlighten each other. They become more informed. They compromise where necessary, not in their principles, but in balanced solutions. And I think we can have some real good outcomes here. So I do think we're going to want to have the full 15, and maybe we even need 3 alternates. It's a long process. So look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Thank you. I'll jump in with some thoughts since people don't look eager to speak. So, I went back and looked at our notes from February 1st, where we discussed categories and requirements. We added more neighborhood reps. We talked about PTA and school representation, senior reps, Stanford, an environmental rep. I do want to say I continue to be extremely concerned that this work is going to be constrained within a most impossible challenge. And again, I know it's not part of the normal process, but I want to continue to advocate that we should maybe consider a feasible alternative at a lower number than the 6,000 plus units that RENA has allocated us. Obviously, we need to do the 6,000 as well, but I'm really interested in what we think could be realistically achievable and not just aspirational. When you look at the challenge in front of us, we've been limiting office space and shifting to housing, but Stanford remains a job creator. And, just looking back, Google went public in 2004 with 3,000 employees. They're now at 135,000 employees. Facebook went public in 2012 with about 4,500 employees, and they're now at about 60,000 employees. That's where, our challenge is coming from. We have other things we can look at. We have our comp plan. We have this need for affordable housing funding. And I think we also want to continue to have great schools and provide parks and all the other things that our city provides. So as I thought about the housing element group and my criteria for participants, a lot of it was some of those things that are hard to ascertain, as Councilmember Cormack mentioned, how people work, clear thinking, problem solving, data analysis, being able to work well with others. I think we missed an opportunity. I think we should have asked explicitly about affiliations with housing or land use advocacy organizations. With the 80 applicants and very little information to go on, really tried to do a lot of research on the weekend. I do believe that social media behavior should be considered, and I spent a lot of time looking at people this weekend. And really, I was looking for more about tone and civility and thoughtfulness more than position, but that's certainly factored into my scoring, if you will. Diversity was really important. I think we want people of color, we want low income, people with life experience that cover a wide range of experiences. I think many people have been renters as well as owners. So I think we could have a mix of current renters, previous renters. And I do think we want to balance people that are new to the process and want to serve the city, as well as those who have some knowledge and experience. So participation in things like Leadership Palo Alto, things like that, I think also weighed into my decisions. And then finally, I think being a Palo Alto resident also carried a lot of weight. And I think it's critical that most of the people that are on this working group live here. This is going to be, I think, a 2-year commitment. So last element, we had 16 members. Nearly all of those were residents. We had Eden Housing, which I was not happy to see did not apply this time around. We didn't have Stanford representation last time, but given where our opportunities are to increase housing, I think Stanford will play a critical role in this element. And I was glad to see, 2 applicants there with some fantastic experience. So given those factors, I weighed the applicants considering considering those associations, age, race, participation in other public service, and then things like civility and collaboration. And I basically tried to rank everybody. And kind of where I ended up is I also looked at the staff tables and the categories in the most recent report. And I did factor that in, but I didn't stick to it strictly. And that was my approach. And so, when we do get to motions, I'm going to suggest that we propose, a working group, a set of people, and see if we're able to coalesce, rather than trying to do it one by one, which I think is just going to be impossible with 80 people. All right. Okay, so Councilmember Filsa.
So if we're ready, I was actually going to make a motion.
Is there anybody else who wants to kind of ask questions in the first round, or should we move on? Everybody's, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I was actually gonna propose a group, and if the city clerk could put up the motion I emailed, then if there's a second, I'll speak to it. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, let me speak to this for a second. So this can be a lot of work, okay? There are a lot of constraints on this problem. And so, as the mayor mentioned, the housing ad hoc, which is Tom Greer and myself, had a bunch of discussion in this last few days, and we actually did a bunch of research, right, on this as well. And this can be a lot of work and there's a lot of constraints on this. We are directed to meet the state quantitative mandates, which in themselves are going to be challenging. The whole arena history is that everybody meets their market rate targets and nobody meets their BMR targets, below market targets, because there's no state funding. And so if that pattern continues, which seems likely, then this new cycle is going to be, another challenge for cities on this, because funding alone is going to be a major constraint. But beyond that, we've got community priorities as well. We've got the comp plan. I believe that most people in town really would like to see as much affordable housing as we can possibly get, because there are people we want in our community who can't afford to live here. But that's a challenge because of it needs to be subsidized, and the funding again comes back to the constraint that we got to figure out how to work with. At the same time, I think actually most people in town would like to make sure that market rate housing, which by definition goes to people who can afford to live here, pays for its impacts and doesn't do things like, for example, flood neighborhoods with parked cars and whatnot, okay? And so we got to balance those things. I also think most people want to continue to not add office space faster than we can add housing. The comp plan points to Palo Alto being an annual net provider of housing to the region, as opposed to an annual net consumer of housing from the region. And I think we gotta continue that. So to synthesize all this stuff together, satisfy both the state requirements and the community priorities at once is going to be a pretty highly constrained problem. And so, as I was looking at this, and I think, Tom and Greer, as we were looking at this, we really looked at this as really a problem-solving exercise. This is an area that there's a lot of passion and advocacy around this, but we viewed it that if you kind of set aside all the eloquence, the task itself is really an analytic thing. It's how much should go in the north and what kind should go in the North San Antonio area, how much in downtown, how much in North Ventura, what about the research park, and so on. It's really about optimizing pragmatically within a fairly stringent set of constraints. And I wonder if I could have the screen for a second. Is that okay? I just, we wanted to, so first of all, we wanted to hit as much of the criteria as we could. We actually dug pretty deeply. Tom did a lot of it under the circumstances, because in a perfect world, we'd interview 80 people, but we couldn't really do that here. And so we looked at not just the applications, we looked at LinkedIn's, we looked at social media posts, we looked at people's other public information we could find it, because we took this pretty seriously. And we wanted to be as thorough as we could. And we noodled on it quite a bit, right? We tried to hit the checklist as close as we could. And I think, you know, on most categories we're at or above sort of where the staff recommendation and as modified by the council on February 1st. Other considerations, as people mentioned, you know, we felt it was important to have a group that represented the diversity of our town.
Oh, Eric, I'm sorry.
We wanted a significant number of people.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yeah, can you see my screen?
No.
Should be a chart on it.
No.
A table. No. Share screen. Ah, there we go. How about now?
Starting. Very small. Okay.
Very small. Is that visible at all?
Yeah.
Okay. So we wanted it to, we tried to come close to the at or above most of the categories that we targeted. We wanted to match the diversity of our town. And we wanted a significant number of people who, as both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Cormack said, people we maybe hadn't heard from before, who hadn't already served on boards and commissions before, were new to this process and new to get engaged with our city. And so we wanted a balance of a bunch of those kind of people as well. And I think I think the group we got, we're at or very close to most of the staff criteria. We're almost half people of color, which maps to our town. We're actually 60% female, right? We're at 20% renters, so slightly above where the staff recommendation was. And if you include the alternates, we're actually at 25% renters. And so, as the Vice Mayor said, actually the toughest challenge, but the most important criteria again was we wanted a group that we thought would attack this very analytically as a problem to be solved, both individually as a group. And the toughest challenge it is because, as the Vice Mayor said, you know, there's a very impressive group of applicants, right? And our challenge was actually who to leave off, because there are a number of people that we looked and said, you know, boy, that person would really make this group stronger, right? But you know, if we kept making it bigger, eventually it becomes unwieldy. And so we had to make some choices that, you know, we wouldn't have wanted to do if we didn't have to. Anyway, so this was our suggestion as a group of this. And if we could go back to, yeah, if we could go back, yeah, if we could go back to the staff screen, yeah. And so I'll stop there because I've probably been talking for 5 minutes.
Councilmember Stone, you want to speak to your second?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, just briefly, because I think Councilmember Filseth really covered this motion well and covered exactly what it was that we were looking for problem solvers. I mean, unquestionably, this is going to be an incredibly controversial just kind of process for all people engaged. It's going to go on for several years. We were looking for people who are going to be able to really analyze and dive deep into the data, understand the long-term implications that the decisions are going to have on the community. And again, really looking at to kind of like the character and the ability of the applicants to be able to work with each other, because I think this is such a monumental task before them with very understandably extreme emotions on all sides of this issue. And so finding people who are going to be able to have that, engage in that debate, but ultimately in the end, be able to come to some sort of consensus was really key. And I appreciate all the effort that was done to research kind of the behind the scenes beyond what we were able to see on the applications, and really be able to see kind of, you know, what is it that people are posting on social media, or what their kind of proclivities are for being able to work well with others or not, are all so important. I was really glad to hear the process that Councilmember Cormack and Vice Mayor Burt were discussing earlier, because I think that we, or at least I hope that we were able to kind of meet that, really looking for people with a wide variety of diverse experiences and education and training and perspectives in the community. And I think we've really, I think we've found that here with this group. And so I'm happy to support it, and hope the rest of my colleagues will as well.
Anybody want to speak to the motion? Yes, Councilmember Cormack.
It pains me to say this, but I don't think this is a balanced list of people. I'm not sure how I feel about looking at people's social media posts. I mean, I guess it's public information, but that certainly wasn't part of my thinking about this. So, you know, I just feel like we've been presented with a list that 3 people worked on. I didn't anticipate that that was the role of the ad hoc. So I don't even know the methodology we would use. Do you want us to like substitute people here? Would the maker and the seconder be amenable to that, or is this a package deal?
See, am I still on? Yeah. You know, I think I'd look to the mayor as to how he wants to do this. His advice, I'll kick it to the mayor as how he wants to do this.
Well, it's your motion, but again, I think again, we've had a lot of great people apply. If we go through people one by one, you know, I don't know if we want to argue about people's strengths and weaknesses. So you know, I think there has been a motion. You can make a substitute motion. You know, if we start substituting out individuals, you know, there were a lot of these people check multiple boxes, so you kind of have to keep that picture in your mind, I guess.
Okay. Is it going to be easier if I type this up and send it in rather than read it off one by one?
Probably,
and let someone else take a turn? Okay, well, I'll do that, and then I'll see if there's a second for that.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Thank you for doing all that work and the fiduciary duty, right? Thank you. You know, for many of the, I think it's a great selection. Some of the applicants that I've referred, you know, are on here. Although I do see that there are 2 Stanford representatives and one is a alternate. And I was just wondering if I could make a friendly amendment to one of them and change to somebody who also has bicycle and payback experience, Palo Alto Bicycle. I don't know the whole name, but they're part of that board and it would have a voice for that. I was wondering if a friendly amendment for either Jean Snyder or Jessica Von Brock to be replaced by Arthur Lieberman.
This was something we struggled with a little bit, which is how are we going to do this? Are we going to? I mean, in a perfect world, you know, we'd go through the process that we vote on boards and commissions, except this is, you know, this
is huge, right?
So I think, I mean, see what the seconder thinks. But I think maybe the thing to do is we should vote on substitutions here, right? And so, so I think I won't accept that as a friendly amendment.
I mean, it's a good list, and I think it's pretty diverse. And okay.
So are you making us an unfriendly amendment?
Yes, I will make unfriendly.
I think you should be specific about.
Yeah, it's got which one?
Jean Snyder.
Right, is there a second? Okay, so I'm not hearing a second. Any other comments?
No, except thank you. I find that obviously a lot of work went into it. I do agree with a lot of the qualifications that was taken into consideration to come up with a list. So thank you.
All right, Vice Mayor Burt, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Cormack.
Yeah, so like probably all of us, I'm struggling with the process that is being proposed. First, we haven't even decided how many members we think should be on the committee. And then we haven't had any clarity on kind of what stakeholder perspectives or representatives we would want to make sure are involved, although we do have the reference from the February meeting and what the comparisons that Councilmember Philseth put up. But the whole notion that three of us would be able to just put up their selections and then the rest of us have an up or down approach to that, when these are a good group of candidates out of a large pool, and there are others that I think others among us would in some cases prefer. And so I don't think this is a good process, and I'm not sure there's a great process. The one that comes to my mind as I've struggled through this is that despite the fact that it would entail a lot of votes, I think that we should be voting individually on candidates if we aren't going to go through the process of saying, okay, we're going to have stakeholder categories, and then we will have a select group of kind of finalists within a stakeholder category and vote on each of those. An alternative is that we just have a list and that other council members can add folks to this list, and those who receive a majority vote are selected. And then if we go through those candidates and don't have it, then we narrow it down and take another cut at it and try to come up with hopefully 15 plus alternates who receive the majority vote. It's quite a few votes, but I can't think of a better approach, and I don't like this one at all. I think it's just, I've never experienced the council taking an approach like this. I think it's really flawed, and I don't plan on supporting it this as it's currently proposed, even though many of these candidates I expect I will support.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Did you wish to respond to Vice Mayor Byrd, or would you like me to proceed with my substitute?
Yeah, I think go ahead and propose your substitute.
I'm happy to proceed with my substitute motion if the clerk will put it up, and if there is a second, that's great. Otherwise, I am perfectly prepared to take as many votes as we need to tonight, and I'm with the Vice Mayor on this. This is I'm not a fan of this approach. But since that's the one that's been presented, I will attempt to work within the framework until we change.
So you sent your motion to the clerk?
I did, I sent it to Beth.
Councilmember Cormack, this is Jessica Brettel. I was hoping you could forward me the motion.
Certainly, no problem.
Thank you.
Jessica,
That's
I
just
just forwarded it to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just forwarded it to Jessica.
And I apologize, these are not in alphabetical order. These are in the order of the tables. So if there's a second, I'm happy to speak to it. Otherwise, I'll be supporting the vice mayor's concept of us doing this differently.
Does anybody want to second this motion? All right, I'm not hearing a second. No, I do see a lot of names that were also on the other motion. So Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I think the vice mayor actually has a good suggestion. I think we should go the more traditional route, even though it means a lot of votes. So I'm fine with either suggestion he had. I don't know if the vice mayor has a preference as to which approach.
Mayor, is that directed toward me? Shall I answer that?
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah. By which approach, I think I already stated, I think that what we ought to do is allow council members to add kind of finalists to the proposed list that is on the screen here. And then we go through and vote on each and see how many have a majority vote on a first go round. And if we have too many that have majority support, then we'll have to revote and narrow it. So just to anticipate that potential complexity. But that's what my recommendation would be, is people be able to add to this list, and then we go through the list and vote individually.
Okay, what I was thinking is something like that, but maybe something a little bit faster, which is we all email Beth or Jessica our list, and then we see which is the ones are common, and then the ones that are not, there's probably some that are common between all of us, and that's gonna be easy. And the ones that aren't common, then we could figure out how to plow through that. So we can do it kind of in parallel. We just all email Beth and Jessica, and then they can see which ones are clear yeses.
Yeah, so that's kind of a group voting to get a first cut at consensus candidates. I would perhaps be okay with that. I don't know what the clerk, that's a lot of compiling of votes, but then again,
I was just trying to think how to do it fast because it's almost 11 o'clock.
But then again, it would be a lot of individual votes. So
we have we have a motion on the table. I mean, if you guys are proposing,
I'll make a substitute motion that we all email the clerk our preferences, and then from there we'll email a second round of preferences for the ones that remain.
I'm willing to second that, as long as I can have the city attorney weigh in on this, these various methods that we're chatting about.
Yeah, thank you, council member. They're all permissible. It's up to the council by a majority if needed to decide how you'd like to proceed.
Mayor Du Bois, can I speak?
Yes.
If everybody mails them to us, we will have to take a break in order to go through 7 lists of 17 people to see who are duplicates, who are not duplicates, and be able to put the list together. And between Jessica and I, it might take 15 or 20 minutes to go through it all because we'll have 7 lists to look through.
Yep. Okay, but it sounds like we can do it this way if a majority of people vote for this substitute motion. Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak any more to this motion?
I'm more comfortable with this method.
Yeah, I'll just point out, I mean, if this passes, we can do this method. If we voted on the original list and it passed, we would be effectively doing the same thing. But if this is the will of the council, that's fine. So voting on the substitute motion that we're going to email in lists. Start with Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Philseth.
No.
I'll vote no. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Councilmember Stone.
No.
Okay, so that fails. Let me go back to the original motion. So I'll just speak to this for a second. So, again, 3 of us did talk about this. If we map this to the categories, and I hope you guys have all done this, but, in category 1, we did go with Alta Housing, Cheryl Klein, as well as 2 people from Stanford, 1 on the list and one as a alternate. And then in the next table, which is typically underrepresented, is the category. There are a bunch of subcategories, but at the top level, at the highest level of the category, we included Rassan, who's an affordable housing resident. And I'm probably going to miss people, but Jessina Solero, special needs stakeholder, Dina Bartello from Project We Hope on the alternate list. And so we hit several people off this list. And then really for tables 3 and 4, which we're checking lots of boxes, we had some people email us and say, hey, I had more boxes. I should be in table 3 or table 4. I mean, we picked basically a mix of those based on age, race, all these other categories. And so again, if we had gone category by category, I think we would have ended up somewhere close. And again, Councilmember Cormack put up a different list. There was some overlap, different folks, but again, this is just a very rough process when we have 80 applicants and, council trying to make a decision as an action item. But I do hope you'll look at these candidates and map them, to the categories. So anybody else want to speak to this motion?
Yes.
Okay, can tell if you put your hand up again. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yep. So I think you've pushed us into a circumstance where the rest of us are going to have to offer substitute motions that are probably going to fail. And you're insisting that we vote up or down on your list. And I think this is really wrong. And I really think you should reconsider this. This is just not an appropriate approach. And so I will move to reconsider Councilmember Tanaka's motion?
So I don't know, is that in our protocols? We just voted on it.
It technically isn't. The protocols say a motion for reconsideration can be brought by someone who voted in the majority.
Okay. Then I will withdraw that. And unless the one of the 4 supporters of this motion will reconsider, I will propose the additions to the list of Kara Silver, Daniel Mendez, Raven Malone, Jessica Resmini, and Justine Burt, no relationship.
Second.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, just briefly. Like I said, I think you've got a lot of good candidates on your list, and I don't think it's right for you to do the thinking for all of us and limit the options to those that you selected as a committee that you weren't given that mandate, and yet you acted that way, and that's the way it's coming to the council. I think this is really inappropriate.
Just to clarify, when you say you, who?
The 3 who came up with this list.
Okay, Councilmember McCormack, do you want to speak to your second?
Yes. So separate from my substitute motion, I also had tagged maybe 5 or 10 people whom, while they weren't on my top list, I would have been happy to support. And all of those 2 categories are captured in here. Let me just understand, having seconded this by the vice mayor, this is expanding the group?
Yes.
Fine. I'm very supportive of this. And I think
the group to who we would vote on, not the size of the group.
I see. Okay. Expanding the group to who we would vote on. And let me just take one moment and see if I had any friendly amendments to it. I guess my only question at this point for the combination of the original motion and the vice mayor is, have we captured the senior demographic with this?
Sorry, who was the question to?
Actually, it's both, right? Because now we've got 20, now we've got, I guess, 22 names here. Have we captured the senior demographics sufficiently with this list? Councilmember Philseth, in all of your spreadsheets?
Looking on my list here, sorry. Seniors, yeah, we did. Let's see. I have 56, or sorry, 5 people in the 56 to 70 range and 1 in the 70 plus range.
Okay, that's close. I guess I'm almost a senior then. Okay, thanks for that. Okay, happy to second this, and I'm very grateful to the vice mayor.
Okay, any Councilmember Tanaka?
I am inclined to support this. Just was wondering whether we could add one more name, Stephen Levy, to this. He's kind of a renowned economist. He served with me on the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission. He's really well recognized for knowing a lot about the local economy, and I think he'd be a good person to have as part of the team here.
So I'm open to having additional names. One of the things that we haven't discussed is what we do with this expanded list and how we then vote on them. And I think it drives toward individual voting is I can't think of another resolution, but I'm fine with you adding folks, whether I would vote for them or not. So
I'm
yes,
happy to accept Stephen Levy's name to this amendment.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? So if I understand this amendment, this is to add these names to the list, but we're not appointing these people, all these people to the working group.
Correct.
So is there something missing from the amendment? Like what happens?
Yeah.
Perhaps
what
we
would
could
happen-
say add these names to the AI for further consideration by the council. What we're doing is expanding AI. And I'm just saying further consideration, we can say voting to the vice mayor.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think it's going to be expanded for voting purposes. So, which means we'd be voting individually on individual candidates from within the list.
Okay. All right, Councilmember Koo. You're muted.
Thank you. I'm not really understanding why we need this amendment. I mean, the process or the approach that was taken, Councilmember Cormack also sent in a list of hers that we would have had to vote on also. So I'm not really understanding this approach with the amendment. But in any case, some of the names on this amendment actually, I believe, have conflicts of interest. In my list here, in the boxes, there are some that has, I mean, we have one person who was part of the ABAG discussions on the RENA numbers, and then another one has her own business building ADUs or architecting ADUs. And I think this needs to be a process that is going to be clean and not advocating for a special interest or self-interest. So I cannot support this motion. There are people in here that I like, but others, yeah, but I can't support this amendment.
Okay. So let's go ahead and vote if that's all right. We've all done a round. Start with Councilmember Filseth.
No, because I'm not going to replace anybody of the original list with any of the expanded list. Some of those were people that, you know, we had a hard time saying no on, but I'm not going to replace any of these. So I'm going to vote no.
Okay. Just a yes or no is fine.
Sorry, no.
I will vote no. Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the original motion. Again, there's been an implication like the three of us are deciding, but it takes a majority to pass any motion. And I think we voted on enough substitute motions. I think that there's a majority that are supporting this list. And so again, this is not a great process. We were kind of faced with a really bad choice tonight, I think, of trying to get through 80 candidates with 7 people in a council meeting. But again, I'm hearing a majority of support, and I think we should just go ahead and vote on this original motion. Vice Mayor Burt, is your hand up again?
Yeah, I'll just say that I support many of the people on this list. I'm going to vote against the motion for the reasons I've stated before, that I think it's a wrong process, and that I don't want to be restricted to having to vote up or down on a group that 3 of the council members selected. I'll also just briefly respond to Councilmember Koo's concern on conflicts of interest. Those 2 people you cited, I don't think have any legal conflict of interest. We have people on this list who work for affordable housing, who work for Stanford University, who have other interests that, under someone's definition might describe as being conflicted in some way, but not a legal way. So I don't really think that that's a properly grounded distinction there when it's not a legal conflict of interest. But when I look at this list, I support most of the people on it, but I don't think it's proper for us to be forced to go up or down based on some of our colleagues' choices.
Director Late.
Thank you, Mayor, and again, just to the council, our apologies. We know it's a tall lift or a big lift, tall hurdle to winnow the list down when we've got so many qualified candidates, and so we're sorry for having the council be in this situation. I did want to just make two notes on the list, and just want to make sure that the council was aware of this. I'm not seeing anybody on the list with market rate housing development experience. We have some, one of the members I think has some experience with single family home redevelopment. And obviously that's a real critical part. So I just wanted to highlight that. And also council had asked when we met a couple months ago for PAUSD representation. And we've reached out to them several times, and as I think next week, the board is going to select somebody that they would offer up as a representative. And so I just want to note that we don't have also, if this motion passes, we also would not have a school district representation.
Councilmember Koo.
So I just wanted to respond. When I believe that there is a conflict of interest, and hopefully Vice Mayor and I can agree to disagree on the conflicts that I feel is on this, on the names that were listed. And in terms of what Mr. Lake just said about market rate, are you saying that we're missing a person who has experience in market rate?
Thank you, Mayor.
Development?
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not seeing with multifamily market rate developments unless I'm missing somebody, and I apologize if that's the case. I do see, I don't see that representation.
Okay, thank you. And about that, I don't think there's a problem with representation or with market rate developers. They know the way around. What is more important is those that are going to be able to help with developing below market rate, the genuine affordable housing part of it. So I think that needs to be more focused on, especially also those that are looking into the unhoused. So thank you for the opportunity to respond.
And then I just wanted to jump in, because we didn't have a school board candidate, I think who it is makes a big difference. And, I'd suggest at this point, if we fill up the working group, that maybe we just get a PAUSD staff member to come to the housing element meetings and can share it with the school board, and can also come talk to council if there's an issue. Okay, so I'm hoping we can vote on this motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
I have to agree with the Vice Mayor on this. I also support a lot of the people on this list. I think most of them would do an amazing job, which is great. But I think the process is a little bit wonky here. But majority rules, so it is what it is.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. We're starting with me. I will vote yes. Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Vice Mayor Burt?
No.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
Yes.
and Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Okay. So that passed by a 4-3 vote. And we didn't talk at all about meeting with the Planning Commission, but I assume we can make that happen. All right, so that concludes our action calendar. If we could go to, if we have any council member questions, comments, announcements. Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, I'd just like to share with the council and staff that I was recently appointed to the board of the Cal Cities, formerly known as the League of Cities Women's Caucus.
Congratulations. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I just wanted to first, I know a lot of you guys came out last, I think it was Saturday or Sunday? Actually, it was last Sunday, when a couple of the school parents organized a anti-Asian hate rally thing. And yeah, no, I think a lot of you guys came out there. So just want to tell you guys, thank you for doing that. It meant a lot. And I think it was good for the community to see you guys out there. So that was great. And the other thing is Lily and I are planning to try to do another one towards the end of the month, actually at May 1st. So there's be more details coming out when we get them more solidified. But anyway, just wanted to thank you guys for showing up and supporting us.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, I wanted to give a couple updates. First, on Caltrain, we had a meaningful meeting of the local policymaker group, which, as you probably know, is one elected official from each city on the corridor. And part of that meeting was an update on scenario planning. And Sebastian Petty, who heads the really the whole business plan process and related to Cal modernization. I raised the issue to him of how a number of the engineering and design alternatives are ones that are not only of interest to Palo Alto, but it's becoming more apparent that cities up and down the corridor share the same interest in looking at vertical grades, the vertical curve, construction methods, and I asked him whether he thought it would be productive for those cities to form a subcommittee to be able to meet with him and Caltrain staff to really move forward consideration of those alternatives, and he supported that. And so that made it even a lot more comfortable to have the support of the LPMG. And I think we're going to do that. It's going to be a follow-up item on the next meeting. There was also quite a bit of discussion really around an evolving consensus that the corridor itself needs to be grade separated, and the cities on the corridor are in this together, and an interest in collectively pursuing major funding sources for this within the federal infrastructure plan, within some of the state and regional funding. And so that's going to come up again. I think that was very productive. Frankly, it was something, these things were two efforts that we attempted in 2016 and couldn't get a support of the same group or different composition, but same entity at that time. Sebastian Petty provided the update on scenario planning that he had provided to the Caltrain board the previous week or two, which I think was an unusually objective and perceptive set of alternatives, recognizing the severe unknowns that exist right now in how Caltrain will emerge from the current situation, and looking objectively at several different scenarios and what may happen with a recognition that within 6 months, we won't have clarity, but we'll probably have better visibility than we have today. But I think it's very uncommon that we have that sort of strategic thinking that is being done, and I think Sebastian Petty deserves a great deal of that credit. And then on the VTA, we've also had a couple of actually 3 important issues that have been getting discussed and are on the cusp of decision making. One is the CEO recruitment. We're in the middle of that. We have 2 more closed sessions this week, and we think that we'll be arriving at a decision in the next few weeks. Second, there was considerable discussion on AB 1091, which is Assemblymember Berman's proposal to change the governance approach to the VTA. Assemblymember Berman has made it clear to a number of folks that his draft proposal is placeholder language, and he's not wedded to a specific set of reforms. On the other hand, most of the VTA board is strongly opposed to at least the proposal he has set forth, and so we'll see how that evolves. And then lastly, and very important to us, is we're working through the principles for the Measure B funding. Here we are 25 years after, almost 5 years after Measure B was adopted, and the organization had not yet really settled on principles on how to allocate the funds. We had a first draft come forward, and several of us dissented from the proposal by the staff, and we ended up as a group agreeing to revisit it in the at the next board meeting, or the next month. It may I guess that's our regular board meeting. And really the issue is around within Measure B ballot. There was both a cap on the BART funding at 25%, and there was also a cap based upon the ratios that each of the funded categories would receive. And in that case, Supervisor Simidian had put forward that the BART limit was 23.81% is the way it all worked out. And so those are still, they're small percentages in large dollars over a $6.3 billion anticipated revenue over the course of that. Then there will be additional decisions on within that allocation in the next just few months to come to agreement on essentially the timing and what might be bonded, as well as then we're going to have a decision on within the grade separation dollars, need one on how those dollars would be allocated between the 8 at-grade crossings in the 3 cities, Sunnyvale to Palo Alto. So those are all big issues that are getting hammered through right now, and I want to make sure you are up to speed on it. Each one of them is quite consequential.
Thanks for that, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say I've been fully vaccinated, and so like a little PSA to everybody: go out, get your vaccinations. It's quick, easy, it's painless. The symptoms only last really 24 hours, and then it's done. It's worth it. So if you haven't gotten your vaccines yet, please go out there and do it. And you get a nice pin if you're in Santa Clara County. So a little keepsake.
All right. If I can find one, I'll do it. So I've been speaking at several neighborhood association meetings, and I'd really just like to see us resume our town halls soon. I think people are definitely interested and ready. And then just again to follow up on May 5th, there are several activities planned on May 1st, which is May Day. Potentially going to be supercars on Cal Avenue, as well as classic cars downtown. And then really trying to promote and get people to go out and see the decorations on May 1st. And there's going to be cutouts of people's pets around town as well. So hopefully you can all get out the word. And maybe we could talk, Greg, about potentially scheduling a rally maybe on a different day if that's possible. And then if there's nothing else, I'll move towards adjournment. But several of us assembled today outside City Hall to cheer the Stanford women's basketball team. They did a parade on campus, and then they went by City Hall and down University. And so it was great to see all the players and the coaches. And so I wanted to adjourn the meeting tonight in honor of our national champion Stanford women's basketball team. So with that, meeting adjourned. Thank you all. Oh, look at that.